Everybody, what's up?
Kevin was asking what he should wear.
Clothes.
Baseball pants, a full
Yeah.
uniform.
Yeah, clothes. We'll start there.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't think.
I'll be right back.
Good morning, everybody. I don't think there's a big dress code for the River Cats game.
Nah, not too bad.
Just go ahead and wear what Kevin was wearing right now when he asked you was
Yeah,
just fine. What's going on, everybody? Russ, Warren, Dad, Dilchino, Miss Mac 10.
I have one of those yellow Sacramento jerseys.
Yeah.
I was telling him we can borrow that.
Yeah. I'll be out there for a little bit before the
There we
second
go.
show.
I was wondering.
What's up, Spencer, Christian, Zabo?
Good morning, everybody.
Keeps it G. I don't know if I have a favorite one.
Ooh, Chicago. That's my favorite.
Let's see. Maybe PYT. So, Brodo 175. Brian, Jess, Norm. Shout out to the Sharks.
Good morning. Good morning. Let's go. We got +2 for showing up 2 days in a row. Come on.
What's up, Madrid? Kyle in the building.
Yo.
All right, it's game time.
Making pizza on Dan Patrick.
That sounds fire. We should do that on this show. If Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning.
Happy Jump Day.
It is Jump Day.
Yes,
that is
it is.
Wednesday. Nice, dude. You remembered. It's May 6th. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. Joe's over there. We have an office outing at the River Cats game today.
Yeah, we do.
If anybody happens to pull up to Sutter Health Park,
Yeah, if you happen to be
what's
at the
up.
River Cats game today, maybe took the day off of work. It's like, hey, I need to be out at the River Cats game. Come say hello to us.
Dude, a Harrison Bader rehab. Everyone's going to be there. Come on.
Now I'm locked down.
hey, the River Cats using a photo of Harrison Bader in their score graphic from their 4-0 shutout loss last night to the Aces. That's tough.
It's
That's
tough.
a bad beat for our guy Harrison
tough.
Bader.
It's all good.
That's all right.
Yeah, so check out Harrison Bader later on in the River Cats game.
Dude,
You can meet some of the Odyssey crew.
Dude, Bader, catch the Bader fever or whatever they call it.
Yes. Yes, that's what they call it, right, Joe? Bader fever?
Yeah. We'll call it that.
This is horrible.
So bad. Let's talk about basketball.
Yeah.
We've got some NBA playoff stuff to get to. The Lakers got thumped last night. The Pistons, my Pistons, continued rolling their 4th consecutive victory. They took game 1 against the Cavs. We will dive into that. There are some things happening in these playoffs that there's a common thread going through the playoffs of when a team gets eliminated. We're kind of looking, and you alluded to this yesterday with the changing of the guard. I think we're seeing some teams maybe look at what they're doing, the foundation of what their team is built on, and maybe getting ready to upend that. And I think that could benefit the Kings as they kind of retool and rebuild here. We'll talk about that. We had the NHL lottery yesterday.
Hey.
Shout out to the Sharks.
Hey, I'm a big NHL lottery guy.
Dude, you
I've
are.
locked it
You're-
every year. D'Lo and Casey. Shout out to the Sharks. Number 2
Dialed.
pick.
Huge.
That was fire.
According to my buddy Wade, who's a big hockey fan,
Mhm.
this is a strong draft for defensemen. And that's what the Sharks need.
All right.
So picking second, that's big.
Shout out Wade, okay?
We love Wade.
Doing my deep dive into what the Sharks could do.
Yeah.
Yes, they need a defenseman, but it seems there's this.
The Darius Acuff.
Yes, there's this guy who's like could be a franchise changer. You could take with number 2, and I get they need a defenseman, but go ahead and give me the franchise changer, the franchise player at number 2.
I don't know.
I can't remember his name, but like I'm telling you, like that's kind of the conversation. It's either they pick a defenseman, which they need, or like there's this guy you can hoop if you want.
Do you want to take Caleb Wilson or Darius Acuff? Is kind of what it sounds like.
I'll take a Darius Acuff.
Can you build a championship hockey team around a small guard? We'll talk about it next. Just on that front, just real quick.
Mm-hmm.
This is as much as I want to talk about the NHL lottery. You got chatty housed.
How? Why?
That means you got fooled by something on the internet.
Yeah, you threw this in the rundown, and I was like, oh, what did I do?
Yeah, you sent me a video last night. Of Toronto Maple Leafs fans celebrating.
Okay, that's fine.
The number 1 pick, allegedly.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, this is great. It's people lined up on the streets. There's people driving down the road. They got flags. They're sitting on top of their sunroofs with their flags out.
This guy's got a Maple Leafs jersey, it looks like.
Yeah, it's people partying in the streets. And I'm looking at this video, and I was going to do a whole bit about, man, the bar is set for Kings fans to celebrate if they get the number 1 pick. Where's the parade? Where are we doing this? Where are we meeting up? Like, let's get this party started.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went to go watch a video, and I noticed in the background of this video an advertisement for the Stanley Cup playoffs. And I'm like, all right. And it's on like a screen. It's on like a big board. It's not a like sign, like a physical sign. It's on a screen. And it says starts April 17th. And I went, that date was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was about a few weeks ago, actually.
That was multiple weeks ago. And then I scroll down, and sure enough, there's a community note that video is not from last night with Toronto Maple Leafs fans celebrating getting the number 1
pick. All right, well, the community note wasn't there.
2023 when they won their first round series against whatever team they won their first round series.
Look, the community note wasn't there. I wasn't like going and doing a deep dive into the video. For me, it was, Maple Leafs jerseys, Canada's lit for hockey. Like, checks out to me. This feels real. So I sent it to you. I was like, hey, this is pretty cool. But I guess man, I got chatty house.
Yeah, fooled by the internet.
Fair enough. Real quick, I want the Sharks to draft Ivar Stenberg. That's what we're going for.
That's your guy.
That's there. Yeah, Darius Acuff and Ivar Stenberg.
We'll be debating this.
Yes.
Kings, who should they pick? Sharks, who should they pick?
Miss me with your Cambooses of the NHL. All right, we want Ivar Stenberg. That's what we want. We want the Darius Acuffs.
Maybe they trade back. Maybe that's a thing that you do in hockey. I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know.
I have no hockey team building eludes me entirely. I'm not even going to pretend.
Yeah, Damien was asking me questions. Like, I'm like a Sharks fan, but like my hockey knowledge is for like as far as like MLB, NBA, all that stuff. Like, it's a distant 4th, maybe 5th. Yeah, 5th because we got soccer in there too. The distant 5th. I like watching the Sharks. I was there when Patrick Marleau and all them were.
Totally.
I love that was when I was there.
Shout out to Vinny Dompoos.
Yeah, since I've kind of taken a step back, but point being, Damon's like, oh, what about this? I don't know.
Like, man,
what about this? That's that. So like, it's a hit or miss.
Like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna lock in game 1.
Yeah.
And cheer on Macklin Celebrini.
I can't tell you what the Calgary Flames are doing this season.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I think they weren't very good.
Probably they were in the lottery too.
Hey, nice. Did the Sharks steal the Kings lottery luck?
No.
Are we concerned about this? Because there's a lot of people who are Kings and Sharks fans. And the idea that you'd get, because the Sharks were not supposed to pick second. The Sharks were much better than that. But they jumped way up in the lottery. What'd they have, like a 9% chance to jump up?
Something like that. They went from like 9. Well, they went from like 8 to 4 to 9, just the way the ping pong balls went or whatever, the lottery balls. But no, it doesn't. I don't think they took any luck. If anything, it made me more excited for Sunday.
Okay. So that's the other thing I want to talk about. Again, the NHL lottery I know is not super appealing to a lot of people, but stick with me, because what the NHL does for the lottery is they do the lottery on television.
It's essentially the Powerball for the NHL.
Because the way the NBA does it, right, the way the NBA does it is they pull the lottery balls, and the way it works is it's not like every team gets a bunch of ping pong balls with their logo on it and it comes up and that's what it is. Like, that's not, it's a bunch of numbers, it's a series of numbers, and based on your odds, you get X amount of numbers in this series of numbers, and it's people with packets of paper looking through it and seeing who has what numbers. It's a whole thing. The NHL does that drawing on TV. And then they have all the teams listed in their odds, and the first number comes up. Let's say it's a 7. They'll live change the odds based on what the number combos are. Like, it's a 7. Okay, here's how the odds changed. Oh, the next number is an 11. Oh, this team just went from 3. It's what happened to the Sharks. Like you said, they went from 4%
D'Lo and KC clip on Twitter
to 18%. It's fascinating. I was listening to those guys narrate, watching it on TV, and I was glued to the radio.
I think we caught that on accident too.
It was great.
Yeah.
Why doesn't the NBA do that?
Because I
like, you want to make it,
know.
dude. You're selling everything. Everything's on television now. You're creating tournaments out of thin air in the NBA just to have stuff to televise. Like, dude, give it to Amazon Prime, give it to Peacock, and say, yo, the lottery drawing, we're gonna do it live. We're gonna have people commentating on it. We're gonna have John Buccigross of the NBA out there. Who would that be?
This feels wrong, but my first thought was Stephen A. Smith.
That's probably right.
Yeah.
Like, no, that's
well,
probably
he's wrong
right.
because Stephen A. Smith is kind of annoying at this point. But,
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
You could have Kendrick Perkins up there just yapping about,
or Malika Andrews.
Malika Andrews.
Yeah,
Malika Andrews and Perk up there just yapping about lottery balls. I don't know why they don't do it that way. I don't know why it has to happen in private with X amount of people in the room, like a select few. I think it's a representative from each team and then a handful of media members. And then you go out and you pull the envelopes. I don't understand why they do it that way.
Well, because I guess the envelopes is the suspense part for the fan. I guess we're all just kind of, oh, are we next? Or who's next?
But the suspense part is on TV. You guys,
no, I get that.
it.
Yeah, I guess the
Like,
NBA chooses to do it the envelope way rather than the NHL. It's like,
a
all right,
thumbs
let's just
down.
watch the lottery go down now.
You want to stop worrying about like the lottery being rigged? Show it on TV. Just show it on television.
It's fair. Eric in the chat says because the NBA can't rig the lottery if they do it their way, the way you're talking about.
See?
So yeah, if you want to make Eric believe you and trust you, the NBA, Adam Silver, then yeah, do it that way.
You talk about the suspense, right? We all know that the suspense of the envelope sitting there, and oh my God, the King's name didn't get called at 5. Okay, now we're moving up. Is it going to be at 4? And then it's the Pacers. Like, oh my God, it's top 3. Like, it's a whole thing, right? That same thing happened. The Sharks yesterday, the last ball, you were on the air. You were on top of it. You're saying they need a 7 or a 9. 7 or a 9, the Sharks get the number 2 pick. Can you imagine all the teams being up there and like, hey, this team needs this number. This team needs this. The suspense of that?
Yeah.
That's cinema.
Seems changes coming this summer after this year's lottery. So, I mean, the NBA has an opportunity if they want to do it that way next year. But
you could add an hour of television broadcast. You could add 2 hours of television broadcast for your partners. And are you locking into the NBA lottery if they do that, if they draw the balls that way?
Well, I don't know if I'm doing it for 2 hours, but hey, you give me a little half-hour show. Because you're drawing just the top 4, essentially, right?
Correct.
Yeah, you're just drawing the top 4. So if you want to do a little half hour, you can draw it out to. We'll start at a half hour. We'll start at a half hour. We'll test this out. Okay.
Yeah, we need multiple breaks in there. Though.
Yeah. All right. 45 minutes. I don't know. We'll lead it up to Cavs Pistons game 1. Okay, that's what we'll do next year. We'll lead it up to Cavs Pistons game 1. We'll see how it plays. But
Cavs and Pistons are gonna play.
It's just the first series that came to mind. But yeah, we'll do it that way and see how it works out. But no, it was a lot of fun watching it. A lot more fun watching it yesterday with the guys.
I very much enjoyed how the NHL did that. I hope the NBA takes a page. I don't think they will.
Yeah,
because they need to be able to rig it.
Allegedly.
Thank
you for our journalism classes. Can't get through that way.
Yeah, that was very, very fun. We got some other King stuff to get to with Zach LaVine's value. And you had a question about Doug Christie that I think is really interesting and the Kings'
Doug
identity.
Christie, urgency, identity, all those.
Yeah. Got ESPN's post-NFL draft power rankings. Where do the 49ers sit? And then we got Wolves Spurs game 2 tonight. We got all that to get into here in the next couple of hours on the jump. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. Joe Brazil's over there. The Lakers got walloped by Oklahoma City last night.
Yeah,
108-90. What a delightful one.
Well, did they? Like JJ Redick.
You know what? Great point.
Yeah.
Did the JJ Redick
no ball casual?
The right questions. Did the Lakers actually lose last night? Let's talk about it. On the scoreboard, they lost by 18 points. They scored 90 points.
90.
Austin Reeves,
It was about 3 of 18, I believe.
3 of 16.
3 of
Austin
16,
316.
Give yourself a pat on the back for that.
Thank you. I was
Yeah.
really excited about it. I doubt I was the first person to make the joke, but
But
there.
for you not being the wrestling guy, give yourself a pat
Yeah,
on the
thank
back.
you,
I
thank
appreciate
you.
that.
Yeah. All right. Very good.
When worlds collide.
It's like one of 6 wrestling things I have in my bag. JJ Redick got asked about the Lakers' shot quality in a game where they scored 90 points. They were outscored 108-90. JJ Redick said after the game, JJ Redick, the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, in case you missed it, said, quote, "We won expected score, so it was good enough to win."
All right,
A big shout out. A big shout out.
I'm gonna get this guy in a trash can. No, seriously, like I don't know. This is where the analytics people, like, you get a little too far ahead of yourself.
I agree.
What is
It's more or less saying like their shot quality based on their metrics said that they typically make X percent of those shots.
Yeah.
The Thunder shot quality, they typically make Y percentage of those shots. And those two numbers together, the Lakers typically make a higher percentage of the shots that they shot, while the Thunder typically shoot a lower percentage of the shots that they shot. But that was reversed. So the Lakers really should have won if they shot at their averages, and OKC should have lost if they shot at their averages, but they didn't. They lost by 18.
I've seen the expected shot thing or whatever that JJ Redick was talking about. They use that, not that exactly, but that type of thing in soccer. But I've never really seen it anywhere else.
Yeah, man.
I'm not. All right, JJ.
If you're walking out of that game, if you're the Lakers and you're walking out of that game,
Mhm.
and your thought is, you know what? Hey, we played well enough. If we run that back 5 times in the next 6 games, 4 times in the next 6 games, we have the series. I think you're sorely mistaken.
I'm gonna try to go back and find it. But I think it was LeBron James post game yesterday. I being asked about the offensive issues, and JJ can have his expected points or whatever, and it's like, no, LeBron. I think he said, yeah, we're missing a guy who averaged 34 points this season. That's our issue.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. LeBron said it months ago, and we conveniently ignore it because it's the Lakers. But LeBron James said this is not a championship team.
Yeah, real quick. LeBron was asked, where do you think the offensive issues are coming from right now? LeBron said the offensive issues are he asked it back, I guess. The offensive issues coming from, we have a guy that averaged 37 a game. There's the issue right there. So it's like, yeah, it's pretty simple.
Yeah. Luka Doncic is a top 5 guy. Maybe.
Well, according to our conversation yesterday,
is a top 5-ish guy.
He's an arguably top 5 player, which could be 7th.
He's a top 5 guy. And when you miss and he is a player that we talked about this with like Donovan Mitchell, right? The thing that separates a player like Luka Doncic from Donovan Mitchell, it's a bunch of stuff. But one of the things is that Luka Doncic's gravity makes other players better. And he is a basketball savant. And his ability to throw passes and see passes that other people don't to get his teammates open shots makes the Lakers offense better, on top of the fact that he's going to score 30 plus a night. Like there is something he fundamentally changes about your offense just by being on the floor. And that's where it's like, would the Lakers win this series if Luka was on the court? No, I don't think so.
Maybe you could talk me into winning a couple, though.
Would they have a better chance? Absolutely. Do they have a chance with him not on the court? No. And I think that's just kind of the long and short of it. Austin Reeves was terrible last night. But I would venture a guess that Austin Reeves is going to continue to not be very good because he is one of their 2 options on offense. The other one being a 41-year-old LeBron James.
Yeah.
And Oklahoma City has a very good defense who can throw a bunch of different bodies at Austin Reeves. And he's probably going to struggle in this series.
Also coming off of injury as well.
Also coming off injury. Laker fans saying he's hurt still. Cavs fans also saying that about Donovan Mitchell. Giants fans also saying that about Logan Webb. So it turns out now, if you're not playing well, just say that player's hurt.
Well, but Donovan Mitchell's been playing. Logan Webb's been pitching. So those ones I'll kind of toss him to the side. I think it's tough for a guy who's not missed a bunch of time, but like Austin Reeves just came back. Yeah, missed quite a bit of time or whatever. And you just jump right into the playoffs against the best team in the league. Like that, that's, I'll give you, I don't want to say a pass, but I can understand. I guess you starting off slow when you get here.
Where does he fit? Where does Austin Reeves fit in if we're doing the 1A, 1B, 1C thing? And that's what we've kind of decided. To be a title team, you need to have a clear-cut top 3 guys.
He's not your 1 or 2, but he can be the 3rd guy.
I agree.
Yeah, he's the 3rd guy.
I think I agree. on a title team.
Mhm.
A very, very good player.
Yeah, and I hate this whole, and maybe this is an NBA Twitter thing at this point, but every time a guy's in a contract year now and he has a bad game in the playoffs, I guess we're going to do he just lost money this offseason. Saw it with Jaylen Brown. I saw it yesterday with Austin Reeves a bit. And it's like, no, like that's not how this works. I'm sorry. But again, maybe that's just the NBA Twitter thing we're going to do where
100%.
So-and-so's in a contract year. He had a stinker. Oh, he just lost a bunch of money. You can't pay him.
Yeah. Bill Plaschke
Uh-huh.
in the LA Times wrote a whole thing about like, show me the money. You're going to have to prove it first, Austin. Like, he's been proving that he's worth the money, man. He had a tough game against Oklahoma City. It's going to happen sometimes. The other thing I noticed last night during the Lakers-Oklahoma City game.
Is that the Thunder are really good?
I did notice that. That's a good ball club.
Yeah.
You heard it here first.
Please credit.
Oklahoma City. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm just going to say this, and you guys can cut this, and you can hold me to this. That's a title contender, folks.
Hey.
I'm ready to say it.
You know what?
I'm ready to say it.
It's a job well done today on the job.
Thanks, man. You know what? We're done for today.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Gonna get ready for the River Cats game.
Lakers fans complaining on the internet about the refs was, I've never done drugs, but it's what I imagine drugs feel like.
Maybe. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's not even
like, oh, we're gonna have to play the team and the refs. Like, yeah, welcome.
But that's the thing. That's kind of the thing. Like, people are complaining about the Thunder. People are complaining about the Lakers. And then there's other players who, I guess, draw fouls. Like, Joel Embiid was Jaylen Brown's issue in the Celtics game. And then 76ers fans are tweeting out clips of Jaylen Brown flopping around. And now I think they're talking about Jalen Brunson, the 76ers, coming out of the game one. It's like, it's just I don't know what to say. Like, there's just a flopping problem, I guess. There's a foul problem. There's a ref problem.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody is complaining about everybody at this point. It's a nightly thing.
It's the way,
and yeah, like Laker fans, it's rich for them to complain about the refs and the fouls, and like, you're relax, come on.
Yeah.
But point being, I guess, just my thought coming in from that is like, yes, it's an every night thing. Everyone is complaining about everyone at this point.
Players have started working on moves that allow them to draw contact. When you do the thing where you drive, and then James Harden really popularized this, where you start to drive and then you hang the ball down like by the floor while you're driving.
Yeah.
Extending your arms as much as possible while holding the ball out. So anybody tries to swipe at the ball, they get your wrist, your arm, you bring your arm up, you throw the ball in the air. That's going to be a foul every single time. You go up for your jumper, a guy gets a little too close, you just lean in a little bit up, you're going to get that call. And players have figured out how to draw contact and work the officials. And that's just where the game is.
You want to guess who's second in the league in fouls or free throws attempted per game?
Among teams or players?
Among teams.
Is it the Lakers?
Yes.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I get it. Like, I get it. It's frustrating, especially a player like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
The NBA is a flopping league right now.
Well, and with a player like SGA, and this is where the frustration comes in, is the Thunder get to play a level of defense, and you get this reputationally by being a Lou Dort, by being an Alex Caruso, by being a Chet Holmgren. You get to play a physical style of defense that teams are not allowed to play against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. If Lou Dort defended Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he would foul out in 4 minutes. But because he's on Oklahoma City and that's a good defensive team, like, you get away with it. It's the same thing with the Seattle Seahawks, the Legion of Boom. Their whole thing, they were the most penalized team in the league every year because their entire ethos is like, you're not going to flag us every time. So we're just going to commit the penalties and we're going to live with the consequences because we're going to benefit more from you not calling them than hurt from you calling them. That's a little bit of what Oklahoma City does. And that's fine. Like, I'm not begrudging them. They're the best team in the sport, bar none right now for me.
Yeah.
The frustration is you watch Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on one end get a touch foul. Okay, a little contact on the wrist, but hey, it's a foul. Yeah, you got him. Okay, fine, a little touch foul. But then Shai gets to go down on the other end, get in the lane, and full push off with his off arm before going up for a jumper. It's like, come on, man. You can't. If you're gonna call touch fouls on one end, you got to do it on both, and that's the frustration. And I think it's just a kind of nightly thing. But Laker fan complaining about it was really great. Did you learn your lesson in the last round of writing teams off early?
No. No, I did not.
We're done with the Lakers.
Yeah, Lakers, you guys are cooked. Let's get them out the club,
Get
people.
them out.
Get them out.
Oh no.
Get them out.
Hang on.
Yeah, the music.
Yeah, all right.
There we go.
Lakers, you had a good run.
Yeah, you had a good run. Sorry, it's just.
We thought you looked a little funny when we were kicking the Rockets out. We're like,
Well, it's like now there's a cover charge to be here, and you can't cover it. I'm sorry. I don't even know if you're going to get a game. So, yeah, we can kick the Lakers out the club. Again, I didn't learn my lesson. We kicked the 76ers out the club at last series. It was 3-1, and sure enough.
Wait, are they still here?
Yeah, no, they're still
they're
here.
back.
They're still here. They're still here.
Where'd Jaylen Brown go?
But, yeah, we can. Oh, yeah. Shout out Jaylen Brown.
Really?
Yes, actually. Maybe.
You sure?
Maybe we'll get Jaylen Brown out the club. But, yeah, the Lakers, like, I'm not buying LeBron and Marcus Smart. Austin Reeves is back. Luke is not supposed to be back at all this series. That's what they've been saying. So I'm not buying this team to get 4 games at all. I can't see it.
This isn't even it's a Laker problem a little bit. I don't think that team's good enough. But Oklahoma City, you have to be
Perfect.
I think very highly of the Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
The Spurs will have to play a perfect series to beat Oklahoma City 4 out of 7.
Yeah, no, it's just the Lakers just don't have it. That's all it comes down to.
I agree with you.
If LeBron were to get 4 games against this Thunder team, I mean, it'd be just as miraculous as the 3-1 comeback, I guess, at that point. But,
seriously.
yeah, kind of being hyperbolic, but yeah, I don't see it. This team's not good enough.
Yeah,
I guess going up against this Thunder team,
yeah.
I guess more about the Thunder too. They're just it might be their era.
LeBron, respect. You spent a lot of time in VIP in this club.
Yeah.
But Austin Reeves looking a little shady
Maybe
right now.
LeBron, you can come back into the club next year with a different team.
Maybe. I heard he was looking around.
Yeah.
Cavs going home?
No, they're good. They're good. I'm curious about what we do with the Cavs if they do lose this round, but as of right now, yeah, no, they're still in the series.
One of the lessons I'm learning, there's a couple, and one of them is a big lesson that we're learning in this year's playoffs that I think could have an impact on things, and I want to get to that. But the other smaller lesson I'm learning, Cade Cunningham is just one of them. He's just one of those dudes.
He's not one of the 7 guys we brought up yesterday yet.
Nah,
he's in
the Jalen Brunson team?
Yeah, that's
like
the
that
name exactly I was
down?
going to use right now. He's kind of with the Jalen Brunsons at this point, I feel.
I agree. He left the game yesterday with 6.5 minutes left, and Detroit up 5.
Mm-hmm.
He came back less than a minute later, 5:28 left, 54 seconds later, the game's tied. He left the game for 54 seconds, and real quick, little 5-0 stretch, tie game. He comes back in, misses a shot, and then 3 consecutive times down, gets in the lane, lob, Jalen Duren, dunk. 3 straight times. They had nothing for him. And when you start impacting games by not just, okay, I'm taking over, I'm going to score. When you start taking over and you're getting easy shots for your second best guy right now, Jalen Duren, and he's putting the game away because of your gravity, that's a huge deal for me.
It's Anthony Edwards like.
Yes, very much so. And I mean, Cade Cunningham is obviously very, very good. He was in the MVP conversation this year. It wasn't a question of is Cade Cunningham good. It was could he ascend? And I think we're watching him do that right now in the playoffs. I said yesterday that I thought Anthony Edwards was dragging Minnesota to the conference finals, and then I amended that. I said, no, that's a good team. They're getting to the conference finals. Cade Cunningham, if this team goes to the conference finals, is dragging this team to the conference finals.
Yeah, I think that's.
And they're 3 wins away from that right now. So shout out to Cade Cunningham. There's a bigger lesson we're learning from the NBA playoffs, though. Some big changes could be coming in the NBA. How could the Kings benefit from that? We'll discuss that next on The Jump. He's Jesse. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's going to hit the button to send us to break. And also a reminder, we have athletics tickets to give away today. The Athletics next week take on the St. Louis Cardinals for a 3-game home series at Sutter Health Park. Get out there, cheer on your A's. We've got 2 tickets to give away a little bit later on in the show. NBA playoffs. Oh my goodness. NBA playoffs. Doug Christie's future. Zach LaVine's value and the Kings' vet value. ESPN's NFL draft. Post-NFL draft power rankings. We've got Wolves Spurs tonight. A ton to get to over the next couple hours on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Had to vamp, sorry.
What's going on, Chatty House?
That's my bad. That's right. It's the first place A's. I can't legally call them that while we're doing the giveaway, though.
What's I guess what is the
Sure,
story?
man.
Well, we don't like this thing. We don't have to or whatever. But I asked Keeps the G and just Kings fans because there was a show too where we were coming out. I think Keanu maybe played 0 minutes. I don't remember what it was, but he was kind of a story for Kings fans. Like, what is the story for Keon Ellis? Like that you guys still, I guess, you're still not holding on to, but like watching for. Because like at this point, like Keon Ellis, what he does for the Cavs, what how they play him is just kind of up to them.
-5 in 11 minutes last night.
Yeah, like I don't know if it's a story anymore. Or maybe the story is like, yeah, the Kings were right.
They did it.
Or it's just like everyone thought Keon Ellis was this, and maybe he's not. Yeah, Keeps the G. I get that though. Kind of what we were just ending with right there. Is like, yeah, maybe we were wrong, and
I don't think it's that. I don't
Scott
think
Perry, Monte McNair, and Mike Brown, and those guys were right. No,
I don't think it's that they traded him. It was that all the reporting around it was, hey, they might get a first round pick. There are 17 teams calling about Keon Ellis. God, maybe they can finagle a first round pick out of this, and then all of a sudden they're attaching him to Dennis Schroeder to get off the Dennis Schroeder contract and acquire DeAndre Hunter. Like that was, I think that was like, wait, the whiplash of that from, oh, they're definitely getting at least a second round pick for Keon to he's going in the Dennis Schroeder deal was like,
yeah, no, I hear you.
like, what in the hell?
I don't know if I've gotten this one before. Also, this season of The Boys has been kind of underwhelming. I hope they can finish it out right these last 3 episodes.
Is this true? This explains a lot.
Maybe. Good thoughts.
Did we not do this already? We opened the show with it.
I had good thoughts.
Yeah, it's big time.
That's kind of where I'm at, Jess. But it's, I don't know. It's gonna be on Prime as well, though, right? It's not like they're gonna Stranger Things this thing where you can go watch it in theaters if you want, but also for people like me, you can watch it on Prime or for Stranger Things Netflix at home. I don't know if I'm buying a ticket. I saw the runtime was supposed to be the same too for that final episode, but
No, man. My favorite part about the Uncrustable is I don't have to do anything to it.
I love how Normoy just comes in with a crazy Uncrustable contraption. Like, oh, have you guys tried the peanut butter or the jelly, the grape jelly and the strawberry jelly together? It's like, no, I haven't tried that one
just
yet.
a Michelin star Uncrustable chef.
He's just been waiting. He's just been waiting to unleash these recipes. It's like,
You guys done this?
Boy, do we have the show for you.
I'm going to tell you, I have not done that at all.
I still got to get to it.
You're a better person than me.
Yes.
I'm lazy.
The thing here is efficiency.
That's fair.
The thumbs up, please, if you haven't yet. Shout out Tim Lugler. Oh, real quick, because I don't know if we'll ever get to this in the Jumps history, but I don't have an issue with Dalton Rushing being a jerk.
Yeah, you can be that.
Yeah, like it's gonna piss people off. But for me personally, I don't have an issue with it.
When a player gets hurt and you're walking back to the dugout and you're like, little bitch, like, okay, all right, guy.
Well, did he say that or did he say F him?
Grow up.
Maybe there's like not really a difference, but I don't know. Like it's just that
gets hurt, relax.
Yeah, like
when you're barreling into people and doing dangerous slides and shit, like that's not like all right,
maybe
dude.
That's
That's
not a fan.
That's fair. I get that. Yeah,
Draymond
not a
over
fan.
there.
And then, like, almost immediately after the thing came out afterwards with the other dude, it's like, that was crazy.
But if you're gonna do the villain thing, you got to be like Dylan Brooks and just go full fledged. Like, don't apologize for stuff after.
Austin Rivers dropping facts about Draymond is so funny.
Yeah, I caught that video yesterday.
Oh,
I don't know why
whatever.
Draymond is doing all this now. It feels like it's like kind of now it's turned up a notch. Where Draymond's always been kind of
Because he
this
sees
volatile
the
guy,
end.
maybe.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse.
Yeah, it is.
Joe Brazil is over there.
Shout out, Joe.
I tried to send the clip of you guys talking about the Sharks yesterday. You guys on D-Lo and Casey, I should say. Talking about the Sharks yesterday to a friend of mine who's a big Sharks fan. And I sent it to a different person in my phone with the same name. Same first name, not the same last name. Who I know for very different, who is not related to the sports part of my life at all.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is the most wholesome content. And I sent it to them and then I sent that last night and then did not realize till this morning that I sent it to the wrong person.
Oh, no. I was going to say, I was going to ask you, like, you
Yeah.
maybe did the undo send or, like, text back,
Nah.
oh, haha, I didn't mean to send this to you. I meant to send it to someone else.
I did that, but this morning.
Oh, no. At that
I
point,
looked at that message. It said read yesterday.
Yeah, I would have just let it be. Like, okay, like, nah, we'll just walk away from this.
Nope. I had to be like, this was not for you. I'm so sorry. Like, that's embarrassing.
It's fine. Like, you
That's
said, no,
embarrassing.
I don't know if you got to
better. I gotta be
apologize. Like, yeah,
better.
I would have just walked away. Like, oh, whatever. Things happen. It's life.
I literally did that yesterday with my coworker Jake, trying to text my brother Jake. So
Or at least, like, you talked to
Nice.
the Jakes. Shout out to your brother Jake and the coworker Jake.
Yeah, man.
But, yeah, that's tough.
I think one of the big themes of the NBA playoffs this year is we've talked about this with, I think, the Nuggets first. I think we've talked about it with the Celtics. I think we talked about it with the Rockets. If the Cavaliers are a second round exit, I think we'll talk about it with the Cavaliers.
I think it's a conversation that needs to be had with them, at least.
This feels like a big offseason of retooling for some teams that are on the fringes of contention.
Yeah, what team would you like to start with first?
Let's start with Denver.
Okay. Yeah. Denver, like Nikola Jokic, he's a statue guy. I think he's there for as long as he wants to be, as long as you want to keep him there.
Yep.
Everyone else, like Aaron Gordon, it feels like has been hurt for the last 3 postseasons. And as important as he is to that team, I'm not necessarily saying you have to trade him right now, but like how often can you depend on him at this point?
Yeah.
Jamal Murray, hey, he actually had a great season. Games 1 through 82, he was great. But it feels, since we've kind of gotten to the postseason, we're starting to see a decline a bit, where maybe just the tolls of the long season are taking over. He's dealt with injuries over his career, and it feels like this Nuggets team has kind of gotten stale. You gave Christian Brown that contract, and I'm not sure that the move here for Denver is to, I guess, reshape around the edges, fill up your depth. I think you do need to look towards the top, and maybe Jokic does need a new running mate. Maybe you do potentially look at a different number 3 if you're not, I guess, hopeful of Aaron Gordon staying healthy the entire way. Like, it's now, I think it's time to kind of reshape what that team's looking like, and maybe if you can potentially take another step, take another dive at going for a championship just with different players. Because Jokic is still a tier 1 player. He's still one of the 2 best players in the league right now. So as long as you got that, like, yeah, you probably need to go for it still.
It feels like they had a lot of, oh, hey, my friend Gino's here. That's crazy. It feels like they have a lot of guys that they're relying on to take leaps who just never took leaps.
Yeah.
Peyton Watson, now he was hurt. He didn't play in the playoffs. But he was really good for a stretch there when Denver had injury problems at this point, at one point this year, where it was like Nikola Jokic is out and Gordon's out and Christian Brown's out. And Peyton Watson was just kind of the guy, and he was very, very good in those stretches, but he wasn't that consistently enough. And I don't know that can he be Jaden McDaniels? Like, I don't know. I think so, but I don't know. Christian Brown is a player that they thought was going to take this huge leap, and they paid him like it. And hey, you know what? He just wasn't very good.
Yeah.
And if I'm Denver, I'm looking at the supporting cast around Nikola Jokic, and I'm saying, okay, is Jamal Murray the only guy who can play point guard for him?
Yeah, Jokic kind of said as much too. Like, his team just isn't good enough.
Yeah, but at the same time, Jamal Murray's got a massive contract that I think just started.
I can look that up, but I think it's if it hasn't just started, it's early on in that deal now.
Or maybe it's starting next year, whatever it is. He has a massive contract. I don't know what his value is around the league. If you're the Kings and the Nuggets call and say, hey, do you want to try and work out a deal for Jamal Murray? Are you taking Jamal Murray?
No, I don't think so.
What's the contract?
He's heading into next year. It'll be his second year of his deal on a 4-year deal. So yeah, he'll be in year 2, $50 million next season, 53, well, about 54 the year after that. And then in the final year, it's 57.5. He'll be 31. He's still the youngish player and still the relatively young player in the league.
That's a lot.
It is a lot, but I think, and maybe this kind of ties in to the teams that we'll talk about as well, like with the Celtics, the Cavs, maybe, and the Rockets. But I think there's still value for Jamal Murray. It's just a matter of it's kind of gotten stale here. This team has kind of run its course.
Who gets better if? Hang on, I want to check.
Like Jamal Murray can probably help someone else out, but as far as this iteration of the Denver Nuggets, maybe your ceiling at this point is second round. Maybe you're not a championship team.
I don't think this works straight across, but let's pretend for a moment it does. Just player for player.
Mm-hmm.
Who gets better? Which team gets better if you swap Jamal Murray for Kevin Durant?
The Nuggets.
Interesting. Okay. Huh.
Because the Rockets are just lacking that number one at that point. Like, I don't think Jamal Murray is taking that team to the promised land.
They needed a point guard, though.
Yeah, but like
he's a big shot taker.
He is, but then again, like that was kind of the problem when you had Fred VanVleet healthy in the playoffs the year before. It's like, oh yeah, he's able to create, get a bucket, but we need
Jamal Murray's way better than Fred.
Well, hold on. That's the thing. You needed a Kevin Durant as well. You needed that other scorer to take that, not take the load off, but I guess to be the guy. I think Jamal Murray would be great. Yeah, sure, he'll go for 30 a game in the playoffs if you're giving him all the shots, but that's not taking you anywhere. We're gonna look at that team like, oh, they need another score. So there's a limitation there. I can work with Jokic and KD. Jokic, KD, and Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, I just don't know how Denver gets better.
You're going to have to get creative, and maybe like we can switch over to a team like Boston.
Sure.
I'm not sure what it looks like, but I mean, Jaylen Brown's talking. He's been on streams. Tracy McGrady was on his podcast, Cousins podcast with Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter. Shout out Eddie. He produces that one. Eddie Gonzalez on D'Lo and KC Fridays from 2:30 to about 3:30 for the marathon. But yeah, Tracy McGrady was talking today, and I think he has a relationship with Jaylen Brown and talking about how Jaylen Brown, there's some things with the Celtics organization that kind of rubbed him the wrong way.
Yeah.
Talked about how Jaylen Brown had the year he had. And like it kind of came off as Jaylen Brown felt like maybe he proved himself, but it's still like, why?
I don't know.
Not why isn't this my team, but like give me a little bit more respect, I guess. Jaylen Brown has never been shy about him being able to be a guy in the league, being one of the guys in the league, and wanting to be that guy for a team as well.
I don't understand what Jaylen Brown wants.
I think he wants to be the guy.
Totally honest with
he
you.
wants to be the guy. And
so what they want him to, he wants them to trade Jason Tatum.
I don't know if
he got a supermax extension, a 5-year, $285 million supermax extension.
Yeah.
He was the finals MVP. They gave him the keys unfettered when Jason Tatum was out. They said, Jason Tatum's out. This is your team. What else does he want?
Just to be the guy. You want that respect. You want to be known.
You want that respect. You're getting paid. There's no better respect you can get than a supermax extension.
I get that. I get that. But he's always going to be the number 2. You're always going to be in Jason Tatum's shadow. And I think it's like Soren throws it in the chat right here. Like, it sounds like he just wants his own team. That's how it comes off. Brad Stevens said
is he going to ask for a trade?
I don't know if he's going to ask for a trade, but it's like the things that you're saying and the things that are kind of leaking out. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe there's room to work for a Nuggets and the Celtics, or the Celtics and the Bucks and Giannis. Like, I think there's going to be some really good players on the move this offseason potentially. I'm not going to say for sure like Jaylen Brown's going to be moved, because Brad Stevens said he spoke with Jaylen Brown on Monday. Said Jaylen Brown was nothing but positive.
Mhm.
And then Steven said Brown has expressed no frustrations with him about the organization. None of that has been expressed to me. So again, maybe Tracy McGrady's just hearing things, or who knows. But the way I look at this and the way we followed sports over our entire lives, when these things kind of leak out, like sometimes they tend to be, I don't want to say true more often than not, but there is substance to it. And if you're the Celtics and you're coming off of a second round exit the year before, title before that, you've taken steps down, you've kind of descended. Like if Jaylen Brown does want to have his own team, like, yeah, maybe you do look at a Milwaukee, maybe you do look at Denver, and maybe you figure, and I wouldn't do Jaylen Brown for Jamal Murray, but it's just kind of the conversation that we're having. Like, maybe we need to retool and reshape this way and bring in Jamal Murray and upgrade the front court somewhere else, some other way. And it's a Jason Tatum, Jamal Murray team. Or maybe you're trading Derek White to the Nuggets and you're adding Derek White to that team with Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. I think
Derek White would be a really nice fit.
Yeah.
Contavious Caldwell Pope.
I'm not so sure that the Celtics team is just running it back again.
It would be diabolical to have Jaylen Brown whining about wanting his own team and then trading him to the Nuggets.
Yeah. I wouldn't put my money on them trading Jaylen Brown. I think the only deal you can do that for is Giannis.
Yeah. And even
Jaylen Brown gets to have his own team in Milwaukee. Giannis gets to come to a contender. You're shooting Milwaukee a couple first round picks, whatever it is. But point being, that's the only guy I'd trade Jaylen Brown for. But like Derek White, those other guys, I think everything's on the table at this point.
Yeah, I think it has to be for sure. I don't, and that's where. So I mentioned I think there's a Kings tie in here, and you're listening to The Jump on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. Joe Brazil is behind the glass.
Can I say something real quick too?
Please.
Filthy McNasty in the chat says Brown and Tatum.
YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. By the way,
thank you for that. Filthy McNasty says that Brown and Tatum must not get along. I don't think it's that. It's just more Jaylen. Like you can want to be like the top guy or whatever, but also like be cool with like Jason Tatum, I guess. Like it's just everyone just wants to be the best. I don't think it has to do with, I don't like Tatum. Like maybe just Jaylen Brown wants to lead his own team. That's just kind of what it comes down to.
I've got to tell you, if we did this show every day, and then you went on your Twitch stream and talked about how when I was in Japan, it was your favorite time because you got to lead the show.
Yeah.
And you want your own team and you're dropping all these hints. And then Damian Barling goes on CBS 13 and he's like, man, I don't know why I said Damian Barling. Damian from D-Lo and KZ goes on CBS 13 and is like, yeah, I heard Jesse's, he said this and that, and he wants his own show. And like, I would take that extremely personally.
What if it was less like, he wants his own show, and he was talking about how he thinks he'd be really great at having his own show and how he really killed it those 2 weeks without Kyle and how they gave him an award for it and see, like, I can do it. Like, what if it was that? Or he was in the running for an award.
Yeah.
And then you come back and they're like, no, Jesse, you can't win this award anymore. Sorry. What if it was that? No, when you put it that way, I get it.
I don't think Jaylen Brown is, like, for example, let's just, again, not that this is a thing that would happen or is happening. I'm just talking. If Jaylen Brown said, hey, I want out of Boston, and the Kings said, hey, we're going to go try and get Jaylen Brown to build around Jaylen Brown, and they sold the farm, whatever, all the picks and whatever it took. Again, I don't think the Kings would have the assets to be competitive if Jaylen Brown was on the trade market, because like I said, I think Giannis would then be in play, or another one of these big name players who could be on the move this offseason from these teams that are rebuilding or retooling, I should say. Like that's who I think would be in that market. And I don't think the Kings have the assets to play in that market, but let's pretend they do for a minute. And the Kings acquired Jaylen Brown and they're like, this is the guy. The 2026, whoever they picked in the first round of 2026 was not on the table. Everything else was. They have your favorite player from the 2026 draft and Jaylen Brown, and that's how we're moving forward. But Jaylen Brown's going to be the guy. I think I'm out. Because I think Jaylen Brown is in this, like, not Paul Pierce.
Easy.
Paul George.
Okay. All right, relax, Jess.
Paul George level of player where, like, you can justify having him as your number one. If Scott Perry said, we're getting Jaylen Brown. We're selling the farm because I think he is that dude. I wouldn't get on the radio and be like, huge mistake. I wouldn't.
Yeah, because there was a time where the Paul George Pacers were running into the conference finals.
Totally. And running into LeBron James.
And that's the thing.
And it's just that happens sometimes. But I wouldn't like lambaste the Kings for that. I'd be like, wow, they took a swing. Good on them. Jaylen Brown's a really good player, was an MVP candidate last year. Okay, let's see what this looks like. But I think it's a high ceiling, but not the highest ceiling that you have with Jaylen Brown as your best player that I think you also had with Paul George as your best player. But again, he's one of the 15 best players in the sport. But there's a little bit of a ceiling. Now, if he's your number 2, you're a title contender every single year.
Yeah, that spot is maxed out every year.
Yeah, if you have him as your second best player, he is probably overqualified as the second best player. But I think he's underqualified as the best player. And so I get where he's coming from.
Underqualified just enough to, I think, as the best player. Where, like you said, like you're gonna be like with Paul George, like you're gonna be always good and like you always be good, but you're gonna that title ceiling, I think you're gonna lack.
Right, I agree.
Yeah,
but as a number 2, it's like, wow, damn, watch out for that team. Like the Celtics this year, it's like, hey, if Tatum comes back, watch out, man. And that's partially because Jason Tatum is awesome, but also because Jaylen Brown is that good. And so I think that's really tough because if you're Boston, you're looking and you're going, man, Jason Tatum's coming back healthy. And when Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are on the court together, we are title contenders.
Yeah, that's
like
why
in that mix.
That's why it's not your first move, I don't think.
No. But at the same time, if he becomes available, I have a hard time being like, yeah, hey, the Kings should go get him because I don't know that he's the guy you want to build around.
Yeah, maybe we'll.
Or any team. I mean, I say the Kings
because I'm thinking of Paul George and maybe. I don't know. Like maybe you probably did max out that Pacers team. I don't know if you need a better center than Roy Hibbert, but there was a time where Roy Hibbert, believe it or not, kids, was like a good center in this league.
Player.
Yeah, like he was a good player and all that. But I wonder, like if you could, I guess, just get the right formula around Jaylen Brown, where like maybe you could become that team. Like I'm thinking of like.
I think there's. Go ahead.
But no, go ahead, because like you're probably gonna make my point for me.
I don't think I am.
Oh well, let's see.
I think that when you say there's a way to build around that player, like we've said it about Jalen Brunson, right? We've said it about a lot of players. I think you've even said it about Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, there's probably a way. For me, it's about maximizing your chances to contend. And I think if you're acquiring a player and you're going, well, there's a way we can build. There's a way you can build with Domantas Sabonis as one of your 2 best players. But it's like, you're threading a really thin needle and you need to find the exact right pieces. And yeah, you could, but I wouldn't recommend trying it.
That's kind of, so you did kind of make my point. It's kind of like, I can see the vision. You can see the vision too, building that team around Jaylen Brown. But again, it's not as easy as, I guess, doing it with Jason Tatum, the guys that we've talked about yesterday, top 7. I guess maybe Cade Cunningham at this point, potentially. Sure. But I mean, because we're not trying to shortchange Jaylen. Like we're comparing him to what Paul George was for the Pacers.
Yeah,
so, still a very great player. Like we're not trying to shortchange him, but
he would be the best.
There's a ceiling to it.
Jaylen Brown,
tough to break through.
Jaylen Brown would be the best player on 20 teams.
Probably. In the league right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he's a top 15 player in the league, and I think it's probably this year or after the year he had, he's probably closer to top 10. Yeah, I'd say so. Shout out Soren in the chat house. Brings up Soren and Harry in the chat house. Jaylen Brown is Pippen. He's a number 2. Soren says Jaylen just had his 95 Pippen year and doesn't want MJ to come back from baseball. Yeah, that feels fair.
But that's just it.
And I don't think Tatum and Brown hate each other, but I think just Jaylen Brown wants more for himself at this point.
Man. I get it. I understand it. But at the same time, I don't.
Gosh, that would be hilarious though. I was going on Twitch after you came back from Japan. Yeah, I think I can handle this.
I got it great.
Yeah. I got Norm behind me. I got Madrid and Manny.
We got the YouTube chat.
And that, but real quick, when you were asking about it, Jaylen Brown, the people streaming behind, those were Celtics fans on Twitter.
What?
The people standing behind Jaylen Brown on a stream, the guy in the Celtics.
They were just Celtics fans?
Yes, they were. It was like, oh, that's the Green Runs Deep account guy. Yeah, they were just Celtics fans.
How did they? Hang on. Okay, hang on.
Players are like online. That's also a thing. That's not just
Totally.
Kevin Durant.
Totally.
Kevin Durant is open with it, but players are chronically online.
Facts,
Yes.
dude. There was an article a while back that like every NBA GM has a burner account.
Mm-hmm. Shout out Brian Colangelo. Or was that Jerry?
Shout out to the Colangelo family. Just
Yes.
all of them.
One of them was taking shots at Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons.
Like that's a very, very real thing for sure. And I
Mhm.
think that's kind of what sparks Jaylen Brown wanting to be the guy somewhere.
Yeah.
I think he would just very quickly find out that like, yeah, go ahead and go be the guy in Milwaukee and see how that works out for you.
I think they could get to a playoff team, but again, I don't know if they're ever winning a title. But
I wouldn't pick them. I wouldn't.
yeah.
If they gave up Giannis and acquired Jaylen Brown, I wouldn't be like, wow,
Well,
watch
again,
out for the Bucks.
well, yeah, there's work to do after that. But if you ever got the work done, it's like okay, like maybe you're a perennial playoff team. But again, it's like, is that you're gonna be a championship team? Who knows?
Ugh.
But yeah, those are fans.
I wonder if in these and I feel like every summer we gear up, we're like, oh, watch out this summer, a lot of movement, and then nothing happens.
Well, we mentioned the Rockets as well.
Yeah, the Rockets are in a weird spot.
The Rockets, I don't know if they're going to really make moves and more just stay stagnant. You were reading that stuff from Ramona Shelburne's article
Yeah.
yesterday, and that just kind of screamed, we'll get through these 2 years of Kevin Durant's contract. And
They
see
want to
what we got.
maximize their young players. They're not interested in getting rid of any of their
No.
young players, but they need Kevin Durant to contend. And so they're probably not going to trade Kevin Durant, but they're also not going to do what they have to do to maximize their window with Kevin Durant
Yeah,
because they don't want to trade the young guys.
I'm not so sure that they're going to be part of what we've kind of been talking about. It seems like they'll just kind of stay the same. Maybe you fire Ime after the season because you lost in the first round again. But
Mhm.
yeah, they're a weird team.
They're not. They said 2 timelines. No, we have one, and it's the younger guy.
And it's running out. We're trying to run this thing out and see what we got with the younger guys
Trying to
after.
get to the end of this timeline
Yeah.
to get to our next one. Yeah, man. I wonder though, from the Kings' perspective, just to put a ball in this conversation, I wonder if because it's not going to be. We can talk about Jaylen Brown for Giannis straight across.
Mhm.
Like we can, but chances are, if Giannis is traded or Jaylen Brown is traded, it's going to be multiple teams with a bunch of contracts going all over the place.
Yeah.
And that's where I wonder if the Kings could benefit from, hey, we need a $49 million contract to make this work, or we need a team with $49 million in spend, or whatever it is. I kind of wonder if the Kings could get involved with either DeMar DeRozan's contract at $24 million or Zach LaVine's at $49 million or Malik Monk's at $20 million or Domantas Sabonis at, what's he up to, 50?
Domantas Sabonis is about 45. I believe.
45?
Yeah.
So there could be some big name players on the move and some big money contracts on the move where the Kings could have those contracts to facilitate those deals where you could acquire picks and get off some of those contracts.
Potentially. I mean, yeah, that's kind of, you'd be the team for that. You kind of got that now.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, no,
Mm.
Scott Perry definitely needs to get involved if he's able to.
You mentioned, you know what? Can we talk about Scott Perry
Sure.
briefly? And this is actually something I thought about yesterday, and I couldn't remember what it was until you said the words getting creative and how teams are going to have to, you said the Nuggets. I said, how do the Nuggets get better? Aaron Gordon, you got Jamal Murray, and Jamal Murray's contract might be tough to move. And Peyton Watson was a little banged up. You're kind of waiting on him to take a leap. You've got all these questions. And you said, well, you got to get creative. And I sort of think that that's a thing we're going to say a lot about Scott Perry this offseason.
Mhm.
Because when you look at what contracts the Kings have and what kind of moves they need to make, I think a lot of it comes down to, well, this is where Scott Perry's got to be creative. And so I wonder, and this is my question as we step aside for a moment, is the draft all that matters to Scott Perry? Or do we need to see him get creative this offseason? Or is it just about the draft? Because I'm interested in the getting creative from the Nuggets perspective and Boston's or Cleveland's or Houston's versus getting creative from the Kings perspective. I think we're going to say that phrase a lot, and I would like to get into it next here on The Jump. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. Joe's over there. We've got A's tickets to give away in the second hour. More Kings on the way. Plus, where did the 49ers land? Where did the Raiders land? And ESPN's post-NFL draft power rankings. We got all that coming up in the second hour here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Yeah, we are. There's a commercial on for America's Got Talent right now. And man, people are amazing.
People are awesome. Shout out those YouTube videos. I used to watch those all the time.
Shout out people, man.
Dude, people.
Oh my God, a contortionist. Oh my God. Oh my God, the knife throwing and dodging. Oh my God, that person's locked in a water tank and swallowing a sword? Goodness me. Hi, everyone. Hit him up like pop. Hit him with the truth like yeah. Hey, let's go. Found out I'm going to BTS next Sunday.
Okay. All right, cool. Where's that at?
Stanford Stadium.
Sweet. Cool.
Yeah, I don't think they'll trade for some barring injury. Like if a major contributor goes down in training camp, then yeah, they might trade before the season. But I definitely think the trade deadline is very much in play. It's gonna be so sick, dude. I'm so excited. Mouse Madness is so fun. So this is a podcast my buddies Chris and Kyle do, and they take Disney things and they bracket them, and then they go through and pick until they get. It's 2 episodes. They do the first round, and then they do the Elite Eight, the Final Four, and then the championship. And then they have a guest on who breaks the ties when they each think the opposite thing is the best thing. It is so fun.
This might be too broad of a question. Do you have like an all-time favorite Disney thing? Does that make sense? Is that a bad question?
Do you have an all-time favorite sports thing?
Okay, so it's a bad question then. I got you.
No, like, okay, we can narrow it down a little bit. Like content?
Sure, yeah.
Man. I'm going to have to think very hard about this.
Okay, so maybe it's a good question then.
No, that is a good question. Your favorite Disney content is...
There you go. Yeah.
My favorite Disney thing is like Disneyland.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm a parks guy.
But that's a good question, or that's a good answer too. Disneyland's dope. Recently, over the past year or two, became a Disneyland guy. And I just got -5 points.
No.
This point system's going crazy.
Question was fine. In fact, you know what? +1 for being here today when you're not working after this.
Wow.
Yeah, he's off after our show.
Wait, what?
Wait, isn't that what you said yesterday?
That's news to me. I mean,
-1 for lying.
I'm working. Well, I'm working my regular shift.
-1 for you, I think, for ruining the guy thought he was off right now for a second, and
I'm working my regular shift. I said.
I don't know if we need a +1 for Joe.
Wait. I said I would be done. I said I'd be off by the time the baseball game is over because that's when my normal schedule ends.
I thought you said you were off tomorrow. to yesterday. I thought you
Well,
said
I
you were
just
off
have
today.
so much fun on
and
the
that's
show.
why I said, well, are you still doing the show? And you were like, yeah. So
Okay.
I thought you were just doing the show and then you
Okay.
were off.
Well, I have so much fun doing the show, and then I get to go to a baseball game that it feels like a day off.
Now he's back even.
Emperor's New Groove is so underrated.
Yeah.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
I'm not supposed to do this,
Oh.
but I'm going to reference the YouTube chat here. So if you're listening on the radio, at the break, we have our point system for Joe. It's a fully arbitrary system.
It's starting to feel like kindergarten with like a red card, blue card.
No, that's
orange card
essentially what it
this
is.
point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Joe's figuring out whether he gets a gold star for the day or not.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so he's at -4 points.
Yeah.
How he got there, couldn't tell you.
Joe's
I literally have no idea.
You look at the board, Joe's been a badass kid on this show.
It really doesn't have to do the show.
Yeah.
He helps out a lot.
Exactly.
He shows up every day.
Only if you look at the
and
board.
works super hard. That's why it's funny,
Yes.
right?
Damian Barling even got on the fun.
That's why it's fun. Joe's like, I'm glad you guys are having fun.
Yeah. Joe's just trying to make it even.
No, we had some confusion because we're going to the River Cats game today. We have a group outing at the River Cats game. And Joe, our producer, yesterday, I thought he said, and I was mistaken. I thought he said that he was off today, but he was still going to come in and do the show. So I went to go give him +1 for that. And Joe was like, wait, I'm not off today. I'm not. And so it started to be a whole thing. And so we started joking like, well, minus points for lying. Well, and all this stuff. And Dr. David, who's in the YouTube chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320, said, we're letting the players make the calls.
Thank you.
And what we're not going to do is let the fans make the calls.
Thank you.
So,
Well, that might maybe I might want them to actually at this point.
I was trying to figure out
way
who
more
sounded wrong,
lenient.
yeah.
They're way more lenient giving you points than
I
we
feel
are.
like Joe's had a +1 day today.
If the chatty house for the chatty house, our
Yeah.
YouTube chat, Joe points. Joe's at like +40. Joe gets a lot of points from the
Yeah.
chatty house.
Yes, sir.
That's a different league. That's a chatty house.
That's AAA. That's where the River Cats are playing.
Shout out to Sutter Health Park. All right. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. You brought up how GMs for some of these teams that are going to be rebuilding in the offseason need to get creative. And I think you're right, because there's aprons and there's tax and there's all these financial incentives to pay less. But if you want to contend, you got to pay more. Okay, so how do you maneuver those contracts? I kind of think the same thing about the Kings and Scott Perry. And it goes back to the patience discussion we've had. And one of the common refrains when we go, well, Scott Perry had a really nice draft last year, but kind of everything else is not great. The common rebuttal to that, and I don't think it's invalid, is like, well, what did you want him to do? Did Zach LaVine's contract sucks, and the only way they're going to move Domantas Sabonis is if Jakob Poeltl was involved, and they weren't going to take that. Do you want to take on that deal? Like,
Hands
no.
are tied. Can't do anything.
Yeah, no, you can't. Yeah. And I guess this is my question. And again, I don't know exactly where I land. I want to ask you, is there pressure on Scott Perry to be creative in the way that, I mean, a different type of pressure and for different reasons, but I think there's pressure on the Nuggets front office to get creative and make moves. I think there's pressure for the Cavs if they end up losing this series. I think there's going to be pressure on their front office to get creative and make moves and get better. Is there pressure on Scott Perry this offseason to get creative and make moves? Or is it just, hey, get the draft pick right and everything else we're chilling?
I think there's pressure to stay under the tax. So I guess
that's not from fans, though.
Not from fans, but because, well, okay, if we're talking from fans, maybe there is But also, I think I've kind of come to terms either Zach LaVine is going to find something out there or he's going to take that option. And if he does accept that option, then he's kind of going to be an afterthought here, like James Hammond's talked about. So that's kind of where I'm at there. Like, I don't know if people are pushing for Zach LaVine to, like, for Scott to move Zach LaVine, but I think they also know what it is as well. Like, yeah, it's a $49 million expiring deal. It's tough.
Mm.
And then with Domantas Sabonis,
I understand.
Like, there's pressure, but no, there is pressure. But again, I don't think there's like there's some heat behind Scott Perry. Like, there's pressure, but like only a certain amount. I don't think there's like true pressure where it's like, oh, he's got to do something this offseason, I guess is where I'd go with that.
Okay.
Like, yeah, maybe there's, yeah, I don't see it. I think we've all, because Scott's kind of told us as much where it's like, yeah, it's going to take a couple years. And I feel like we've all been kind of, I guess, brainwashed trained to be like, okay, yeah, like, well, Zach LaVine's going to be here. Domantas Sabonis is going to be here until, like, yeah, their deals are up. Like, sure, you want Scott Perry to be able to move off of those contracts, but again, it's just what you were talking about.
No pressure to get creative, though.
What would be getting creative, I guess? Like, if there's a Jaylen Brown deal, if someone's taking an expiring deal and it amounts to Zach LaVine's money, yeah, go get in there. Like, definitely, yeah, be a part of that. But you kind of have to wait for those teams to start moving, I guess. Like, if there's an opportunity where Scott Perry can pounce and move off one of these deals, then yeah, he needs to be a part of that. But he's kind of got to wait for the league to break.
Okay.
So yeah, like, he can be creative in that way, but again, here you're waiting on the Celtics, you're waiting on the Nuggets, the Rockets, maybe. I mean, who knows what the Cavs are looking like? But if one of these teams are looking to shake up their roster and big money's being moved around, then yeah, go get in that. There's pressure there. So I guess if that situation arises, then we hear like, oh, these teams are looking for a third team. Then yeah, Scott Perry, like, yeah, that's when the pressure starts. But right now, I can't be like, oh yeah, there's pressure for him to get creative, because like we don't even know if those deals are even out there for him to even be involved in.
I would not be mad if the Kings go into next year largely running it back. Now, I do think there's pressure to get creative. You talk about the tax, right? If they want to if Precious Achiuwa is a player they want to bring back, like, they're going to have to do something. Like, they can't just outright sign of it. They want to bring back Russell Westbrook. They have to do something.
Like, I don't think Scott Perry can go a whole offseason making no moves. DeMar's back, Malik is back, Zach LaVine's back, Domas is back. Like, something needs to happen this offseason.
I agree.
That's where the pressure is, I guess, if you want to add some.
But if they largely wind up running it back, I wouldn't be mad. I would not be in a place where I'm like, dude, get this guy out of here. Like, he's done. Like, it wouldn't be that at all. At all. Let's live in the gray area. I would be disappointed, though. Because he took on a bad situation. But everything we heard when he got hired from people covering the Kings, people who cover the NBA, was like, wow, Scott Perry is so plugged in. He's done this forever. He was part of team A, B, C, and D, and all these rebuilds and all these drafts. And James Ham, our Kings insider, said he tore down the Knicks in one season. He got it all done in one season and started a rebuild.
His assistant GM, BJ Armstrong, was an agent, so there's relationships there as well.
Right. We got, oh, man, he's going to be able. It would be really disappointing. Again, not fireable, not anything dramatic. It would be really disappointing, though, if we're sitting here on September 6th in 4 months, and yeah, they dumped DeMar DeRozan's salary and bought him out for $10 million and saved $14 million that way.
That's why I say he's just been kind of letting us down easy, though.
It would feel disappointing, though.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you, but I think it'd be disappointing. But
you're right. This is not, the expectation was not set by Scott Perry. Scott Perry did not sit down at his opening presser and go, hey, this roster is going to look a lot different in 12 months. He didn't say that. Yeah. That's not a Scott Perry problem. That's not a Kings front office problem. That's not a player problem, a coach problem. It has nothing to do with the Kings as an organization. There was just an expectation built up that there would be, all right, there's going to be, Scott Perry's going to be wheeling and dealing. Watch out. Scott Perry, Kenny Caraway talking about with the Jonathan Kuminga stuff. Scott Perry's thinking 10 steps ahead on this. And, hey, actually, maybe not. Maybe this whole time he's been looking at it with us. Like, we're on the couch We're watching TV, waiting for Scott Perry to show up on the TV, and Scott Perry pulls up with a bucket of popcorn sitting next to us.
You see how much?
Like, what are you guys watching?
Yeah, you see how much Zach's making this year? That's crazy, huh?
Like, yeah, here. He hands us his phone. He's like, you call teams. You try it.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. Like I said, I paid to be the king.
I'll pick up the phone, maybe.
I think there's, for me personally, and again, not pressure like Scott should be fired. It's not that dramatic. But I think there's a little pressure from me anyway, where I'm like, yeah, go get creative, go do something where we're like, wow, the Kings front office killed it with this. Wow, they got off of Domantas Sabonis' contract and got 2 first-round picks and a young player back. Wow.
Yeah, and maybe it's more a me thing, but like when we say get creative, like when you first said it before, I think before we went to break, my first thing is kind of like, is get creative for a GM in the offseason just kind of like force turnovers and your 3 keys to victory for insert like the NBA or football team? Like to me it's like yeah, you want Scott to get creative. We all do, but again, how does he go about doing that? I guess
I think so. If you're not familiar with the bit,
yeah,
I don't know which version of this you're referring to. I usually do it on the internet.
Yeah, well, it's not even just the you thing. It's like generally when people are doing 3 keys to victory, it's always like you say, the bit is forced turnovers.
I do
first downs.
On Sundays in the morning. I wake up and I don't even pick a game. I just say today's keys to victory. 1, win the turnover battle. 2, the trenches. 3, the red zone.
Yeah.
Like that's every football game is that, right?
Yeah.
Every NBA game. It's run them off the 3-point line, don't turn the ball over, and hit your 3-pointers. Like, all right.
And I wonder, like, for
cool,
Scott Perry, and I guess insert random GM and with the league going into their offseason is part of that. All right, victory for Scott Perry this offseason. Get creative. like, you know what I'm saying?
I don't think it is.
Okay.
I don't think it is. I think the version of that for a GM would be like Scott Perry. Key to the offseason: 1, trade bad contracts. 2, acquire good players. Like that would be I think
get the pick right.
I think for me with Scott Perry specifically, because there's some teams where it's not get creative. I mean, you can't, like, sure you can, but if the Bucks call and say, hey, Celtics, Jaylen Brown's been yapping a lot. Giannis, Jaylen Brown straight across. That's just making a move. With Scott Perry, I specifically say get creative because I don't think that straight across move is there. We look constantly, that's a bad contract, and we know, like we know that's not Scott Perry's fault. It's not Scott Perry's fault that these are the contracts that he has. And I like I said, I'm not trying to fire anybody. I'm fully on board with the difficulties of the situation he stepped into.
Yeah, when you're done with your part, there's also something to that as well on the other side. But go ahead.
I just think that for him, getting creative means, all right, well, you're that dude. Go do something with this thing. Go make chicken salad out of this.
Yeah, well, that's it as well. Because like I don't fault you for being disappointed. I'm not sure where I would fall. I think I've kind of just
a little bummed out. Just kind of like I said, not firing anybody.
Well, that's the thing. Like I think it's fair because yes, it's tough for Scott Perry to make these moves, and we can talk about the roster, and we can always invoke Monty McNair's name and the Zach LaVine deal and all that stuff as much as we want to. But again, it all kind of comes back to where the disappointment is fair. Like, yeah, Scott Perry was hired to fix those as well, though.
Yeah,
like it's not just all right, Scott. Well, we'll wait till the past regime's deals are all over with, and then you can finally move forward. Like that's not how it works.
And it may be that the only way he can get off of those deals is letting them expire. That may be the case, which is fine. That might just be the reality of it, and we'll deal with that as it goes.
But you might be a little disappointed.
100%,
which is fair.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm glad. What are your keys to victory? 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320.
Get the pick right.
Get the pick.
Move off of the bloated deal.
Get off the bad contracts. Sign good contracts.
Oh yeah, sign good players.
Get good contracts.
Hey, that's an A+ offseason for Scott Perry. He's able to get that done. Yeah. Hey, clip that, Joe. Clip that. Please don't clip that. Please don't.
Hella serious. Yeah. We're like, all right, keys to get the. I don't have a good. Here we go. Hang on, let me. We're probably going to get tabbed for this, but
Oh, yeah.
all right, here we go. Keys to victory.
All right.
Keys to a good Kings offseason.
Get the pick right.
You got to get the pick right. Yeah, that's number one. I totally agree. You got to nothing more important than getting the pick right.
Yeah, Scott signed Dennis Schroeder last year. Didn't work out, so you got to sign good players this year.
Yeah, you got to. There's bad players and there's good players. You'd prefer to have good players.
Yes, and then finally, I think the biggest key right here is for him to move off of the bloated contracts. At least
would rather have good contracts than bad ones. I totally agree.
There. See how easy that was? You too can host the radio show.
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. Do you want to talk about Doug Christie or Zach LaVine? Let's talk about Zach LaVine.
Yeah,
it's because D'Lo and Casey were talking about this yesterday, and this goes along with the get creative conversation, but it also goes along with, I think, the theme of the last two off seasons for the Kings. And we initially had this value conversation about Malik Monk and about Zach LaVine and about DeMar DeRozan in the context of the NBA playoffs, and looking at Houston and looking at the Magic and looking at Detroit and looking at, I don't know why I said the Magic, Orlando, and looking at Detroit and looking at, there was another team in there. I think I kept throwing Phoenix in there. I shouldn't have. But anyways, there are several teams, is the point, where you're looking and you go, man, they could use a shot creator. They need someone who can go get a bucket. And we looked and went, man, Malik Monk at $20 million?
Not bad.
That's not a bad contract. God, you don't think Detroit would love to have a Malik Monk around right now? Ooh. I wonder now, too, and this is a similar conversation, but an offshoot of it, is I kind of wonder when we talk about trades and we talk about, because we got into the Zach LaVine conversation yesterday, and you said there's a team that will give him $30 million a year. And I disagreed.
Well, there was also a caveat to that. He would have to play his role well here. Like he'd have to play out his year here. And kind of, I don't know if that's out there for him right now.
Right. I do wonder, though, if the new lottery rules change player value a little bit.
This got me intrigued when you threw it in the rundown last night or this morning, whenever it was. It all kind of just blurs because it's all darkness. But
I texted you about it yesterday.
Oh, you texted me about it. All right, same thing. Yeah, same thing. All right, yeah, so you texted me about it. But yeah, it kind of intrigued me because, yeah, I don't know. Like, do we see teams just fight tooth and nail in this current lottery process to be one of the three worst teams in the league?
Yeah.
So I'd have to imagine, like, yeah, you want as many lottery balls as you can get. You want the three instead of the two. And if you fall into the bottom three, so like, yeah, maybe a Zach LaVine, an expiring contract at that. Yeah, Zach, come win us a few games here. We're not going to be the worst team in the league, but we'll be 4 through 10. That'll be perfect, and you can get to hoop. Like, yeah, I don't know. I can't say I'm not going to say yeah for sure to kind of head that way, but I do see the vision with what you're cooking there.
Yeah, and again, I didn't say like this will happen.
Like, I'm not sure if there's a team like, oh yeah, get us Zach LaVine, it'll help us. Like, we'll land 4 through like yeah, we're trading for Zach LaVine to land 4 through 10 this year.
No, but that's it. Yeah. But that's it. If a team is really bad, do they look at Zach LaVine and go, all right, he's not going to win a title, but you know what? He's going to make sure we're 4 through 10.
Yeah.
We're not going to be bottom 3 with Zach LaVine as our number 1.
Like, I wonder if that's potentially like a deadline move you try to make. Like, where you see where it's kind of heading, like, we do need a little something to pick us up. So, yeah, let's go get Zach LaVine.
Yeah. Like, I and again, I don't know. That might be a ridiculous thought. And if I pose that to a GM, do they just go, that's dumb? That would never happen. But with the way we talk about Zach LaVine all the time, super talented, amazing scorer. But where does he land in this 1A, 1B, 1C hierarchy? He's certainly not any of the first two. Like, could he be the third? Like, how much does he win? He's not a winning player. All this, like, we talk about that. But the bottom line is he is a very, very good basketball player who I don't know if he could make a good team great, but I think he could make a bad team a little better.
We just reached this era in the NBA where these scorers who just scored and just really do nothing else are just contracted everywhere around the league to help these teams fall 4 through 10. And that's kind of their job now.
Yeah, I'm serious.
Trae Young's got one more deal. Send him over to Brooklyn. They got the second worst record right now. They're trying to land 5th.
Is that insane though?
I don't think it is. No, like I see the vision with it. I'm joking about the making the scoring guys, the scoring only guys contractors around the league. But like what you're talking about, no, I could see that happening.
Yeah,
because again, these teams try so hard now to be a bottom 3 team because you have the best odds,
Mhm.
and it's like percentage points after that.
Yeah,
Where if you're 4th, 5th, or whatever, but yeah, I'm not gonna put it past the GMs. Like, no, I want 3 lottery balls as opposed to 2 here. So go get me Zach LaVine, and we'll win a few games, and we'll be in the spot we need to.
Zach LaVine is the exact type of player that Brooklyn or Washington benches in the second half. Because, man, he had 20 in the first half. We cannot have this.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you might be cooking.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, Scott Perry, if you're listening,
Hey,
Kyle's
Scott,
got an idea for you.
Lock in,
Yeah.
dog. Yeah, man. So with, again, multiple playoff teams looking dead in the water without a second ball handler, or second scorer, second creator, it makes me think, maybe a contender would take would give something up for DeMar DeRozan. Maybe a contending team would give up something. But then again, on the other side, hey, maybe some team that thinks they're going to be terrible will give up a little something for Zach LaVine to make sure they get that extra lottery.
Talking this out, if these scenarios were to play out in the league, I think it'd be, like I said, more deadline moves rather than, all right, we need Zach LaVine in the offseason. I think teams would kind of assess where they're at mid-year, and then after that, if it's like, okay, this is not going great, we need some help, then it's like, okay, go get us Zach LaVine, go get us DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, whoever it might be.
Yeah.
Great idea, pal.
Thanks, man. That'd be so sick. It'd be so awesome.
The new lottery rules actually just fixed the Kings, helped them out big time, just push this rebuild forward.
Yeah, they get the extra lottery ball because they're the 7th worst team in the league, and they're able to move Zach LaVine. I think LaVine would be a deadline type of move, where a team looks and goes, God, we're right on the fringe. We're like 3, 4, 5. We need to win. We need to win a few. Let's go get Zach LaVine. He's aspiring. We'll give up a pick. We'll just go get Zach LaVine.
Yeah, there's levels to it as well. I don't think Domantas Sabonis is that player.
Domantas Sabonis is too good.
I think if you're trading Sabonis as like a contenders, like the Raptors are looking for him.
That's what I feel about Malik Monk too. I think Malik Monk is a player a contender will look at and say, what we talked about it earlier, contenders trying to change some things up. I think Malik Monk could be a piece that a contender goes, all right, we made these 2 bigger moves. Let's get off this contract and we'll give this young player, because they're not in our road. He can help our team, because I think Malik Monk can help a title contender. I think DeMar DeRozan could help the right title contender. I think Zach LaVine in the right role could help a title contender. But again, at his dollar figure, I don't think that's realistic. But Domantas Sabonis definitely, I think, is the type of player that a team looks and goes, that's a get over the hump piece.
Yeah.
Now, are they going to have to acquire Jakob Poeltl to do it?
Don't want to do that.
Then I'm out.
That's where you got to get creative, Scott Perry.
See?
Get creative.
Get creative. Figure out a way to get off of Jakob Poeltl. Without also, that's, okay, so this is where it gets tough. I say get creative. But then also, the idea of like moving Domantas Sabonis, but then you're getting a pick back, but then giving up a pick to attach to Jakob Poeltl to send elsewhere. That's a thumbs down for me.
Yeah, there's context. But there's pressure.
Scott, dude, I don't envy Scott Perry even a small amount.
Well, you guys are putting pressure on him.
It's not. No, it's not.
Kyle said, "Get it done, or I'm going to be very sad."
That's it, dude. I will be disappointed on the radio, man. I will be a little upset.
Let's go to we'll go to the chat house real quick. I believe it says "Loved I'm Kings." Yeah, we'll go with that. How do you guys feel about Zion for Zach? I don't know what Zion's why not? No, I don't want to do that. I don't know what Zion's. You've piqued my interest. I'll say that. I'd have to. No, I'm good. I don't think I want. Well, now I'm literally playing this through like in my mind as this goes through. Like, can you build around Darius Acuff and Zion Williamson, or Darren Peterson and Zion Williamson? I
don't want to be part of the Zion.
Okay. Yeah, we're out. We're out.
I'm just trying to. I don't want to play in that pool. That's not for me.
I
don't hate the idea of it.
Yeah.
I don't hate that question and that thought experiment. I'm out personally.
Yeah, going back to the chat house real quick. Soren says he'd do it. Zebra says thumbs down. Will says no Zion. No.
Ah!
Then we got 2 years on the Zion contract.
The 530 tapping in on the Mojo's local tapping kitchen studio text line says, what happens in Kyle's scenario when Domas stays healthy, Keegan stays healthy, and this crew maybe minus DeMar wins 44 games and as a playoff team, as a play and is a play-in team, I think they were saying. And is a play-in team, is that good or bad? I'll answer that question next. We'll let you know where ESPN ranked the 49ers and the Raiders in their post-draft NFL power rankings. And another audition. Audition? No, we're in the real thing. It's not an audition. Another opportunity for De'Aaron Fox to be the Spurs number 1. We'll talk about all that in the final segment on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Do you guys want any of those banh mi's that we had last week?
I didn't get to try one, actually.
Did you try one?
Yeah, it was good.
If there's extra, I'll have one.
Next segment, Jess, we got you guys.
Tickets?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Supposedly, this last year they had catered food at the game.
Oh, Joe, Kevin said you have to go get it. I'll go get it.
No, it's
Gotcha.
fine. It's fine. Does this have to happen right now?
Let's go get it. It's fine.
What were you saying, though, Joe?
Oh, I was just going to say they added hot dogs to the list this year. They weren't catered last year.
Oh, we got food there at the game?
There's going to be food at the game.
Oh,
yeah.
nice. I did not know that. Yeah, me and Casey are going to pop out for a little bit.
Sweet, dude.
Oh, nice. Did Casey get a ticket?
He was talking yesterday as if he did, so I'd assume.
Ooh, we should. Okay. You should tell Kyle that you couldn't get a ticket because you were told that someone took 2, because Kyle took 2 tickets.
Oh, no. Kyle went upon himself as the manager to make sure I got a ticket for this. Actually. Yeah.
That would have been really funny.
Yeah. Because we got to deal on Casey after. So it's like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it. But Kyle was like, hey, did you get a ticket? I was like, I did the calendar invite thing. He's like, all right, did you get one? I was like, no, not yet.
Yeah.
He ended up hitting up Gio. So, yeah.
Okay.
He
Got it.
used his managerial power to make sure I got one. So,
Long story short, Kyle ended up needing 2 tickets for whatever reason. So it would have been really funny if we made him think that someone missed out on the game because of him. You guys don't see, like, once the show is over, I mess with Kyle a lot. Like, we have a lot of bits going back and forth in the office. It's not just one-sided.
I feel like Kyle's part of you guys' crew.
Definitely, yeah.
Chris, he's been fine. They've been moving on the bases more, talking about stolen bases and all that, but they're not hitting as consistently as they need to. They scored 10 runs against Detroit yesterday. Remember, Valdez sucks. Hit Trevor's Story because they hit a couple back-to-back shots on him.
I need to get out to Oracle Park soon, man, especially before I really lose all motivation, too.
It's one of the best parks in baseball.
Yeah, man. The crab sandwich, I'm telling you. It's unreal.
I think it's section 305. That's the best one at the ballpark for me because you get to see just pretty much everything out in the
There you go.
in the stadium.
Yeah.
I feel like peppers and onions is kind of mandatory now at this point. Like, not if you're at home, but if you're out getting like Lizzie, yeah, peppers and onions is mandatory. Reddit has some of these stories that end up breaking in the NBA before these reporters. Sometimes it feels like. Shout out Gino. Fair point, Tyler.
Yeah, that's bomb. That was really good.
That's good, right? Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's really good.
Buddy of mine from college does a catering business now.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. Joe's over there. Okay, we got a bunch of stuff to get to,
Yes.
including A's tickets. We're giving away A's tickets.
A lot packed in this last half hour.
Can't wait. Okay, first of all, one coming up in a couple weeks. FYI, we gotta talk about this off air. I'm gonna be in San Diego for a weekend for my buddy's bachelor party. I'm not gonna be here on a Friday. And one of the things we're going to do, because he's in DC area. So he's flying out to the West Coast. So we're going to do his bachelor party in San Diego. He's got friends coming from all over the country. And we're going to go to a Padres game. That's one of the things. 11 dudes.
Okay.
Go to a Padres game. So I put my hand up and I'm like, hey, I got it. I mean, I know a couple people with the Padres. Let me see if I can get his tickets. If not, I'll get them and we can work out the pin. So I hit my people. They're like, yeah, I can do a couple. I can't do 11 tickets. I'm like, you got it. Cool. So I go to buy tickets. Okay. I go to buy 11 tickets on the Padres website. I am not allowed to. I can buy 8.
Usually you got to like call someone and like, oh, I need your Padres party pack, please.
So I looked at that. I went, oh, I'll look at group tickets start at 20. So I can buy 8. Or then I have to go to the group. So what I ended up having to do, and I did the 2 rows thing. Mm-hmm. That's the key. If you're going to go to a group with a big game of people, do a front row and a back row and split that group in half and go front and back. Don't try and line up all 11 people in one row.
Yeah.
Don't do that. It's 5 in one row, 6 in the next one. It's whatever. So I have to buy 8. Here's how this went. I had to buy 8 tickets. Then I had to hit up my buddy because it wouldn't let me then do a separate purchase of more tickets on my account. I had to hit up my buddy Randy to give me his login info so I could buy 3 more tickets.
Real quick, as you go through this, why didn't we hit up the secondary sites?
It's more expensive.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So yeah, we got decent seats for a decent price.
All right.
Yeah, I looked at the secondary sites and it was just a thumbs down.
Fair enough.
Also, really difficult to get 11 seats on the secondary sites. Turns out. So I go and I get the 3 tickets. The way the seats had been purchased and the way everything was configured, there were basically 12 seats, 6 on top, 6 on bottom. So I got 5 seats on the top, 6 on the bottom. It left the 1 extra seat. It wouldn't let me purchase those 3 tickets because it left the single seat unpurchased.
Oh yeah.
So I had to buy a 12th seat just to appease the Padres ticket purchasing gods. And now I have this extra ticket.
You could be a scalper. Ticket. Yeah. I got a ticket. I got an extra ticket. We need a ticket.
No, that
you need a ticket. You need a ticket to the game. I got a ticket.
Yeah, if we run into somebody and we're like, hey, you're the homie now. Pull up.
Do those people still exist?
Scalpers?
Yeah, like no, there's a secondary sites. Like when you're at the game, like I said, there'd be like 4, 5, 6 guys outside O.Co Coliseum. Hey, I got tickets. You need tickets to the game. I got tickets. I got tickets.
My favorite is when there's 2 guys on the corner and they'll be on the corner and one of them is like, I need tickets. And the other guy's like, I got tickets. I'm like, y'all should talk.
Yeah. You guys might be friends.
Meet.
Yeah.
That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. He's Joe. We were talking about Zach LaVine, Scott Perry, pressure, etc. And the 530 asked on the Mojo's text line. Shout out to Mojo's local tap and kitchen. It's our favorite bar. We might go today after the Rivercats game. Who knows? Joe's nodding vociferously. All right. Sounds like we're going.
We're
I
down.
would
Let's
love
do
to,
it.
but I go to work after.
It's my day
Yeah,
off.
thumbs down.
Yeah.
It's Joe's day off.
Yeah, it's my day off.
530 says, what happens in Kyle's scenario when Domas stays healthy, Keegan stays healthy, and this crew, maybe minus DeMar, wins 44 games and is a play-in team? Is that good or bad? And my scenario was one where nothing really happens, and we're sitting here this time next year, and Zach LaVine's deal has expired, but Domas still on the team, Malik Monk's still on the team. If they win 44 games next year with Domas and Keegan and the number X overall pick, if the number X overall pick is contributing in those 44 wins and play-in, that's a thumbs up. That's a good season.
Yeah, I think you might have found something at that point.
There's
Doug is your head coach.
Yes.
Maybe Domantas Sabonis is sticking around.
Yeah, there's the Domantas future is dependent. Now,
Well, because if the team's looking a certain way and like, oh, this is a cohesive unit and like there's an identity here and like, no, like this is all kind of working and you're getting the most out of Darren Peterson or insert your favorite draft prospect. Like, yeah, realistically, probably I'd have to be talked into it, but I think you do have to look at it. But yeah, it'd be a good thing though. It'd be good. I don't think there's an aspect where it's like, oh, they got to the play and this is bad. Because I don't think Zach LaVine is part of that. Just from the way James has been talking, the way what we've seen, DeMar, like you're gonna have to get under the tax. I'd assume Malik or DeMar are gone at some point. But yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I'm not like if you ask me how likely I think on a scale of 1 to 10 that's happening, I wouldn't rank it pretty high. But
no,
if it did, sure.
Yeah, I can think of very few scenarios where the Kings win 44 games.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh,
like if you put on the scenario 1 through 10, I'd probably say like likely it's probably gonna be like a 3 or
I was thinking 2. But yeah, Domantas Sabonis staying healthy, Keegan Murray staying healthy. If the Kings are winning 44 games, let's assume DeMar DeRozan's gone. That means you've got Maxime Reynaud playing well, most likely. You probably have Nick Clifford playing well. You probably have Dylan Cardwell continuing to fit into his role. Your draft pick is likely contributing in a significant way.
The draft pick is probably that guy. Like it's probably like everything you probably thought you hoped they could be.
Yeah. Now, I the caveat to there's levels to good or bad. And I understand the question was pretty black and white. And so if you're looking for a black and white answer, 44 wins in a play and be a good season.
Yeah, thumbs up.
Like that's just, but on the other hand, let's live in some gray area, which I love to do. If they win 44 games and the draft pick is like, yeah, he's in and out of the lineup.
And Zach LaVine actually played more than we thought.
Zach LaVine played way more than we thought.
Yeah.
And that's where
it was less about the young guys that season and more about
Maxime Reynaud didn't take another step. He just looked largely the same, which is fine, but okay. We know mostly what it is. Oh, Dylan Cardwell fell out of the rotation. He played in spurts here and there, but that's now where you go, oh. Like maybe that 44 isn't in service of something. It was just, this collection of players did what they probably should have done last year. But I don't think there's a scenario where the Kings are winning 44 games next year. Or I don't think there's a realistic scenario where young players aren't a very meaningful part of it.
Well, because I think too, when you're looking at it, like I think a lot of last season was like, oh, well, what if the guys were healthy? What if Sabonis was healthy? What if Keegan was healthy? And it's like, well, when Sabonis was playing, they weren't necessarily playing through him at that time. And there were concerns. I'm going to call it concerns or issues.
Concerns.
Fine. Concerns like, oh, yeah, he's not playing well right now. Like he's like, there's issues with the way he's playing. And like, it's all nice to say, oh, yeah, well, what if he was healthy? But again, I think when he was, look at how they were playing. They weren't playing through him. And I wonder if that's something that, I mean, Sabonis can kind of get around because it seems like he's at his best when he's got the basketball in his hands. And I'm not so sure that that's going to be the case this season. At least the majority of the time that it's been over his career with Sacramento. So that's why I kind of question, I guess, how good this team could be if everyone was healthy. Because it's not like you're playing the same BAME team basketball or anything.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very different. I think the biggest thing you said there, though, was if you're winning 44 games, Doug Christie's getting an extension.
Yeah.
And Doug Christie's your guy for the foreseeable future. And that would be a big deal. So, yeah, 44 wins would be good.
Thumbs up.
My hot take.
Shout out to the 530. Shout out to Mojo's.
Yep. We love Mojo's. And the 530.
Yeah, 1320 special. Go get that.
Yeah. Beer and some really good onion rings. Or fries if you're not in onion rings. All right. ESPN's post NFL draft power rankings are out. The San Francisco 49ers. Checking at number 8.
What is ESPN thinking?
That feels fair to me. Like, I think that's just so Seattle 1. I think that's fair enough. The Rams 2. Makes sense to me. They were right there with Seattle last year. Denver 3.
Shout out Jaylen Waddle.
Probably should have gone to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Got Jaylen Waddle, Bo Nix ascending. That's fair enough. Buffalo ranked number 4. Don't hate that. Philly at number 5. They were up 3 spots from their previous ranking. But for now, I trust Philly to bounce back. I don't think they're going to be. That's a really good roster.
Even without AJ Brown?
Yeah. The Patriots dropped to number 6.
Mm-hmm.
Green Bay at number 7, then San Francisco at number 8. They are 1 spot ahead of the Chicago Bears, 2 spots ahead of the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay, so while we make way too big of a deal of ESPN's early power rankings post-draft,
Yeah.
my first issues.
Oh, you got issues. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Again, if we're going to do this, we're going to do this.
No, I love that.
All right, yeah, the New England Patriots should be at number 4, I believe. All right, I'd move them above Buffalo and Philadelphia. I'm going ahead and thinking that AJ Brown is a New England Patriot, and I don't like the Green Bay Packers being ahead of the San Francisco 49ers. I've been a cheesehead the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
Been a big Packer guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're gonna make a run in the playoffs. They're gonna be a good team. And now at this point, after watching them the last few seasons, they're a good team, but I'm not so sure that they're better than the 49ers. Jordan Love he feels like he's a bit of a hit or a miss. Like when he hits, he's like one of the better QBs in the league. But when it's a miss, it's like, all right, you're kind of looking like Trevor Lawrence here, pal. Mm-hmm. So I think, again, it's early, but I'd move the Packers below the 49ers. I'd move the Patriots up.
I don't hate that.
Yeah, because they got the Bears at 9, and I'm putting the Bears above the Packers too.
Okay.
He says May 6th.
Yeah, I go back and I always joke about the tiers thing, but this is why tiers are so much better of a way to do this. Because to me, I think Seattle, the Rams. I think Seattle and the Rams are by themselves. Is Denver in with them?
They're going to be really good this year, I think. Like Jaylen Waddle and Cortland Sutton, they're not a top 5 wide receiver, but that's as good as it gets for a wide receiver tandem.
They damn near won the AFC Championship game with Jarrett Stidham playing.
If Bo Nix doesn't get hurt, they're probably in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Okay. I'll put Denver there. Yeah. I don't hate that.
I'm not buying into they're beating Seattle. It's probably a closer game, but I think Denver's in the Super Bowl if Bo Nix doesn't get hurt.
But would you be mad if we were doing Tuesday tiers right now? And I said, okay, tier 2 is Buffalo, Philly, New England, Green Bay, San Francisco, Chicago, and Baltimore.
This is tier 2 is basically all those teams falling in after that?
Yeah, they all so 4 through 10.
Okay.
They all feel about the same to me in terms of they could win the Super Bowl, but I've got questions about all of them.
Buffalo, Baltimore, and the Packers kind of feel the same to me, where it's like you're playoff teams, but I don't know if I want to call you a Super Bowl contender right now.
Are you ready to do that with San Francisco?
They're
Super Bowl contender?
Well, I kind of got them with the Bears. I think they're tier 2. I think they're tier 2 right now. I like them better than the Packers, which is why I wouldn't put them in the tier with the Packers.
There's not a discernible difference for me.
No?
Yeah.
We can move the 49ers down to tier 3. Yeah, they'd be a tier 3 team. They could play themselves up.
Wait, so I'm sorry. So who would be in tier 2?
Tier 2 would be Philly and New England, I guess.
Rams, Seahawks, Broncos. Tier 2 is New England by themselves?
New England and Philly, I guess.
New England, Philly. Okay.
Yeah, because if we're doing the thing with the Packers and the 49ers, then I guess they have to, play themselves back up to there. Like, I'm bought in on the Eagles, and I'm bought in on the Patriots as far as, being teams that are going to compete this year. We talked about it, I think, yesterday.
But they're a clear tier below those other teams.
I don't know why we're doing yes. Yeah, I think so. Yes.
You don't know why we're doing it. You put it.
No, I do. It's not why. It's the stress of the NFL season already hitting us in May. It's like, oh, I don't know, Kyle. Like, where are they? Are they tier 2? Are they tier 3? Like, I'm already stressing about it. Like, that's my issue here. It's May and I'm already stressing. Like, yeah, I'm gonna put the Eagles and Patriots in tier 2, the 49ers, Packers, Bills, Ravens in tier 3. That's kind of like all right, play yourself back up tier.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. That was stressful.
The Raiders jumped up 2 spots to 28.
Shout out.
I think the 49ers could very easily finish this season as about the 8th-ish best team in the league.
Yeah.
That means you made the playoffs, but you were a division round exit. Is that right?
Wild
8 teams?
Yeah, I guess.
14 make the first round.
In this instance, they'd be one of the wild card teams.
Yeah. So you'd be a wild card team, might go to the divisional playoffs, but you're not going to the NFC Championship game. That's fair. I guess fine. The Raiders sitting at 28 right now. It wouldn't shock me at all if the Raiders wind up way closer to the middle. I don't think they're a playoff team. I don't think they're going to make the wild card or anything.
They'll compete, but I'm not sure how.
Who do you trust more this season, the Raiders or the Titans? To be, let's say, I'm telling you, one of these teams is going to win 9 games. Raiders or Titans?
First instinct is Titans, to be honest.
Damn.
Yeah, first instinct is Titans.
I think that's insane.
It would be Cam Ward.
Uh-huh.
None of them, Kyle. None of them. Honestly, none of them. My first instinct was Titans, but I don't even know if I like that.
I don't know, man. I think I don't know how I feel about Robert Saleh as a head coach.
They got Carnell Tate if
boy did they.
Cam Ward is like if he takes a step up, it's like I don't know, maybe
Raiders signed Tyler Linderbaum at center.
Yeah, I guess
they kept Max Crosby. They have Fernando Mendoza.
But Kirk Cousins also isn't very good at this point. Like Kirk Cousins is a vet quarterback in the league, but I don't know.
The good news is they had the number 1 overall pick.
But yeah, I don't know if they're trying to play him this season. Like, but like, I guess me taking the Titans would be more about Cam Ward than it would be me liking Kirk Cousins. Like, I just don't like Kirk Cousins, the quarterback, right now.
I think Vegas is going to be way closer to like 20 than 28 by the end of the year. I don't think they're going to be. I don't think they're going to be great. I think they're just going to be way more competent than one of the 4 worst teams in the league.
I don't hate that.
That's all.
Yeah.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Let's get TC in here real quick. What's up, TC?
Sorry, TC. What's good, everybody? Check 1, check 2. There we go. Everybody good? Good. Filthy McNasty, what's happening? What's up, Warren? Soren, what's good? Let's see, Manny. Germs, what's good, boy? West Side Kings fan, what's happening? Tony, hey yo. Mr. Rancho, I see you, boy. Wheezy. Wheezy, yeah, baby.
So you know what's crazy and what should be studied in some form or fashion. Last night, randomly at the house, we did a Michael Jackson YouTube deep dive.
Mm-hmm.
Me, Trilnell Grove, Jazz, Ryan, Reese was doing other stuff, but he's already done that before.
Mm-hmm.
It was really, Ryan went to the movie. She was actually really good too. She went to the movie, but that was like the first time we ever watched Michael Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Locked in. Locked deep in.
Love it.
And we got done with the night. She's like, I want to watch Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson. I want to like Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson. The study is, I've never seen a kid not locked into Michael Jackson. I've never, and it's not like, oh, this is cool. Like they like, this is the guy. Like, who is this?
Mhm.
And I don't know what is that all about.
I don't know, man.
They're
I think
always locked in there.
I think it's the way he moves.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, I mean, obviously the sound to it is appealing, but the way I think it's just his motion, like the way he moves.
Man.
We cracked up, man. Thankfully for Audrey, Morgan kept saying, I want to watch Michael Jackson #5. And we kept thinking, I don't know what that, like, this Thriller be like, I don't know. She kept saying, I want to watch Michael Jackson #5. And maybe 60 seconds of kind of like racking our brain goes by. And Audrey goes very casually, Audrey's the 12-year-old, I think she means the Jackson 5. And so we put the Jackson 5 on, and that's what she wanted. She wanted the kid version of Michael Jackson, but in her brain, that was Michael Jackson #5.
Yeah, that's adorable. Jazz, Ryan was not interested in little Michael Jackson.
Really?
Yeah, she's just like,
Really?
She loved, my daughter's a psycho. I love her. She loved Thriller.
Oh,
3-year-old.
Morgan's the same way. Morgan's the same way.
Watched it and was like not scared at all. She's like, look, he's turning into a.
I told Morgan I
was not
used to
tripping.
run in the closet when I was her age. Like that video came out when I was 4.
Yeah.
I did not watch that part. And she
watched it.
There are times where the dance sequence would start and she'd be like, turn it back. All right, man, you're gonna be a serial killer.
She
This is
watched
crazy.
it. She watched it all. And there's this video on YouTube. It's these skeletons. It's called Singaya. And she saw that. She's like, oh, look, Singaya, Singaya. And she loved it. She wanted to watch Thriller all night long. It was like 11 o'clock at night.
Watch Ghosts. Michael, there's a short film called Ghosts.
Okay.
It's a Michael Jackson short film. It's called Ghosts.
Yeah.
Similar premise.
Okay.
Dancing skeleton. Like if she loves dancing skeletons, she'll love that.
Yeah. Crazy.
She'll love that.
And she wanted to go to sleep to Thriller. She's like, oh, Michael Jackson, no, the red one.
We do run into a thing where you get into like later era, even like bad Michael, and she'll go, "Is that Michael Jackson?"
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey. Come on, man. We welcome you in here one more time to the Wednesday, May 6th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barland.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live alongside EP to show Tapia.
Oh, that's not all.
Fresh from the baseball game.
That's not all. Go ahead and hit them air horns, man. Come on over ahead and hit them air horns. Culture Coder
There you go.
Award winner.
There it is.
Jesse Tapia. Come
Yes,
on, man.
indeed.
Come on, man.
Yes, indeed.
Come on, man.
We did it.
That's our man.
We did it.
That's our man. I love that because I think Jesse is an award winner. Kyle is an award winner.
Mm-hmm.
Joe is an award winner. That speaks to the people here, not just it speaks to the people here at ESPN 1320, man. That's great work. That's
We've
great
all
work,
won
Jesse.
it, right? You guys got it once. Like I was dealing with KC, but
No, I don't think so.
yeah. No, it happened.
No, we ain't getting
I don't think it did.
Not a culture coder, but like I guess the previous. You guys won an NFL championship, I guess. Like before, yeah. I remember this.
When?
You talking about employee of the month?
Yes.
Oh, that's not the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. Like it was an NFL championship, like Cleveland Brown style, but
Oh, you mean the AFL?
Yeah,
We got an AFL.
AFL. You guys got an
championship.
AFL like title,
Those
like
stupid Packer fans. Technically, we've got 13 championships. No, you've got 4 Super Bowls. Leave it at that.
I was trying to include you guys.
It's like Ric Flair holding like a random New Japan title. It's like added to the list. Also, get Ric Flair out of bars. He out here tweeting about basketball. Like, sir, if you don't sit your drunk ass down.
I don't think he's in bars.
I can't.
I think he's just at the house.
Well,
letting it fly.
If he's at the house, he's somewhere drinking. I know that. Ric Flair ain't been sober since that second NWA title run.
Like, what this guy talking about, man?
Stop talking. Congrats, man. Like that's well deserved.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yes,
The culture coder. That's a dope little thing that the cluster does, where they give an award to someone who just kind of has a vibe to them. You know, makes people at the office feel good. Obviously, does their work. The work is a big part of it. But just is someone who you can rely on, someone who helps, someone who will, go that extra mile, someone who will get things done when they need to get done. And given the amount of work that Jesse had to put in when Kyle Madson skipped town for 2 weeks, skipped the country for 2 weeks, that's great work, man. That's absolutely great.
Salute to my guy.
Great work. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
What are you doing with him?
No, he's corporate now. It's like when this is like the Rocket Survivor Series '98.
I'm not corporate.
No, you're
I'm not corporate. I'm the farthest thing from corporate.
What happened
corporate Tapia.
Was Survivor Series not? That's when he turned?
That's when he turned, and he hugged Vince McMahon, and he put Mankind in the sharpshooter, and it was the Montreal screw job all over again, and
it was Mankind. I thought he turned you. I'm not
the People's Champion.
I thought he turned against Stone Cold, but it was Mankind.
The Rock?
Yeah.
Mankind was the catalyst, because remember they did that series of matches with Mankind for the next 4 months. So that was Survivor Series. He does the turn. He aligns with McMahon. They do a match at Rock Bottom, and then that leads to, which was the pay-per-view in December. And then that leads to the infamous I Quit match with the chair shots at the Royal Rumble, the empty arena match that was at halftime of the Super Bowl.
Halftime heat.
And then I think it was the next night they had the ladder match that ultimately set up WrestleMania, where The Rock won the title, or kept the title. I can't remember which one it was. I think he won the title and ultimately went on to face Austin at 15.
So that's where I get Austin from.
Okay. Yeah. And then it was Austin that turned on Rock at 17.
Got you.
Very poorly.
That's the one
very,
in
very
the
Astrodome.
Astrodome.
Yeah, man.
Well, now he's just out here playing shooting guard for the Lakers.
Oh, I saw that Photoshop.
Wait, I thought that was John Cena. Oh,
they said Austin 316 last night.
Oh man, that was tough, because they
Stone Cold.
They had an Instagram video of remember when the Raw got booted out of Denver.
Yes.
Because of the playoffs.
Yes.
LA, who was playing Denver, and picked that. They were like, hey, we'll do it. And so the match that night was like, I think that was the match where Orton famously got dropped on his shoulder and Mr. Kennedy got fired the next day. I think it was that match.
Wow.
All of the baby faces came out in Laker jerseys because they're in LA, and all of the heels came out in Nuggets jerseys because that's the story they're telling, right? But come on.
There he is. There he is. Stone Cold Austin Reeves.
So they had a video last night, or they had a video of making the rounds, and it said, Austin Reeves anytime he's a good defense, and it's John Cena making his entrance that night because he's in a Lakers jersey. That's tough.
Yeah, Lakers.
Bad night for Austin Reeves, man.
Man, the Lakers were getting all them. They were getting all the jokes last night. Man.
Yeah, you got to, especially with the looming payday that Austin Reeves is. I mean, he's going to get it. Like, this series is not going to change anything. Like, Austin Reeves will get the payday that is coming his way this offseason, but it's not going to look good. I had a thought about the Lakers too. I'm gonna save it for later because it'll fit what we're doing today a little bit more. But I have a thought about the Lakers. It hinges on the King leaving, which I absolutely expect to happen.
Okay.
But I got a thought about the Los Angeles Lakers, and what we saw last night was a big reason why I feel that way. But yeah, I mean, it was it's going to be an uphill battle for the Lakers no matter what. Yeah. It's going to be significantly steeper if that's what you're getting from those guys.
Like this is over. I'm gonna say it right now on wax.
I mean,
that's not breaking news.
It was over, but like this, yeah,
this was not a series.
You can't. It was a marginal ask if Luka was healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Now because he won't get a cortisone shot like Ric Flair suggested on Twitter last night.
Did you see that video of Luka at practice?
Oh God, I thought you were going to say Jared Vanderbilt.
Oh my God, no!
Unfortunately,
no,
I have seen that video.
Were you watching the game when it
I
happened?
was, but I didn't quite pick up on it until
I didn't see it.
Oh,
I know. I read
you.
What happened. I saw the Thunder's
bad
reaction.
Bad.
Oh my
bad.
gosh.
Michael Jackson bad.
Oh.
It's so awful.
Yeah, not to be that guy or James Hammer, I guess, but they said the bone was sticking out of the skull.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. It was terrible. It was terrible.
Lord have mercy.
They actually should have called the series after that. They should have just been like, you know what?
Yeah,
we're good.
We're good. I heard about the first thing I saw was the clip of the Thunder's bench, and then somebody had a zoomed in.
Oh
version. I decided not to, and then I read what it was, and I said I'm never will.
Yeah, you said the bench you saw live, and it was like, oh, that's what
the way they reacted.
Yeah,
like,
like
what you talking about?
And you're like he's upright, so you're like, what are you doing? And then you quickly, because it's so you never I've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah.
Like on the backboard, that I've never seen anything
crazy.
like that before.
That's crazy. Side note, we ain't got to go too deep into this, but somebody on one of the newsletters I get, like Sports Illustrated or something, somebody did an interview with Kevin Ware this past week.
Oh wow! I
don't even want to read it.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Like I know it's there's nothing in there.
Yeah.
Outside of maybe the story, but nah, I'm cool. I don't even want to read a story on that. Was
not
interesting.
That was at a stadium.
Yeah.
I always think, because if I'm remembering this correctly, and I know I am, that happened on the sideline.
Mm-hmm.
And they were, and I don't remember what bench it was. They were able to. It was his team. Yeah. They reacted very, very quickly.
Yes,
and protected the stadium and the audience at home a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine if that had happened at midcourt, and not if it happened in midcourt in a stadium and not the sideline? Because I do not encourage anybody to go see that video again.
Mm-mm.
But they reacted so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I remember thinking this back then, God, it would have been so different if he was at center court.
Yeah.
Or if, God forbid, he's, by the other baseline. Yeah. Yeah.
No. That was I luckily didn't see it. I had my back turned, and then I heard Clark Kellogg. They only showed one replay, I think, and it was like, "Hey, what happened?" And I heard Clark Kellogg say, "Oh no, you don't look at this." I said, "Don't say less. I won't ever look at it."
And I don't think, good for the TV crews that do that, because I don't think they showed a replay of Gordon Hayward's injury. Because that happened so lightning quick, and it felt like everyone knew exactly what happened immediately. And I don't think they ever ran that one a second time.
I think Fox, the corporation, not Fox 40, but Fox and CBS 13 here in Sacramento should get that memo. Because when Scatterboo broke his night, it was just let's talk about it. Sports Sunday. And you guys see in the background, let's go ahead and break this down.
Jake Gayden, watch this, guys. Now look, it turns to the left. Jake, come on, man.
They just had the video there the whole time.
I hate when they do it and they go, if you're screaming, you might want to look away. No, don't play it. How about that? How about that? Because don't make me be the guy at home who goes, yeah, I'm squeamish. I don't want to watch this and turn away.
Right. No, we don't need. It's fine. You can tell the story of it. It's good. But yeah, back to the game.
Scooter, Sid Vicious's ankle injury on Raw. That was Nitro, excuse me.
That was fantastic match writing there. Let's have big Sid Vicious do a boot from the top rope.
Yeah, because what effect does that have? Sid should have had the right to murder the person who suggested that. It's like, look, it's only fair. Only fair.
Man.
And I think it was, what's that guy's name? Laurinaitis. John Laurinaitis.
I'm about to say not Russo.
Oh God. Yeah.
Was Russo a writer? Like, did he write stuff, or was he like a side contributor type guy?
No, he was a writer.
Everybody
was a writer.
him.
Booked himself to win a championship.
Come on, man. All right, man. All right, man. Not the writer.
The WCW title went from David Arquette, star of Ready to Rumble, Jesse's favorite movie, to
Hey, there's nothing wrong with Ready to Rumble. Okay?
Ready to Rumble and Like Mike, just classics, huh?
Don't do that, okay? Like Mike is a classic. Ready to Rumble is garbage that I love.
It's Like Mike, the one where Dirk says, "Can I get an autograph?" And he says, "For who?" And he goes,
Bow Wow, right?
Yeah, he's like, "For me." Yeah,
he goes, Dirk.
Yeah.
He goes, "Yeah, what's his name?" He goes, Dirk.
We all have a bad film that we love and hold near and dear to our hearts.
Baby Boy is mine.
And yours is Ready to Rumble?
I don't, like, it's not near and dear, but it's like, I like Ready to Rumble. If Ready to Rumble's on, I'm gonna watch Ready to Rumble. I'm sorry.
Oh man, I don't know what I'm sure. I know I have one. I don't know what it is.
I probably have a few, but
Yeah.
Baby Boy is the first one that comes to mind. That movie is a bad movie, but it is fantastic. I will always watch Baby Boy.
Like, Ready to Rumble came out when I was a kid and stuff. So like Goldberg, all these wrestlers are in the movie. Like, it's perfect. What else could I want?
Okay.
I just I was attached to it since then.
You know what's bad, and we don't want to admit it. Poetic Justice is a terrible movie.
Well,
I love John Singleton. It's not his fault. It's actually it's a couple people's fault. It's not Tupac's fault though.
I'll just say one.
Because when you,
I'll just say one. And I actually did a deep dive.
Regina King.
Yeah,
that was her first movie, and you could tell
she was fine.
She was okay.
She played her role.
She was okay. Janet
I know a
was
bunch of
so
Regina.
bad.
I know a bunch of Ishas in the world. Like Isha, like, oh yeah, that's how this other girl acts. Like, just like Isha. I don't know anybody like Justice. Who is this person? I don't know no Justices.
She turns babyface at the end by wearing a white sweater. It's like, oh, what is this? All right.
I don't know nothing about that.
That's
a good call, Soren.
Not the best writing either.
No. It's a good call though, Soren. I think she didn't have a large role, but she was in Boys in the Hood. I forgot about that. Regina King was.
She was, but well, all she did was high five somebody.
Well, she said she was at the
barbecue.
At the barbecue, and she was telling our girl about Ricky, right? It was a small role.
She didn't have a scene outside the barbecue, did she?
I thought she might have been out on Crenshaw.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
She was in the car. Said a whole lot,
she was
the she was on the.
She was the one who.
No,
she was the one who they called a bitch. Wasn't she? She was in the car. She was on.
No, that was the other guy's girl. Ice Cube called her a bitch. She was like, "Can we have one night without fighting?" And Ice Cube was
that
like,
wasn't Regina King.
No. Ice Cube was like, "Shut up, B." And then she was like, "Who you calling her?" And they walked off. That was just some random. She wasn't part of the story.
Okay. Yeah. I got you. You're right. It's the other guy's girl. I got you.
That's also
I got you. You're right.
A gift
you're
now.
Right. Which
Ice
one?
Cube.
Oh yeah.
I'll tweet that out when somebody says.
Sometimes you got to use it. There's a great clip that our friend at WCW sent me. Rest in peace, Ted Turner. There's a clip that our friend sent us from the Hogan doc where Brett is, it appears he's like drinking whiskey and he's talking about Hogan, and it just ends with F you. I'm like, oh, this is such a great clip.
That might make me want to watch it.
Well, what we need that as the gift. That just needs, gifts should have audio. I'd post that so much. I'd post that all day. I'd post that watching James Harden last night.
Oh, now look, I thought about you because he had a good
sucks.
No, he had a good fourth quarter,
bro. Stop.
Didn't he have like 13 in the fourth?
Bro, he's throwing basketball games. He had like 7 turnovers.
Well, now to be fair, he had 5 when we discovered it in the third. So that only means he had 2 for the rest of the game.
Do you hear yourself?
I'm just saying.
He had
13 in the
They had
fourth.
like 30 points off of their 21 turnovers. Detroit was physical last night. Like, they beat their ass. But James Harden is throwing basketball game. Whenever the NBA, if they're actually investigating aspiration, whenever that's done, why don't we launch an investigation into James Harden's playoff performances? Because the idea that he is this MVP level player, this all-star player, this potential all-NBA player through an 82-game season, and then all of a sudden turns to this when the stakes get higher, man.
I've never seen a player that good look that terrified of high-stakes basketball. Like, you can see it. You know how I was telling my wife, Jasmine, and my mother, Cheryl, I was telling them last night, we were watching the Billie Jean Motown 25 performance, right? And I told them, like, hey, did you guys know he was terrified he ruined that performance? And
they kind of mentioned that, by the way, in the movie. I don't know if you caught that.
I didn't.
So when they go backstage, everyone comes up to Mike and goes, oh, Mike, great job. And he goes, thanks. Should have stayed on my toes longer.
I do remember that part. Yeah,
I thought of you when he said that. I was like, I hope KC caught that.
So I was telling him that, and we had talked about it. We kind of saw it, in the performance. Like, look at him at the end. He's like, he's not confident.
He's waiting
like
for the end. Yeah,
he's something's off with him. Like he's terrified, whatever. And they're like, I don't really see it. I don't see it. I bring this back to James Harden. You can see him terrified in the biggest playoff game. Like, you look at him, you're like, this guy's scared to death.
He seems to play more comfortable in the playoffs when his team is losing by a ton. And I think that's maybe because the stakes are or maybe the pressure's less, because it's like, well, we're going to lose anyway. So why don't I go ahead and score 13 in the fourth here? And then granted, they tried, like they kept pushing to close the gap in that game. I think it got to 4. Yeah, I think it got to 4, but
that guy, you can't trust him. You just can't, and that's why I need. But him being in Cleveland, it was like, cool. I don't have to trust him. There's. I thought you had the game on because something bad.
I'm clean on this one.
I don't want to say it was a routine.
I saw it too when I was going to set the TV. I was like, I'll leave it alone.
3-1 Padres in the
also
7th now.
They got their one against the Padres. They're not getting another one. Jeez. They're not good enough, Kenny. We just haven't discussed it yet. They're not good enough.
I mean, there was a catch right there. He's got to make that catch, but we'll get to that later. When you talk about the Cavs,
what inning did you say that was in? This game's going to end while we're on the
7th.
Yeah. Oh God. Okay.
Yeah, it was 1-1, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
I haven't watched the thing. Don't put it on me.
Turns into a 2-run triple. Anyway, that was my thought when I was talking about the Cavs and what they could be, right? Because we all know James Harden is scared of them lights.
Yeah.
But I was like, it's cool because Donovan Mitchell is there. But obviously, it's just game 1. I still think they're going to win the series. But last night, James being afraid of the moment, Donovan and those other guys weren't able to overcome it.
Donovan's efficiency is way down this postseason. Not just game 1. Like, it was
top 10 player in the game.
You're goddamn right. He's a top 10 player in the game.
That's my boy, Donovan. No, he was my boy.
And normally, and we looked at this yesterday, normally he's anti James Harden. Normally, in postseasons and series, his performance escalates a little bit, elevates, I should say. It hasn't this postseason. It hasn't. And we're 8 games into it now, and it's kind of like, all right, man, you got to find it. Like, especially like Detroit's not going to get caught off guard like they did against Orlando. Their physicality lacked against Orlando. What got them to a 60-win season was not there when they played the Orlando Magic. It was there last night. And to combat that, like Donovan, and I know Donovan, I always get antsy when players as good as Donovan Mitchell do this. But like he was talking about fouls last night. And he's not Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but he does get to the foul line a lot. But he gets to the basket a lot too. He was just like, I don't like flop and flail. Like I'm just not getting the calls. Like I don't know what to do. And I always get a little nervous when players do that because I feel like he might be in his head a little bit about his performance and he's trying to find something. And it's like, well, I'm not getting calls. That's the problem. And he's probably right. Like we see it with players like Donovan Mitchell. Like we saw it with De'Aaron Fox for, especially when the stakes got raised a little bit. He does not get calls. So when Donovan's not at the line, man, you do kind of notice. And I feel like he is thinking about that through the course of a game. His 3-point percentage during the postseason this year is not good. And again, like I said, his efficiency is way down. He's going to have to find something in this series or Detroit might just beat him up for 5 or 6 games.
He is the raw numbers. When you talk about his field goal percentage, it's down a little bit from his regular season. His 3-point percentage is also down a little bit. Not a great drop off, but the reason why it sticks out with Donovan Mitchell is we talked about it yesterday. Usually his numbers elevate, like you mentioned earlier in the postseason. We looked at it, and he gets better in the postseason than what he was in the regular season. And not only is he not getting better in this postseason, they're not even staying the same. They're actually dipping a little bit. So I think he'll turn it around and he'll be the Donovan Mitchell that we're used to seeing in the postseason. But make no bones about it, that's what they're going to need to beat Detroit in this series. Detroit had a good enough game last night. I'm worried about their offense. Last night they had, Cade obviously with 23. Tobias continues to play well. Duncan Robinson's 19 is the one that kind of sticks out to me. Like, can the Cavs shut that water off? And, he was 5 of 8 from beyond the arc, 7 of 12 from the field. If I'm the Cavs,
that 5 of 8 was big because Detroit doesn't have that shooter.
I gotta find. He can't go for basically 20 again. Like I got to make sure I shut that water off.
Yeah, the thing that worries. You're 100% right. You're Cleveland. You're 100% right. What I worry about if I'm a Cleveland fan though is Cade, because I didn't think Cade was great last night, and I think Cade will be great at some point in the season. I think Cade. I'm sorry. At some point in this series, I think Cade a lot like he was last series. I think his game will elevate, and to what degree, I don't know. And what that will matter. I think the number one thing for the Cleveland Cavaliers and for Kenny Atkinson is you've got to get the turnovers under control. Like you lost the turnover battle by 9. It's a point differential of 15. You can't. That's the game. That's it. You can't do that. Donovan Mitchell. It does spark an interesting thought though. The situation involving the Cleveland Cavaliers sparks an interesting thought, and it's one that is starting to bubble a little bit as the first round of the playoffs come to an end. You're hearing it in Denver. Jesse's advocating for it in Boston. Could there be some stars on the move this offseason? Let's talk. We've got 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk on the way. No guests today. James Ham is in Nashville doing whatever you do in Nashville. So we'll open up the phone lines for you here the rest of the day. It's just me and you, baby, like Tony.
D'Lo
and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I feel like I kind of feel like we're there. So we take that 3:30 and just move it here because I feel like we've already set it up.
Yeah.
We're already talking about it with Donovan. We just move from there and just move the 2:30 down.
That is all good.
I couldn't think of anyone to grab today.
Yeah.
I didn't. I just truly did not know who to call. Io.
That might work though.
Talk both.
Cleveland Insider.
I was gonna say we talk both about Cleveland and Mike Brown. We just let him trash Mike Brown for 20 minutes. Go get something to drink. Go get some food. And come back. He'll still be trashing Mike Brown.
I've been fixated all morning, much like my daughter, I guess. I came across a clip, I had tweeted it out too, of Michael Jackson at the Motown 25.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody was like, oh, he was in his bag. Like he did this with his brothers and something like that. And they, when you go to YouTube, they just started when Mike starts the music, right? Well, this clip is him. The brothers are just finished, got off stage, and then he starts talking about, I love,
love performing the old songs, yeah.
But I love the new songs. And then like when he puts the mic on the stand and he's like, but I love, and then like 4 or 5, Billie Jean, Billie Jean. And man, he says the new songs and he reaches over to get that hat and the beat drops and he gets in the little, I said, this dude there ain't no Michael Jackson, bro. There's no other. It's not even close. I watched Chris Brown last night. Chris Brown is great. He might be the closest thing. He is like eons away from Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson is, there'll never be another Michael Jackson. It's just the aura, just the everything about him is perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. That's the best performance he does, I think, in every show.
I think so too.
The Billie Jean performance. Because there was I think he did it on Dangerous. They do it in the musical. I think it's the start of the second act in the musical. So he walks out on stage, and this is what he did with Dangerous, and he might have done it with History Tour, but he walks out with the briefcase and he sets it on a stool. He just kind of looks at it and slowly opens it and takes the fedora out, does the dusting off thing, and takes the sequins jacket out that he had on that night and puts it on. And then, of course, the final is he takes the glove out. Everybody goes crazy. He puts the glove on, steps to the spotlight, performs the whole song in the spotlight, and the beat doesn't hit until, just like that performance, he hits that pose. And then he does a breakdown. It became a more and more elaborate breakdown as the tours went on. Is there'd be a break in the middle, and it'd be a full-on break beat. And he would do an extended dance sequence that's unlike anything you'll ever see. It's easily his best dance sequence ever.
Man. Yeah, that's my one. I mean, it was already confirmed for me, but this whole, the movie and everything popping back up, Billie Jean is just that is a perfect song. And then the Motown 25 performance is just, I feel like I had never seen and never will see nothing like that. That was just special. Bob Brown, or no, Gabe, I don't know. I mean, unless you got us mixed up, it's more of a salmon color, sir. I don't think that's orange.
I don't know what color this is. I don't think it's salmon, but you're wearing orange.
Yeah, he might. That's what I'm saying. He might have us mixed up. It happens. Are you familiar?
I don't think people know which one's D'Lo and which one's Casey. I've believed that since the start of this show.
What would you consider the color you're wearing then?
I say salmon.
This isn't salmon.
No, it's not.
Salmon's
Salmon's
a
more like
pink color. Yeah, salmon's a pink color. This is definitely more oranges. It's not a bright orange like yours, but it's more of an orangish color.
Orange. Is the dress blue or black? I don't know. I don't see.
Well, this isn't salmon. I know that.
Salmon's a little lighter than that, but
it's like an off
closer to salmon. It is orange.
It is not, sir.
Once
no.
Again, is the dress blue or black?
This is one of your favorite references.
It had the society in a chokehold.
Well, it did. I didn't say it didn't. I just said it's one of your favorites. It's still.
Jesse, were you around for that?
Yeah, I was around
All
for
right,
that.
man,
Don't do that.
That was like that was like 04. That was like
don't do that.
04.
No, it wasn't. Was it?
No, it wasn't.
I wouldn't. I don't think that was 04.
Wait,
I don't think that was 04.
No, it was.
What are you talking about? Maybe we're talking about different things. 04. What are you talking about?
It was like 04.
You talking about the dress?
06, yeah.
Is the dress?
No, that was like when I
what
was
was the
in high
other
school.
color? Blue or gold?
Yeah, it was,
yeah, white and gold.
that was not 04. That was like 14.
Bro, that was sir. That was
Yeah,
that was
what are you talking about?
2015.
Yeah. That was hold on. Yeah, and by the way, that was my generation's joke. By the way, don't infringe. Oh, Jesse, were you around for that? Oh, you were around for that?
You guys were crazy, bro.
Jesse
I don't know what
over
y'all
here.
was talking about. It was blue and black.
Jesse over here, like,
I
yeah, no,
agree.
that's my generation,
Yeah,
Grandpa.
whoa, yeah.
Party's over, Grandpa.
He's the Hulkster.
So I'm looking just because I was curious. I pulled up the receipt of the shirt that I'm wearing, and it's labeled.
Yeah, what does it say? Go ahead.
It's labeled as well. It's not going to say orange or what.
It's gonna say what I said.
It's going to say. It says Coral Dilemma.
It's like a 70s orange.
The name of the color is Coral Dilemma. So I pulled up
coral water,
description
salmon,
of Coral Dilemma, and that color is defined as bright orange / red. So you're out, pal.
Not
Sorry.
salmon.
I don't know what they talking
It's
about.
definitely not
They
salmon.
don't know what they talking about, man.
But we are very much wearing two different shades of orange, and it's weird. I have one orange thing besides the WNBA hoodie that I haven't worn in a long time. You and I seem to sync on colors. Like the day Hulkamania was running wild in here with this bright, I had a bright yellow shirt on. Kenny had a bright red shirt on. And it's like,
Probably like a couple times a month.
What?
You guys look the same.
and we have one shirt that's probably not the same brand or anything, but it's nearly identical. And it's like, all right, we have a couple of things that are identical. And it's like, all right, I'll text you. Just like if I text blue shirt, just know that's what I'm wearing today. And
switch everything up.
we don't have to make it weird. Just don't wear it.
Had to switch everything up. We were out at the River Cats game. Man, I had this long sleeve on. I know it's about to get warm, but I thought, all right, it's overcast.
Still
or whatever.
overcast, yeah.
Man, it's feeling like Brooklyn in July out there. Bro.
Yeah,
It's humid as hell.
I thought it would turn a little bit quicker today than it did.
It's
It hasn't
humid.
yet. It's still dark.
It's dark, but it's hot as
Well,
hell.
that's what I mean.
I
yeah.
was sweating like Patrick Ewing walking to the seats.
Yeah, it was a little hot.
Yeah, it was hot as hell.
So what is going on? It was raining yesterday.
No.
I was like, man,
Melting, walking across the bridge.
Yeah.
Be able to get a nice tan tomorrow.
Oh yeah, well, I'm gonna stay inside tomorrow.
Put some sunblock on your nose like James Ham does. We were talking to get this show started. I mean, I think we focused a lot of attention on Cleveland. We didn't talk about a lot about that Lakers Thunder game, but we were talking about, Donovan Mitchell. Donovan's got to step up his performance here. I still think the Cleveland Cavaliers are going to beat the Detroit Pistons. I still like Cleveland in this series. I don't think it's crazy to think Cleveland could be in the NBA Finals. It feels like everything is building for the New York Knicks to be there, the way that they're playing, the way that they're winning. I do have a thought on the Joel Embiid thing, though. That might not be the worst thing for Philadelphia. I know Joel's out.
Mm-hmm.
So Joel is out tonight. And I know Joel has been fantastic. But the way that they played him the other night, you remember how you broke down what Chris Finch and the Minnesota Timberwolves did with Victor Wembanyama in the fourth quarter, essentially taking Rudy Gobert out and pulling Victor Wembanyama out of the paint. That's what the Knicks did with Joel Embiid the whole game.
Yeah.
Go back and watch like the first quarter. It happened on like 4 straight plays. They're pulling Embiid out. And you just talk about from a defensive perspective, like, again, Joel is supremely talented, and I am a Joel Embiid fan. But I'll be curious what this game looks like without him. Because I think Tyrese Maxey suffers a little bit when Joel is out there, and I think that has more to do with Tyrese than it does with Joel. Tyrese has to be a little bit more assertive in that sense. But I don't know that this is the worst, given, you lost the last game by 36, I think it was, 30-something.
Who's counting?
Well, it's less than what Atlanta lost by in the last game.
Atlanta thought that game was close.
They've won their last 2 games by combined, I think, 87 points or something like that.
I think the margin of victory for their last 3 games, because remember they beat Atlanta by like 25 in Game 5, is like the greatest in NBA playoff history.
Well, I saw. And now I'm like Kenny.
3-game stretch.
Should have wrote it down. It popped up in an NBA communications tweet, but your boy Jaylen Brunson joined some pretty elite company.
Top 10 player in the game.
5. Well, we decided that.
Yeah.
5 straight 35-plus point playoff games against a single opponent. For Jaylen, it runs through multiple seasons. But only 3 players in history have done that. Or, excuse me, only 3 players since 2000 have done that. Want to guess the other 2?
I'm going to say Allen Iverson.
Why?
Because he went crazy in 01. Like, he was scoring. Like, I feel like against Indiana, how many games? You said 5, right?
5 games, yep.
Yeah, I feel like he went crazy against Indiana in those playoffs, but I guess not. I'll play it safe and say LeBron.
LeBron is one of them. Allen Iverson is not the other.
That's a good question, man.
It is a small guard. Well, it's a guard. It is
Steph?
a small. It is Steph.
Okay.
It's LeBron, Steph, and Jaylen Brunson
against. And he's the same opponent, right?
Yeah.
Who
35
Steph
plus.
Was against?
Steph's was against. Hold that thought, Kenny. Let's see, LeBron. This is funny. I didn't even catch this the first time.
Is it against each other?
LeBron. No.
Oh.
LeBron was against Orlando.
Okay.
Steph was against Portland. LeBron was 2009. Just 2009. Yeah. Steph was versus Portland from 2017 to 19. And Jaylen was Philadelphia.
He's the truth, though.
Now Jaylen's bad. And
but
Jaylen,
I interrupted what you were saying about the Sixers without Embiid, though.
I'm curious to see what it looks like.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the worst thing. Tyrese needs to be a lot more assertive tonight. I think he can be with Joel Embiid out of the game. This adjusts defensive strategies a little bit. This adjusts a lot of things that the New York Knicks did in Game 1, and what can Mike do to adjust? What can Nick Nurse do to adjust? I'd be curious to see.
Yeah, I think what you're saying makes perfect sense. I think in this game with this matchup, though, I think they need Embiid's offense in a major way, and not having him out there puts a lot more pressure. on. I'm not worried about Maxey, but the young guy VJ.
Oh, That's not what I was thinking.
Well, Paul too.
Yeah, I
PG.
thought Paul's if you want a moment, Paul emerges to the number 2 spot here. I think they'd be in great shape.
But the killer is that the Knicks, they can defend that.
Yeah,
they can defend that. No disrespect, Jesse, but there's no Shireman for Paul George to go to work on.
It's unnecessary.
Oh man, that's our culture coder, man. What
It
you
is. I'm just.
doing?
No, I said no disrespect before I said it.
That's not how it works.
I had
bro.
to say a
Like,
name.
you know,
Yeah, no disrespect, Jess. We don't have that bond.
that's
that you guys
like
had on the Celtics.
it's like saying okay, no pause, but and then saying something just terribly inflammatory.
So I don't know. That's going to be tough sledding for PG and VJ. You know, to
No, it is.
to be able to go up against those guys. And then also that's another. It's not like he was guarding him anyway, but I'm just saying like another guy that isn't going to make Jalen Brunson work on the defensive end.
Here's another concern I have. Say they get this one tonight, which would be huge, I think, for
They need this
Philadelphia. Yeah,
They need this because New York going to win one of the next two.
probably. Yeah, I mean, it feels like that, but I start to worry too. Like, all right, now what? You lost by 36 with Joel, hypothetically. You won without him. Like, are we going in and out of the lineup the rest of the series? Like, and obviously they're more in tune with Joel. They might know right now Joe's not playing the rest of the series. They might know that.
Yeah.
But if they don't, that's a terrible spot to be in. That literally adjusts your entire game plan on potentially a game-to-game basis. And I don't know that that's the best. Again, this might be for nothing because the Knicks might just go up 2-0 and this could be a relatively quick series. But if Philadelphia is able to steal one at the Garden tonight, man, I think if you're on Joel watch, like that gets really sketchy for Nick. I mean, it sounds crazy, but like you might have to play Joel off the bench or something when he comes back, if he comes back.
The other scary thing about Joel not being able to play is this isn't the round 1 schedule. They're every other day. And if he's not able to play in game 2, sure he can come back, but like if he can't play in this one, how is he coming back in any type of form or fashion?
Yeah.
2 days later, it feels like the best case scenario would be give him what's that Sunday? They'll give him almost 6 days, 5 days since game 1. That makes a little more sense. That's game 4. You might be down 3-0, but I couldn't imagine him being ruled out today and then he's good to go on Friday. He may be out there on the court, but like good to go, like he can play well. That just it's too
like
quick
he was
of a
the player
turnaround
from the last series.
Yeah, it's too quick of a turnaround from him being out, in my opinion. So you got that. You combine that with when he does come back, like you mentioned, what do you do if they were able to get a win? This is looking bleak, and I ain't talking Memphis for Philly. It is. You got to steal some momentum tonight and get a win. If you don't, this one could end early.
It could. Yeah, it could. You're in a tough spot either way. The Eastern Conference playoffs, there's a lot of different stories here, both right now, one of which we just discussed, the health of Joel Embiid. Another one is obviously, perhaps the New York Knicks, making the NBA Finals for the first time since, what was it? Did they make it in the 90s?
They
did play the Rockets?
I'm just making
Rockets?
sure you don't say anything disrespectful.
Like what?
What you could have said since Clyde Frazier.
Well, I think they haven't won since Clyde Frazier.
No,
I
they
could have
played
said since Moses parted the Red Sea, or since since Knicks haven't made the finals since Jesus turned water to wine. Like that's not. No, I'm trying to be factually accurate here. Of course, those seasons, as the Jordan stands will make sure those don't count. So the Knicks actually haven't made it to the NBA Finals since the 70s.
99. Jordan wasn't there, but still.
Again, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, it wasn't there.
See? So because Jordan came back in 2001. So because he came back again.
Did he really though?
Oh, he did.
Did he?
He did.
Don't
He
remember
wore
that.
a nice dark blue.
For whatever reason, Mariah Carey
did he
was wearing
play-
some strange
Did
Wizards
he play for the
jersey.
Bullets or no?
No.
Just the Wizards.
I don't even know. They have some
I can't remember
video
when the name
of
changed.
Mariah Carey wearing a Wizards jersey for whatever reason. I don't know. She had like a Wizards jersey dress on, gown, beautiful, but I don't know why she wore that. I saw her wearing that Bulls 23 jersey, though. That was a little shorter dress, and I understand that.
Is that Mariah?
Mhm. Yeah.
Which one Maya have on?
She had the North Carolina joint. Mariah was at the All-Star game.
Yeah, that was the Wizards one, though, wasn't it?
She had a uniform or a dress change. She started out in the
Oh, I don't remember the
23.
dress change. I just
Yeah.
remember the Wizards one.
I don't even know how they worked that out now that I think about it, but she started out in the red Jordan 23. That was a short skirt, and then she had the gown.
God, I don't remember the 23 at all.
Yeah.
I definitely remember the Wizards dress, though.
But
Point
it's
being.
been, it's funny you say that because it's like, oh, no, it was the 90s. It was 99. Bro, that's almost 30 years ago. Like, that's a long time for that franchise to not be finals
27
bound.
years ago?
Yeah. So they got a great opportunity right now, man.
They do, because they definitely look like the best team in the conference, and it's sending, it's sending other teams into a bit of a tailspin, and that's kind of what happens, after the first round of the playoffs. The end of the regular season, there's always like an immediate reaction. Okay, you're probably going to get some coaches, you're going to get some coaching firings, and then the trade machine usually doesn't get fired up for a little bit because it's so much basketball, just especially once you get through the first and the second round. And now we've got overlapping games, for God's sakes. It's just one after the other, after the other, after the other. But there's going to come a time here, and it's going to start happening pretty soon. You're already starting to see it a little bit because the day after your team's season ends, you got pieces like we got from Ramona Shelburne about the Houston Rockets. There's questions about that franchise. There's questions about the Denver Nuggets. There's rumors that everyone except Nikola Jokic is available. We have a Boston Celtics fan who might be rather eager to move on from Jaylen Brown.
Well, that's not telling the whole story, actually.
I'm sorry, Mr. Culture Coder. How should I have told that? Might be more willing to move on from Jaylen Brown.
Willing if a certain Greek freak all-time great is willing to come to Boston.
Okay.
If it's not Giannis, then I'm not.
Would you take
interested.
Giannis for 1 year? Would you trade Jaylen Brown for Giannis Antetokounmpo with no assurances he'd sign with you again?
No, I don't think I'm doing that. Like he'd have to sign an extension. Yeah.
So
He's essentially trying to go all in on Tatum still, on the player he is, and I guess that window.
Me and Jesse were talking about this right after he received his Culture Coder award. And I was like, I'm not saying don't do it, but Giannis without Jaylen Brown to Boston isn't as appealing to me, just an outside observer, as Giannis with Jaylen Brown. Like, I think if you want to get Giannis or somebody like that, you want to add that player to what they have. And like, you have to trade Derek White or whatever you have to do. But getting Giannis for Jaylen Brown, I don't feel like that's like the win. That's not like, hey, Celtics are back. It might make them a little bit better, but I think the Knicks are the best team in the East. I don't think that makes them better than the Knicks.
Does he get you back to level with the Knicks?
Really?
I think they're a little lower still because you lose a little bit of your depth and your versatility on the perimeter. I think that's where the Knicks have you. Now, you'll be able to answer some of the questions about scoring in the paint, having a guy that can get to the line for you, a run stopper type guy, plus he's just a great basketball player. But I think you're losing a little bit on perimeter scoring. But what we did talk about, though, is if you traded Jaylen Brown and got Giannis back, you still have the Derek White piece where you can go get you a wing player with his contract and maybe add one other player or something like that, get you a $40 million a year wing or point guard or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you still have that piece, but I wouldn't. I'm not saying I wouldn't do it because it's Giannis and Jaylen Brown is problematic potentially, but I don't think it elevates them the way some Celtics fans think.
Did this season show you Jalen's? Let me try this again. Did this season show you the Celtics ceiling with Jaylen Brown?
Yes. Like with Jaylen Brown, I don't think, as currently constructed, I don't think they have enough in the postseason.
Okay.
And obviously, they wouldn't just, not have anybody. Like there would be somebody in place of Tatum if Jaylen was the guy there and Tatum was gone or something like that. But I don't think that's they don't have a championship ceiling with just Jaylen Brown.
Okay.
More like a second round at best.
Is he the number one change you want to see made? Is he the number
No,
one?
He's not even like.
It's only Giannis.
Yeah, it's literally
and
only
nothing
Giannis.
else.
Otherwise, you're looking to upgrade the front court. Like maybe
Do you have to trade
White's
Derek
money.
White?
Yeah, you're probably looking that way because Payton Pritchard only makes $7 million a year.
Would you swap Derek White for Austin Reeves?
No, I don't. No, I wouldn't do that. It's probably about the same. Like Austin Reeves may be better offensively, but I'll take what Derek White does defensively as far as like steals and blocks and keep him there. You're probably using Derek White to try and upgrade your front court. I'm not sure what that move looks like, but yeah, if you're gonna move Derek White, it's to upgrade your front court because that's not good enough to win a title.
Which
You gonna ask me about Sabonis?
no, I was going to ask you about Joel Embiid.
And I gotta move Derek White.
Yeah, well, you have to. The money.
Well, I'm saying like
you
I'm making
need
sure
like
there's no
you need like $80 million to make this work.
Well, I'm saying I think about it. Like
that money it's like $180 million for the next 3 years. A guy who is out game 2.
Yeah, it feels like you think about it because it's Joel Embiid, but he doesn't play either.
Would you rather have Domas?
If he was making less money, I would take.
Yeah,
Domas.
I don't think Domas fits what you guys need.
I don't think you could take his $45 million. If Domas was making less money, then I think it could potentially work.
If front court, especially defensively, is your issue, that's not your answer.
Well, yeah, you're probably right.
The other thing I talked to Jesse about is
I brought up Anthony Davis.
So I was gonna. That's the exact. I was thinking of that too.
I was talking to Kenny about that at the River Cats game, Anthony Davis. But every time I seem to bring that up with people, it's like he's always injured. But realistically, if you need front court help, he's available. It seems like he's gonna be available.
There's
you're gonna have to pay a price for that.
What was your line from a few years ago? Someone's gonna. There's warts.
Yeah.
You just got to decide which ones can you cover up and which ones are glaring.
Because if you're not trying to go too crazy, then keep Jaylen around. Tatum's still here, and then I don't even know if you got to give up Derek White to get Anthony Davis here. I'm not sure how much money he's making right now, but it's like Anthony Davis.
It's upwards of 50.
Yeah,
maybe you do that.
It's up there.
So
it's definitely like you're gonna have to work with Washington a little bit.
And
I don't think you'd have to give up any draft capital. I don't
think Anthony Davis is worth all this.
Yeah, I think you'd have to just make. I mean, it'd be a guy. Sorry, it'd be a guy who clearly doesn't want to be there and never put a uniform on.
Does he not want to be there?
That's how it seems.
I didn't get the vibe in that Draymond Green conversation we watched a little bit of. I didn't get the vibe. I thought it was weird that he had a postseason press conference. I mean, I guess salute to him. I guess salute to the Wizards for doing it. I'm sure the media wanted to talk to him. I don't think they had talked to him at any point prior. But remember, he was talking about wanting to know Washington's plan to compete for a championship. Now, not as we develop and build. Like, he wants to know how the Wizards are going to compete for a championship next season.
Yeah.
And I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I understand that you don't want to be on a basketball team that has the worst record in the league. You want to know what this team is going to do to compete. That's how I attempted to take it.
Mm-hmm.
He wants this team to compete on a night-to-night basis, but he did not use the word compete. He said to win a championship, and that doesn't seem realistic. That doesn't seem even remotely realistic. I think Washington's going to be better than they were last year. I think Washington's going to be significantly better than they've been in recent years, but I don't think they're competing for a championship either.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Man, I'm trying to think. I think the Anthony Davis to Boston, that might be a better move than Giannis, because honestly, on the Milwaukee side, why would I want Jaylen Brown? Like, if I'm getting rid of Giannis, this whole thing is done. So if the guy that I'm not getting back isn't 25 or younger, I'm gonna just kind of keep looking. Or I'll take Jaylen Brown, but I need a boatload of picks between Boston or somebody else.
I think you're getting picks if you're Milwaukee from Boston as well.
I think so.
I need
Boston's
some other picks.
I think
I don't want
Boston's
no
got
Boston picks.
4 total. They can trade 3 of them of their own. Maybe one is different, but I think they can trade 4 first-round picks on draft day. I'd have to go and double-check that.
There's Coach JT's talking about it in the chat, and there's a scenario. I think Nick Wright was talking about it. 3-teamer, Milwaukee, Boston, Atlanta. Jaylen goes to Atlanta.
Okay.
Giannis goes to Boston.
Okay.
And Atlanta or Milwaukee just gets a bunch of picks. Like Atlanta's first from New Orleans this year or something, like, depending on where it's at.
Yeah.
And like gets their own pick. There's, they're in that triangle, gets their own pick back. So now you've got a top 10 pick maybe this year, bunch of other draft picks. Like, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Like, maybe give me a Kuminga or something like that. I don't know if he's even eligible, but just somebody like that. Jaylen Brown's he's not too old, but he's not where I'm at as a franchise. He's making $60 million a year, damn near. And I'm nowhere near reaping the benefits of a Jaylen Brown. The picks and a young player is more important to me if I'm Milwaukee. So if you can find a way, if you're Boston, to get somebody involved and get that in the deal, I think that might be more appealing to Milwaukee.
If we're just getting people involved, how do we get the Kings involved in this?
Listening to nobody or anything that anybody wants, unless we're getting Jaylen Brown and they could get our pick if it's like 5.
Would you do it?
I'd think about it. I got to really break it down and figure out, like.
So let's do that. Let's do that. You're listening to the Marathon here. It's the Marathon continues. It's 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk. It's D'Lo and KC. It's KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app and available for you on the phone lines here, 916-909-1320. Shout out to everybody watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Everybody scrolling through Twitter, seeing us on their timeline. We appreciate you. And big shout out to everybody listening on the apps. You can listen on your smart speaker, on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. Shout out to those listening to us on 1320 AM. I want to talk about Jaylen Brown. I want to try to work I want to very unnaturally work the Sacramento Kings into a conversation that has nothing to do with them. But I did get sent something that I find humorous, because I don't know this for sure, but I'm going to go 10 of the last 10.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you guys have ever been able to catch up on this, but every single person who gets fired from a radio job, the very first thing that they will tell you is that the radio business is dying. In fact, they'll go so far as to say, with platforms like Sirius XM and YouTube, and it's like, Sirius XM has been around for like 30 years. We've been over this for 30 years.
I remember when my mother had Sirius in the Yukon XL, I believe we had back when I was a child.
So what they do is they throw it in cars and try to convince you, oh, you love this so much. Don't you want to keep it? Like, no, don't ever renew this for me. I don't want to hear it no more. But they try to sell you on, this is the best thing that's ever happened to me. No, I really, really wanted a radio show. But now that I've been fired, let me just tell you, the medium's dying. A free platform for everybody that comes available in your car, It is now available on your phone. It's available on your television. It's available everywhere. These people who, and I get, there's a certain embarrassment that goes with losing your job. I've been through that. Like, I understand. But the idea that radio is dying, the idea that the people who run Sky River Casino, the idea that our man Scotty at Mojo's, the idea that these businesses that invest millions of dollars into what we do year after year after year are all idiots because they're investing in a dying business is funny to me. And another guy who can't do this job properly was fired recently, and the first thing he couldn't wait to tell you was that the medium is dying. All right, man.
That's why he came back.
Whatever your show couldn't make it 8 months. I'm so sorry. Maybe this medium has passed you by. But the idea that radio is dying is hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious. Radio has been dying for 25 years. And yet, here it is.
It reminds me of Bert Sugar. And he used to always say about boxing writer. And he was like, boxing is dying. People say boxing is dying. Boxing's been dying for 90 years.
Mm-hmm.
They've been saying boxing's been dying since Joe Louis retired. Like, yet here we are. It'll never die.
Beat Joe Louis's ass.
That's the same thing with radio, man. Like, it's not dying. It's not going nowhere.
It's evolving.
It's evolving.
And
That's
if you can't evolve with it, that's on you.
I think I saw something from somebody that kind of studies these things for a living. I think in 2026, radio is still the number one consumption of, was it just music, or I can't remember specifically, but radio and YouTube were the top two ways to consume, ahead of streaming platforms, ahead of the XMs and all this other stuff. It was traditional radio and YouTube were the top two ways to consume. I think it was music. I believe it was music. But yeah, in 2026, that's still what it is.
Because it's still free.
Yeah.
And anytime you offer a free service, people are going to utilize it. Like, Apple Music is not free.
Mm-mm.
Spotify is not free. Hell, I'm learning YouTube. Really, it's kind of free, but you gonna pay for it every 3 minutes or so when that stupid ad starts.
Yeah.
The way, like, YouTube has great documentaries on there that are just on YouTube. They're not on podcasts. They're like audio docs that are they're there on YouTube. And man, it's pretty excruciating to, like, oh, wait. So Michael told Quincy, are you having erectile dysfunction? Here, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, what? No. Well, what happened? And then you got to wait for the ad to play. And it's like, all right, man.
Yeah. And that's before we get into like even sports, right? Like, people, our show and what we do is built on a community of sports. And as long as there's games being played, I guess that's not going to go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I'm to this day, like, the Celtics Sixers game 7 happened. I wanted to hear what was happening in real time after the game. Like, I checked in with WEI, I checked in with WIP.
Oh, I'm sure they handled it well.
I wanted to hear in real time what real people thought, different POVs. I don't think that's ever going away. That's never going to. Like you said, it just evolves.
It's not.
We're on YouTube. We have a podcast so people can hear us in different ways. But we've got the radio show, and everything is based in the radio show, and it's based in the radio, and that's the way it's going to be. And it also doesn't mean those other platforms aren't valuable or important. Like the YouTube shows or the podcast only shows, those are cool too. But it doesn't mean it's killing off radio.
A very influential person in the market said to me and Kenny recently, I have your podcast on notifications. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know what he meant. I don't know if he meant like our actual podcast. I don't know if he meant like The iHeart. I don't know if he meant YouTube. I don't know if he meant like our social media posts. I have no clue what that person meant. But he said, I have your podcast on notifications. And I thought, that's pretty cool. I wish I knew what he meant, but that's pretty cool.
I'd assume that's like maybe you got us on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, and when it pops up,
Maybe that's it. No, the pressure's on you then, pal, because that's how this particular person consumes this product is they listen to the podcast.
But yeah, it's funny you say that. Yeah, radio ain't dying, and that's the first thing that somebody that's not in radio anymore wants to tell you. I'll promise you this right now, unless I hear otherwise. If I ever leave radio or they send me packing or anything like that, you won't hear me saying radio's dying. Like, it's not dying. It's not true.
It's one of those jackasses down the hall at 98 Rock a year and some change ago. The first thing he wanted to do was tell you, radio is dead.
The boy's flourishing now. They're flourishing since you left.
Literally, since the moment your stupid ass got fired, the station has been off and running. Shout out to Abe. Shout out to our man, Paul.
Yeah, man.
Shout out to Marty. I'm sure Marty enjoyed the hell out of that Rivers Cats game today. He loves baseball. Okay, so we can't really work. So, we were talking about Jaylen and the Kings, and you said, maybe the fifth pick. Is that how we would have to go ahead, Jesse?
if we can get into it, but if the Bucks wouldn't want Jaylen, why would the Kings be in a position to want Jaylen?
I think the Bucks haven't started yet. The Kings barely started their rebuild. But here's the thing. I'm assuming not in this deal, but in some form or fashion, Zach LaVine wouldn't be here, right? But outside of Zach LaVine, you do have a Domantas Sabonis. You do have a Keegan Murray. You have quote unquote vets that are here that if you wanted to kind of change your fortunes and start accelerating this new era, the Scott Perry era, you could do it with a Jaylen Brown, Sabonis, Keegan Murray core. Once again, I'm not saying that is even top 6. I'm just saying that's an accelerated start for what you're trying to do. And it's expensive, so I don't know how you're going to make that work. But I think they're in a little bit different of a place than Milwaukee. Milwaukee can't start this until Giannis is gone. And when you start it, I think you start all the way at the bottom.
Is Giannis's value down from
Compared to-
February?
I'm going to say no, but it's from last July to February, it went down.
Well, now
And I only say no. Sorry, Jesse. I only say no because it's the same now as it is in February. So it has gone down.
So it went down,
Yeah.
but not since February. It went
Yeah.
down since a year ago.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll try to sell him now as the 30-year-old with calf issues. Like it's Giannis, but
There's I think there's a lot of routes you can go. I just think, but there's going to be, I don't think there's going to be a collective effort to keep his value down. He's too important. Like you could, you're not, so the thing with a player like Giannis is you're not negotiating just with the Milwaukee Bucks. You're negotiating if you're, I'll just say Sacramento. I know that's ridiculous, but if you're the Sacramento Kings, you're not just negotiating with Milwaukee, you're negotiating with Miami. You're negotiating with Minnesota. You're negotiating with all of the other teams in the league who want to have conversations about Giannis Antetokounmpo. So the idea that you frame it is, he's a 30-year-old with calf issues. It's like, cool. I'll call everybody. I'll call Mike Conley back. I'll call Andy Ellsberg back. I don't need to talk to you, Scott. Cool. Bye. Yeah. Like it doesn't. That only. Now you could try that with Malik Monk. You know what I mean? Like if the market is like down on, like, yeah, you could try that. I don't know if it's going to get you anywhere, but you could try it. But I do think, I feel like this February to this 4-month-ish stretch, I do feel like I'm just kind of hung up on the way everything played out. I don't think Giannis came across very well. I don't know that the Milwaukee. Nobody won in this situation. Everybody loses when the family feuds, right?
Family feuds.
But in the end, this is what I keep telling myself. I could say that, but when push comes to shove, Miami wants him. When push comes to shove, Minnesota wants him. When push comes to shove, team that we're not talking about, they want Giannis Antetokounmpo.
It doesn't work out with New York this year.
And if it costs an extra draft pick, or if it cost, they're going to do it. Like, you can start the conversation however you want to. It's how the conversation ends. Unless you're from the Kenny Caraway school of negotiation, where he's like, I'll give you everything I got right there in the first
Those
conversation.
Are internal conversations.
Oh, okay. My bad. So Jaylen's won. You just said
for the record. Sorry if I'm going to the end. I wouldn't trade for him if I was the King.
Well, this is why radio's dead, because you kill up.
Well,
no,
I only say that because what it would cost. Like, I'm not willing to give up my first rounder this year.
What if it was 9?
That is a little different, because I'm looking at Darius Acuff.
I don't know that he's there
I'm
at 9.
looking at Kingston Flemings, and to your point,
I don't think he's there.
I don't think they're there at 9. But
I also think,
you know how I feel.
I also think Darius is going to be the one that moves. I feel like I don't know because I think, you know what, I spend too much time with you, and your hate for, I have to go home and wash your hate of Cam Boozer off me every night, because I literally go home and get the exfoliator, like, no, Cam Boozer's a great basketball player. Like, what am I thinking? But I always go back to Darius Acuff. Like, I don't know that he's going to be there at 7. And I don't think there's a chance he's there at 9. I don't think
he's there at 9.
Maybe 8, but I feel like of the guys, like, we regularly see the Kings, you know, on different boards take him at 7 or 8. I wonder if he's the guy that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Caleb's sight unseen for a few months now.
Yeah.
Darius isn't.
What if Darius starts telling people he ain't going to work out or interview with him?
Some people care, some people don't. I don't.
That's a play.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
I don't think he'll do that all the way down to 9, but if you can get 6 or 7, maybe. And they're like, man, we just take Kingston Flemings. We'll just take Keaton.
So let's start this again. Jaylen Brown, 9.
I love Darius Acuff. That's who I'd be targeting. He might be gone, but Michael Brown Jr. might be there.
So no.
I don't think
they
so.
can't be worse than 9, so Jaylen's out.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I just don't think I don't think I could do it. If I was the Kings, I couldn't do it this year, mainly because of my financials, right? Like, I don't know what Zach is going to do. Even if I get Jaylen in here and, you know, Sabonis is still here and Keegan's still here, I still need a point guard. I still need to figure that out. And if it's not a young rookie, if I don't have a pick at all where I could do that this year, yeah, I don't know if I could pull the trigger on Jaylen Brown for this year's first rounder.
This is only a conversation because where Boston is at, or, you know, losing in the first round and their season being over, and Jaylen's odd live stream that cost him $50,000 does play a bit of a part into this conversation as well. The most expensive live stream perhaps in history.
Another live stream today at 4:30, I believe.
I was about to say he's back at it again today.
We're supposed to be one at 12:30 with Kevin Garnett.
Should we carry it live? Oh, we can't carry it live if Kevin Garnett's on it.
Well, I'm not sure if Kevin's going to still be part of it, but yeah, 4:30 live stream.
And Kevin Garnett's like, man, I'm out. I'm
going
to go do Austin Rivers podcast instead.
That's also the thing with all this Jaylen Brown stuff too. Like, yeah, Giannis can be available. But it feels now Jaylen's letting anyone who's listening that, yeah, I can be the man on the team. I can do it. See, like that's possible. Like, this is what I want to be.
Do you think there's do you think there is issues with him and Tatum?
We talked about it this morning on the jump. I wouldn't call it issues between the two of them. More like Jaylen Brown just clearly sees a potential in himself that he wants to realize, and I'm not sure he thinks he can realize that with the Celtics. You just got through a whole season where, like, you were a potential MVP candidate. And the moment Jason Tatum walks in, everyone forgets about you, and that conversation's out the window. And even though you had the season you did, it's like nobody cares. It's Jason Tatum's team.
Is Jaylen an alpha?
Yeah.
Is Tatum?
I think they both are, but just different. Like Jalen's more outward about it, but like Tatum's more of a like he'll show you by example.
Sometimes I feel like Tatum really wants to be an alpha, but maybe he's not. Maybe he's a little uncomfortable in the role. Like he doesn't know how to do it.
What is an outward? What does that consist of?
Like you're like
he went for like 46 against Milwaukee, 51 against the Sixers in Game 7. Like he did. Like,
yeah, that's not what I mean. I mean like you're the culture coder. Like, hey, yo, D'Lo, you need to stop doing this. You need to show up here and get this done on time. You need to get this done. Yo, a commercial missed. Yo, you need to. That's an alpha. An alpha is leading the charge. And I asked that because can you have two guys leading the charge in the locker room? Kings had none. Kings have none. They have none now. They've had none in the past. There has never been that alpha. There's never been that guy to lead the charge. LeBron leads the charge. I believe SGA leads the charge. I don't know who does it in Denver, if anybody.
Well,
but I
Christian
feel like
Brown says he's a leader on that team. If you were listening, I'm not even joking.
No, he said as a leader of this team. He went pods. He went pods. He said as the leader of the team, I got to be better and take that responsibility.
So I guess that's Christian Brown.
Oh no. But you know the yeah.
So
I don't know about that.
I think in this dynamic,
John Paul, shout out. Sorry, John Paul, shout out in the Chatty House, our crew over here. John Paul says you can be a leader and not be an alpha. That is not even remotely accurate, in my opinion. That is not true.
I agree with John Paul.
I do not agree with that at all.
I agree with John Paul, and I'll tell you why. I'll explain why. There's a couple different reasons why, in my opinion. Number one, in this Celtics, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum situation, Jason Tatum, for instance, could be looking at this situation as I need to manage and get the best out of Jaylen Brown. I'm the best. I'm the guy. This is my team. This is my franchise. I need to get the best out of Jaylen Brown. If I come out here super alpha and try to, two Rams that charge at each other, if I do that, Jaylen Brown gonna check out. I'm not gonna get the best out of Jaylen Brown. So I need to massage that situation to make sure I'm always getting the best out of Jaylen Brown. If he looks at it like I'm always talking about this as we're equals, he's going to perform his best. The moment I say I'm the one, he's going to check out from this whole thing and we'll be all bad. And he understands the person he's dealing with.
But to me, that's being an alpha. That's being the leader. That's understanding.
That's what I think Tatum is doing.
It's not jumping through the barbershop window. Like it's not two Rams running into each other. It's Jaylen's personality is different than Derek's.
Mm-hmm.
And Derek's personality is different than Kata's.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's personality is different than Joe Mazzola's. But I understand all of them. And like it's the number one thing that you hear about Phil Jackson so frequently is Phil did not talk to Michael the same way he talked to Dennis.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't talk to Shaq the same way he talked to Kobe. He talked to them all different. The book that he gave to Kobe would not make sense to Shaquille O'Neal.
Mm-hmm.
None of them books would make sense to Ron Harper. Like he understood the personalities he was dealing with. To me, that's part of the leadership part. That's part of being the guy in that room or the person in that room.
Absolutely. But I don't think, and maybe this is, perception. I don't think people will perceive if that's the way Tatum goes about business. I don't think people will perceive Tatum as being an alpha. And I think Tatum is a leader and he understands, I don't care.
Maybe I'm wrong.
To me, I could be wrong too, but to me, the alpha is the loud, I'm going to impose my presence on a room, on a locker room, because I'm the alpha.
Oh, that's not alpha to me.
I got to stick my chest out and let them know.
Yeah, that's not
I'm I'm gonna be the loudest one in the room.
Maybe I'm using the word alpha and leader in the wrong, but maybe because I kind of look at them as the same. I do not I would never look at someone the way you just described them as any sort of alpha. Like you're overcompensating.
I mean, I agree with that.
Yeah,
too.
I would. That would
these conversations.
That individual that you just described would never get my attention.
Yeah, we have these conversations all the time with in the group text with my homies and my cousins.
Knicks fans? Never mind.
No,
Go
I
ahead. It's
actually
fine.
hate the Knicks. I'm not in that one, man. I'm not still
Sounds
there.
like it hurts
The
your feelings.
finals is almost here, and I'm still not even in there.
Bad.
Jeez, Kevin, Ricky,
Okay.
Herb, what's up, man?
Apply for application again, man. I don't know.
They're too busy jumping J.R. Smith, probably. I don't.
Well, relax, man. If J.R. Smith is telling you to relax, your ass needs to relax.
But we have these conversations all the time. It's like the true leaders, to me, the true leaders and the true quote unquote alphas hate the term alphas and betas. Like they're like, what are we talking about? You don't put there's no need to put a title or a name on true leadership. The people, and this was the other part of it. Jason Tatum don't have to be considered an alpha, looked at as no alpha or nothing like that, because he knows he's the franchise. And most importantly, everybody else in that locker room knows who the franchise is.
That part. I don't think leaders or alphas or whatever do that. They don't go, well, I'm this, I'm that. Everybody else does. It's like those people, like there's one person in particular that we know who really loves to call herself a leader. I have not seen anyone follow this person ever, but she could not bark louder about herself being a leader. And it's like, no, you're not. There's nobody behind you. To me, that's noise.
Right.
It's overcompensation. But you set the right example. I'll follow that person.
Yeah. And I think Jason Tatum, if he was here right now, I think he subscribes to the theory, and we're just having a conversation using words and terms. So like that's just what we do. But he'd be like, man, I don't care about no alpha, beta. Like I don't get into that terminology. It don't make no sense to me. I know who I am. I'm confident in who I am and who I am to this franchise. And my job is to make sure that I lead this franchise where they're trying to go year in and year out. And if you want to put a title on that as alpha or not, that's for other people to do when they're trying to label something. I'm trying to be a winner, and it's on me to figure out how to win. And I know we talked about we think this is false confidence, but if somebody else needs to come into this room and be the loudest person or be the leader, a perfect example is the Golden State Warriors. Draymond Green will tell anybody, I'm the leader of this team, and he's the loudest, so I'm the alpha. Right. That franchise goes as Steph Curry goes. He don't ever have to say it. He doesn't ever have to voice it, be boisterous, nothing. Everybody knows, including Steph Curry, this is my franchise. I don't need to be considered no alpha, no nothing like that. Draymond, this is the best. This is the way to get you to perform the best and feel like you're contributing at the highest level. And this is how we get the best out of you, by making it look like you are this supreme leader. By all means, big dog, go ahead, do what you do. Do what you do, because I need to get the best out of you. That's what it is. And if I have to be quiet and let you take center stage publicly in front of these microphones to get the best out of you so we can win, cool. Let me work with Clay now. Let me work with whoever else I need. And you go down the line. That's leadership. And to those that use that term, that's an alpha. I personally stay away from all that term. I just don't subscribe to it. But I think Jason Tatum goes about it that way when it comes to Jaylen Brown. If anything, he might go out of his way to make Jaylen feel like, no, this is our franchise. It's our franchise.
And that's fine. But do you think people follow Tatum? Like, all of that is fine if because with Steph's the example.
Yeah.
Because that is undeniably accurate. But is that accurate in Boston?
I think they fouled Tatum.
Yeah, on that team, yeah.
I think they fouled Tatum.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's his locker room.
Yeah.
Okay. That was a lot of time on Jaylen Brown and wasn't my intention because there's two more names that I wanted to mention who there could be some interesting conversations about them. One I think is really, really interesting. And we'll talk about that next. It's Steeler and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Man, in the tank top.
I don't think Tatum can ever make Brown feel better about being the number 2 either.
No,
Or
yeah.
to a point where Brown feels like, oh yeah, I'm equal on this team.
And to your point earlier, Jesse, it's not Brown having an issue with Tatum.
Yeah.
He just know Jaylen Brown knows as long as Tatum's there, it'll never be what he wants it to be.
Yeah, because Jeff Teague brought up a good point. Like Jaylen had the year that he had. He's not even like a shoe-in for all NBA first team.
Mm-hmm.
ESPN or NBC Sunday night matchup between the Bucks and Celtics is gonna be fire next year. I'm gonna boo Jaylen Brown too. No disrespect. No disrespect either. No disrespect.
Come on.
No, I love Jaylen, but like I'm gonna boo him. I'm sorry.
Finals MVP?
Hey,
We shouldn't have got it.
I root for the logo.
We shouldn't have got it. That was Tatum's. He was ready for his Kobe speech and everything.
He did the Drewski, walked up. Oh wait.
He did do the Drewski. Peter's back.
Shout out to Peter. Saw Andy and I think Bill all here. I think I heard Bill's voice out there.
Big ups, big ups.
Yes, well, I root for Lucky the Leprechaun. Me and Big Baby were ready to fight whoever it took. Kyrie Irving, when he stepped on it, we were very disrespected.
He stepped on Lucky. Oh, no. No, you don't disrespect Lucky.
Was that Big Baby who got involved in that too that was saying something?
I might have been. I can't remember.
Shout out Glenn Davis, part of the Kevin Garnett trade.
Is he out yet?
I don't think he's out yet.
Mm-hmm. Man, basketball players go to jail for all sorts of shit. How many more are going to join them?
What's a tougher moment, that or being a former player of the Celtics and getting kicked out of your seat by me?
I think the latter.
That's pretty tough. That's pretty tough, man.
On camera too, by the way. Like we all saw it.
That's the killer too, man.
Imagine Manny coming down to his seat like, hey, man, move. Roddy, we know Roddy sits down there. Hey, man, you're in my son's seat. Move it. Oh, my bad.
Oh, this is your seat?
All right, 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the phone lines, we are guest free today. We are hanging out. We're talking a lot of basketball. I do want to talk football here in just a little bit. Of course, 5 p.m. we'll have our Tankathon spin, and we'll keep our eyes on the games that are going on. Not games, not plural, just one. We'll be on while we're on the air. The other one I don't think starts till 6:30, if I got that right.
Yeah. They're not having the games go at the same time today, I guess.
Yeah, well, so we got a 4 o'clock start?
Yeah, Knicks are at 4.
Okay, very good. I'll take that. We were talking about, the conversation really hung on Jaylen Brown, how first-round playoff exits create conversations about players, about teams, about makeups, especially when you talk about expensive teams, especially when you talk about championship contenders. The Boston Celtics weren't the only championship contender that got eliminated. The Denver Nuggets went out in the first round, and there was a lot said about that in the immediate aftermath. There have been reports about what this offseason could look like, and that obviously isn't a Nikola Jokic conversation. Though I believe, didn't their general manager once say, yeah, and all of a sudden, you never know, you got to trade Nikola Jokic. And everyone was like, wait, what?
It was the owner.
Was it the owner that said it? No, it couldn't have been the owner because that's Kroenke.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
I don't think Stan Kroenke.
Was it last year?
Why would Stan Kroenke have been talking? It was around apron time, and it was around the apron time. It was around the implementation of the aprons. That was his, like, and then one day you got to trade Nikola Jokic. And I was like, no, you don't. Sir, what the hell are you talking about?
They were just asking him about, like, the draft.
It was team president Josh Kroenke who said
Josh, okay, so it was a Kroenke.
Yeah.
It was a Kroenke. Those damn Kroenkes. Well, I think we learned in recent days Nikola Jokic will not be available this offseason.
No.
But sources say that virtually everybody else is. Which leads me to Jamal Murray.
What you want to talk about his kids now too? Is that what you want to do? Oh man, Jamal Murray has one 8-point game. Oh yeah,
I was going to say
he ended up with 12.
I was going to say one
8-point game that I'm here to talk about.
Oh, okay.
Now Jamal Murray, for the right price, could be at though, is what he made it sound like.
And like, I don't know what the right price is. I don't know what you're looking for if you're attempting to replace Jamal Murray, because Jamal was, we can make it a joke all we want to. Jamal Murray was a big reason the Nuggets were title contenders. They were a big reason that his performance this season, arguably his best season as a pro, was the reason so many people thought that they could be in the conversation with the Oklahoma City Thunder and with the San Antonio Spurs. And I don't know how you upgrade that. Like I recognize too, with a player like Jamal Murray, much like with a player with Jaylen Brown, you're not upgrading the specific player. You're acquiring more talent that upgrades the other positions. It's like you're willing to take a hit on that piece if you can upgrade 2 to 3 more pieces. And I get it. Like, I get it. I get that line of thinking. I get that line of thinking with the Boston Celtics. I don't know if I get that line of thinking with Denver, though. I don't know that a Denver Nuggets team without Jamal Murray, even with, you got Aaron Gordon there. You did lose him basically for the series. And like, he walked out. Would Aaron Gordon work for the Celtics?
Yeah, but you can't.
Yeah, I got you.
This is about 2 seasons where he just breaks down.
I don't think that happened last year, did it?
Yeah,
did it happen the year before?
Game 7, where he's like he shouldn't play.
Was that last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And great player. This has nothing to do with the player. It's just, it feels like maybe his body's breaking down or something right now.
Yeah, the way that he's played his career probably leans to that. Like, it speaks volumes. Obviously, he's a lot bigger. Like, that Russell Westbrook is as healthy as he is. Like, he played, I always use the word, Derrick Rose, Russell Westbrook, maybe to a certain degree Aaron Gordon. They played so violently through their career that I wouldn't be shocked if your assessment on Aaron Gordon is correct. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure what you can upgrade around Denver that without Jamal, that where you're taking Jamal Murray out, that makes them a better basketball team than they were this year.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the only reason you would do that is if you look at this situation and say, we're not a championship team. We're far away from San Antonio, from OKC. We can't beat Minnesota, and even if we got by, we'd have to find a way to get past two of those teams. It feels like, are we better than the Knicks or whoever, at that point? And because of that, you would ask yourself, do we want to pay what we're going to have to pay for a team that's not a championship team? So it might not be an upgrade basketball-wise, but you're looking at it like, I don't want to pay I don't know if they're going to be second apron or close to it or something like that. I'm not looking forward to paying that for a team that has a second-round ceiling. So you move on from, unfortunately, maybe Jamal Murray, because you can't move on from Christian Brown.
Because he's the leader of the team. Because that's what he told us. Could not wait to tell us that he is the leader of the Denver Nuggets. Spectacular.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you take him here in Sacramento, Jamal Murray?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Excuse me?
Absolutely, I would. Jamal Murray is a very good basketball player. He frustrates me a little bit, but he'd immediately be the best player on this team, and it wouldn't even be close.
Yeah.
I'd absolutely do it. I can't imagine why Denver would ever answer the call.
Right.
But, yeah, absolutely.
I'm starting to think the key, if the Kings are able to do something like a Jamal Murray move or something like that, the Kings and Scott Perry are going to have to make it a three-teamer. Because say this isn't the player specifically, but I'm just throwing out a caliber of player.
Okay.
Say the Nuggets wanted Anthony Davis.
Okay.
But they couldn't, like the Wizards don't want Jamal Murray. They'd rather just get like an expiring or something like that. So I'm just throwing out like a Zach LaVine. Say Washington was like, we'll take that expiring of Zach LaVine. Jamal Murray can come to the Kings. The Nuggets get Anthony Davis. I feel like that's the only way the Kings can get involved in one of these types of trades. Jamal Murray, Jaylen Brown.
Sure.
Is somebody else taking off one of their, the only expiring deal, like a Zach LaVine, if he opts in, and just saying, well, we're not doing anything right now, like a Brooklyn or something like that. Like, we're not doing nothing right now. We'll take this expiring contract so we get money off our books.
Mm-hmm.
I know you want, once again, this wouldn't happen. I know Denver wants Michael Porter Jr., so we'll send him there and send Jamal to Sacramento.
Speaking of interesting things said, did you hear what Michael Porter Jr. said?
He's talking again, huh?
He is.
I did not.
He said Denver would have won that series if he was still with the Nuggets.
Well, that's not the craziest thought.
Well, sure. Maybe it's not. Except when you remember how he played in playoff series when he was here. Then it's like, oh, that's cute. Like, I get it. There's players that are really good in theory. And I think Michael Porter Jr. is one of those. When all things are at a 10, when his you're a video game guy, when the power meter is all the way at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And Michael Porter Jr., yeah, it makes sense. Long, length, can defend when he is, again, power meter at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Can hit shots? Sure. All makes sense. The problem is I feel like Michael Porter Jr. enters most games with that power meter, somewhere around like the Mortal Kombat level right before your head gets ripped off.
Oh, my goodness.
I haven't played Mortal Kombat in a long
Oh,
time.
man.
I assume they still rip people's heads off.
Coming
in
out with a
Mortal
movie,
Kombat.
by the way.
Another one? Didn't they already do the movie?
I don't remember, but I know one is coming out. They probably
Is Mortal
did.
Kombat still a thing in gaming?
I don't know.
It can't be.
I mean, not like it was, but
Mortal
they might still
Kombat
have
2.
one. Oh, they did have one.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat 2 is I think it
Is
oh
it
my
already
god.
out?
No, it opens Friday. And it actually opens tomorrow.
They were getting crazy with those finish him moves. Earl Hebner's down.
There was little doubt. There was little doubt when we got to Mortal Kombat, somebody was going to slip, and it wasn't going to be me. But my man Zabo says, "Sir, they're called fatalities. What are you talking about?"
Oh,
But
man, I'm
you're
just
right.
talking about the video game.
You're
man.
right. Bobby Heenan knocked out Earl Hebner over here, and he's out of the match.
To Michael Porter Jr.'s point, I don't know if I want to come to his defense or nothing like that, but I do understand why he would say that. Do you think that Cam Johnson was an upgrade from him in this playoffs?
He was available. I think Kim was good in this postseason.
He was.
He's not as what
they needed more.
More from Cam?
Yeah. They needed more. He had a good final game of the series.
Yeah,
even
but
though he
like
missed 3 free throws. But he
were
averaged,
you good?
My bad. He averaged 14 for the series. He needed 27 in the final game to average 14.
Oh. Well, what'd you think? Oh, okay. I got you.
Michael Porter.
So the 27 is skewed, but
yeah, he had a 12, 13, 6, 9 in the
it
2
can't
losses.
fall off that bad, yeah.
And then an 18 in the win. I think Michael Porter Jr. off the top of my head, I feel like he was like 17 in the playoffs, but he was up and down too. Last year in the Denver series, he was very, very up and down. Very like good game, bad game.
In the
good game,
what
bad
series?
games. In the OKC series.
Okay.
So, he could have a little revisionist history about how he performed to your earlier point, how he performed in the playoffs. Because I feel like I remember him being very up and down in those, at least in that one series last year.
One more name I was thinking about here who could be a topic of discussion. His team hasn't been eliminated. Go ahead.
Yeah, he averaged 7 points in the OKC series, and he was mostly down 2, 8, 21, 3, 2, 10, 6. Yeah, no.
I remember the last game being bad.
Yeah.
Because they had nothing. They had nothing left. They had nothing. I might be confusing it with the Indiana game. Was that game close at half? Or was it over?
7?
Yeah.
What OKC? Yeah, Indiana was up by 1, I think.
No. I'm sorry. Not Indiana. The Denver game 7.
Oh, no, it was close at the end of the first quarter, maybe.
And then it
we know when it turned. We don't have to say it.
No, go ahead. I want you to.
No, I'm not going to.
Why not?
Because that's my dog.
No, that's good. But you're a broadcast journalist.
Jesse told me, this is what Jesse told me.
Yeah, culture code.
He said that when Russ came in and turned the ball over a couple times, that's when that game 7 changed. That's what Jesse said.
What the? I mean, sure, I guess.
Well, that reminds me of when Domantas Sabonis turned the ball over on 4 straight possessions against Dallas.
And he got mad because nobody was open.
He's got his hands up in the air looking around like, no, bro, that's you. That's you, bro. One other name. One other name. Haven't been eliminated yet. Don't think they're going to be honest.
Okay.
Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
you have the
he's-
unique. You have the apron. You have Cleveland and that, which I still think they're at the second apron.
Mhm.
You have that situation that they're dealing with. You've given it, two really, really solid efforts at a run here. Do you attempt to start to pick this apart before you can't pick it apart anymore? Do you double down and continue to try to run with Donovan as your guy because he's going to be due a contract extension and there's big money ahead for him? What direction do you go if the Cavs come up short here against the Pistons?
I go one more time with Donovan.
See, and you can go one more time with the roster as is. You'll that money is still there. But when we looked at this last offseason, the money said you've got 2 years with this kind of being what it is to try to compete.
What are you hoping to learn or I guess get out of this team next season that I guess you haven't already? If you are hoping, I guess not hoping, but all right,
That's
we'll
it.
give him one more year.
No, that's it. You just said it. You're hoping. You're hoping that it's there.
Because that's kind of the thing too.
You're
Like,
hoping
Donovan-
that continuity. If there's changes in Milwaukee and there's changes in Boston, and Indiana's going to be different next year. If there's change happening all around you, maybe the continuity helps. Maybe that's how you pitch it. If you're, I don't know who the general manager.
Oh,
I
come
thought it
on,
was
I'm
Kobe.
disappointed.
It's not Kobe. Is it Kobe? It's not Kobe Altman. I think Kobe
I don't
Altman
know.
might
You're
be
the GM guru.
Mike Gansey.
You're making that up.
Hey, he's held.
Is
the
Kobe
position.
Altman
Can't
still
blame him
there?
for that one?
Does he have a
Kobe
president
Altman,
title?
he's the president of basketball
Okay.
operations. Mike works under Kobe. Mike's been there since 2020.
So Kobe Altman,
Yes.
man.
Well, because I feel like too, like Evan Mobley's not that guy. At least, like he's not the player you were hoping he developed into. I guess to work with Donovan, it's going to be a year older of James Harden, who isn't this playoff performer. So I guess again, it'd be like, why give it another year? Are we we're just gonna run into another year? It's like, oh yeah, Donovan Mitchell ran into a team that was just better than him.
Does it matter where they get to this postseason? Like if they lose against Detroit,
I
or
think
if they
if-
lose in the conference finals,
I think.
does it matter like how you view the offseason and what you do with Donovan?
Yes, if you lose this series, against Detroit, I feel like you have to examine all options, including whether it's Evan Mobley. I feel like it's Donovan Mitchell because I feel like he might be a more attractive option to trade than Evan Mobley. And then you also have the circumstances of his contract. I feel like if you get to the conference finals, though,
Conference
You
finals,
might-
I think, is different.
yeah, you might ride that one out.
That's progress.
Yeah, you
That's
might.
a step that you haven't reached before.
I mean, the Knicks were in the conference finals last year. Yeah, they I feel like they're I don't know Vegas. I feel like they are the favorites to go to the NBA finals. So yeah, like if I get past Detroit, who was the 1 seed, who roughed you up in game 1, like literally, yeah, I get through this. I'm good going into next year.
to me, like there's potentially light at the end of the tunnel if you do make it to the conference finals.
If they don't get past this round and they're looking to shake up, it's not with Donovan first, man. I'll probably look at Jared Allen, who I think is a good center, but maybe he's a little redundant because I have Evan Mobley there. Jared Allen protects the rim, does all that other stuff, but
I feel like they're pretty different.
they are different, but I don't know if I need 2 big men like that are, 15, 16 points per game. Can't really get it to them to go to work at any time, but they're great defenders, rim protectors. Like maybe I Evan Mobley, if I move Jared Allen, I can play him at the 5 in certain situations and, and get another creator, another scorer, as opposed to having to rely on, he played well yesterday, but rely on Max Strus to be my creator. I don't know. I'd probably look there before I looked at Donovan Mitchell. I would give that a try.
I think he's up for an extension next year. Would you guys give that to him?
Donovan,
Yeah.
if I'm the Cavs, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even
if he says
I wouldn't even think twice about it.
if he says he wants to be here and he wants to build,
Mhm.
I'm going with that till the wheels fall off.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm with you.
Hector brings up a good point. If they did move on, they could build around Keon.
Mm-hmm.
Played yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Had some good minutes, Good minutes. I think it felt like it. Yeah.
Build around Keon and Dennis.
Mhm.
Maybe you acquired DeMontis Sabonis in a deal. You guys don't like Jared Allen? Hey, you guys don't like Jared Allen? Cool, man. We got you. Put Jarrett next to Max.
Come on, man. Fire Kenny Atkinson and hire Mike Brown. After he's fired.
Yeah.
For only getting to the conference finals.
He's fired for only winning the NBA championship. That's all he did. James Dolan wanted him to do it quicker. And so, or he lost to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Oof. Yeah. Unacceptable from James Dolan.
Yeah.
He lost to the Thunder.
Yeah, there's no reason for that. We're better. We're better. That series is gonna suck. I'm watching that series. I'm watching that series for LeBron James and LeBron James only.
Yeah, man, bro. As frustrating.
Watching the Austin Reeves jokes were funny though. Those were funny.
Yeah.
I didn't see the 316, the Stone Cold one. I only saw the John Cena one.
As frustrating as I know watching the Ime Udoka Rockets would have been, I much rather would have seen them in this.
Because of the Luka injury?
Yeah. Yeah, if Luka's there, I mean, they still ain't beating them. But I would have been like, okay, let's see what the Lakers can do.
Feels like there's also a potential for a fight.
Yeah, with the Rockets?
Yeah. Maybe a fight will
this
break
could
out.
get physical. This could get physical. I don't know what's going to happen with the Lakers.
But
But
KD wasn't active, though.
True. But
I don't really
at least there
wanna-
was a chance he was going to come back. There's no chance Luka's coming back. That's what I was saying earlier.
What
I
was
saw
the
that.
practice video? Yeah, we didn't follow up on that. I didn't see it. I'll pull it up now.
Granted, I don't think he was like trying to go full speed and couldn't. He was just kind of shooting on the side. And he was in good spirits, but he didn't look like he was close to running, let alone coming back. Like he was just catch and shooting type stuff. And then for whatever reason, like one of the trainers started playing and they were acting like he was throwing the ball in his face or something like that. And he stopped shooting around. But he just, it's a 30-second, maybe a minute video. He shot the ball twice. Like it could have been nothing, but it didn't feel like he was anywhere near coming back within the next 3 weeks. Like I watched that video and was like, I think Law Murray did it if you can't find it.
Okay, thank you, because I definitely couldn't.
I watched that video and was like, he might be out for the season. He was in practice clothes. He was shooting around, so obviously he's not, but it was like,
His reaction when he got hurt 100% made me think he's out for the season. 100%.
Yeah. So it just randomly came across my timeline too. I was like, oh, there's Luka. And he's not even, I'm watching it right now. He's barely moving his legs.
Law Murray tweets a lot. There it is. Goodness gracious. Luka Doncic injured his hamstring 32 days ago.
He's just kind of moving.
Yeah. There's nothing. Yeah. Who knows? There's no context to this video. No clue what's going. Does it show him like walk away or anything?
No, trainer guy comes messing with him.
Oh yeah, there's nothing here. I think you're being a little unfair.
I don't know, man. He's not.
Okay. Let me say that again. I think you're being unfair. Oh God, yeah. I think you're being unfair, but I don't think you're wrong. He's not playing basketball.
That initial
and this
one,
series is going to be over in a couple of days anyway.
Yeah.
No disrespect.
Wrap this series up. Wrap it up.
We'll come back. We've got the 5 o'clock Tankathon spin coming up in 1 hour. You don't want to miss that. Hopefully it's a little bit more dramatic than it was yesterday. And we mentioned this yesterday. Actually, Jesse Tapia brought it up on the jump. Is there a changing of the guard happening in both conferences? We're talking about potential major changes to some of these roster makeups. We'll talk about that when Needham and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I did another Diana Rossini story pop up today.
Yes.
Oh, there it is. Yep, it sure
one
did.
about them being on a boat.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter and was like, yeah, I'm not. Whatever.
At this point, go ahead and fight for yourself. Come on, say what you got to say. It's not getting any better.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't even rent under assumed names.
This is also a lot that's come out about them, which is kind of odd to me. Like, you'd figure like maybe it's a photo or whatever, but like now this is like just 6 years worth of evidence out here. And maybe it's just Twitter, do your thing, but like it just feels weird that now there's just so much about Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel out now.
Yeah. It man, Vrabel has been married to his wife since 1999. She's been married since 2020. Yeah. Jeez. It kind of feels like, I mean, we could talk about this being a personal matter, or we can, whatever. But she should probably talk.
No, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like
Just
that's the start. Like,
get it
yeah,
over
at this
with.
point,
Yeah,
just
like,
come
at
and
this
say
point,
what you got to say.
Yeah, rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
Just rip the Band-Aid off and get it over with. And, it sucks for you. It sucks for your husband. It really sucks for your husband. But
See, but don't try to do what you did though when you released the statement the first time.
nah, like, you got to
Like,
talk.
yeah.
Yeah, you've got some explaining to do, Lucy. Yeah, man. This was in 2021. Well, what did I just see? I'll have to go back and listen to that conversation again. But I don't think Trista had a Rossini defense that was out of line, no? I think she was just more again, I might not remember the conversation properly. I just felt like she was more invested in why it's a big deal for a woman. Why a woman's sexuality and her position is such a big deal. I mean, we can talk about the morality of it all, but that's stupid. It's not a conversation any of us need to be having.
She might not be talking right now too, talking about Diana Rossini, because she's trying to fix that family.
Yeah, that's
if everything that like all the rumors are true, then that's trauma.
Yeah, right. Facts. Yeah. Oh my God. Absolutely. 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 I need to hear this. Let me see if I can get to Twitter real quick. Twitter. I gotta pull up this video real quick. I gotta hear this because I noticed that they're ruining they're ruining inside the NBA today by having Draymond Green on it. And this caption caught my attention, and I wanted to hear the context of it. Here's a clip from Inside the NBA with Charles Barkley and Draymond Green.
Nobody wins when they're 37, 38.
But you said what you said. I want to hear if he believes what you're talking. Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform.
Yeah.
Is ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to.
What does that look like?
Did you see it?
I'm just asking.
I saw it.
Nobody wins.
Okay. I think the disrespect of Charles Barkley's career is like so outrageous, and for Draymond Green to be the one to disrespect him here in this clip is
Nobody wins
crazy
when
to me.
they're 37, 38.
But you said what you said. I want to hear if he believes what you're talking. Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform.
Yeah.
Is ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to.
What does that look like?
Did you see it?
I'm just asking.
I saw it.
I don't think Draymond knows what he looks like in a Golden State Warriors uniform.
That's the problem.
He don't have to worry about what Chuck looked like. Charles Barkley in his later stages was a 10 times better basketball player than Draymond Green will ever be.
Charles Barkley. Draymond Green is the epitome of role players talking like superstars.
Draymond really won a couple of titles off the back of Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant, and he thinks he's in the class of someone the likes of Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley is one of the great players this game has ever seen. Draymond Green will be mentioned as part of a dynasty. Charles Barkley will not. Charles Barkley will be referenced as the basketball player Charles Barkley.
We talking about an MVP. we talking about an MVP. Draymond could never dream of being an MVP. Great defender, DPOY, all that other good stuff. That's cool. He could never dream of being an MVP. Draymond, in his best year.
Oh, shout out to Curran. Go ahead. Sorry. Shout out to Curran. 14-10 his last year with Houston.
I'm glad you brought that up. In Draymond's best year, in his prime, he was 14 points, 9.5 rebounds, 7.4 assists. That was a great year. That's the best you ever did. That was like a magical season for you. And it's by far and away the best year you ever had. Like, there's not even another season that comes close to that. You talking about trying to not look like you on the Rockets, bro. You look like him on the Rockets in the best the best season you ever had. And you still wasn't even that dude. You still was the third option at best.
Let me try something here.
Draymond. He's crazy, bro. He is crazy. Like,
he's delusional.
He really is not as good as he thinks he is. He's a really good player. He's probably going to make the Hall of Fame. A really good piece.
Hey, this game was fun. Let's do this real quick. Charles Barkley, 16 years. I'll be quick. Let's do this real quick. Remember when we did the MVP finishes?
Yes.
Okay. Rookie year. None. 6, 4, 6, 2, 4, 12, 1, 10, 6, 12, 16, nothing. Let's do Draymond Green. Draymond Green, rookie year. Nothing. 7, nothing. Man did not get an MVP vote, but a single year of his career. And he going, I don't see. This is one of the main reasons I don't like that show anymore. They have really allowed people like Draymond Green because Shaq does it, and it's like, oh, we poke fun of Charles because he doesn't have championships. Charles is one of the best players this game has ever seen. And someone like Draymond Green thinks he has the ability to talk down to Charles Barkley, who in his worst years, the joke was the Houston Rockets uniform. His 3 seasons in the Houston Rockets uniform were all better than the numbers that you just gave for Draymond Green's best season.
And here's the thing. You got you don't like it becomes jokes a little bit, but I can't really recall Kenny Smith going at Charles,
Nah, Kenny never really did that.
for that. It's Shaquille O'Neal who does that because he's Shaquille O'Neal, because he's one of the greatest players the game has ever seen. So I don't agree with it. But if he wants to go back and forth and be like, you don't know nothing about it. You don't know nothing about that, Shaq. He can do it because he's Shaquille O'Neal. Draymond Green cannot. Like, he can't. You are a good role player on a dynasty. You cannot be shooting at a guy like Charles Barkley.
A dynasty that is in large part dead because of you. Because the owner's inability to part ways with you. You talk about us. Joe Lacob has never, he's too smart. Joe Lacob has never in his investment life sunk $100 million anywhere worse than he did Draymond Green's last contract. These owners, governors, billionaires, they stay wealthy because many of them are brilliant with money. They don't have sunken costs. Draymond Green has been a sunken cost since before that contract was signed. Draymond Green is one of the primary reasons that we're talking about. We say this all the time. Would it shock me if Jimmy Butler was traded to the Milwaukee Bucks for Giannis Antetokounmpo? Nope. They always seem to have that contract that can help them do something. The Golden State Warriors win nothing next year if they do that. They win nothing if they don't. They win nothing if they do. You can't even have a conversation about them winning until they can turn Draymond Green into something else. And you can't because Draymond Green is sunken cost. Now, here is how the Golden State Warriors win a championship next year. Jimmy Butler, Milwaukee, Giannis Antetokounmpo comes back, and you win the lottery, as I suspect that they will.
No, that's happening. At the very least, top 3.
Do you know who has the same exact odds that the Dallas Mavericks have last year? The same exact odds that the Dallas Mavericks had last year to win the lottery this year? I know you do. Yes, you do. And you're all thinking it, and you're all right.
This is ridiculous.
We ran the ESPN Analytics Simulator yesterday. Who moved up to the top 4? They didn't win.
I'm going to be hot.
Well, they finished second. They essentially did win. They moved all the way up to number 2.
If they're anywhere out of the double digits, I'm hot.
Jesse, get Austin Rivers on the phone.
Oh, yeah, that's what we need to talk to. This guy, Draymond Green, has the nerve to talk about Charles Barkley. And you know how we did the whole Michael Jordan at his age doing this, but LeBron's 42 doing, we did all that. Draymond Green right now is 35. When Charles Barkley retired, he was 36. So it's not even like, we talking about a different time or you were able to play a longer time and all this other. No, you're around the same age. And he was 14-10 at the end of his career. Draymond, who has no other responsibility on that team other than pass the ball to Steph, defend, and rebound, never even sniffed 10 rebounds a night. Never even sniffed 10 rebounds a night. His best season, he was at 7.5. Excuse me, 9.5. He had his best season. He got as close as 9.5. Everything else, he was like 7 rebounds. This guy really is triple single for his career. What is this guy talking about? But once again, man, I know that's not your boy, but Drake said it best, man. You got these role players acting like superstars, man.
You're not going to get me to say Drake is right on this show. You don't have to.
These role players acting like
superstars. You got to give me another week. I don't want to hear Drake's name till next Friday, next Thursday at worst. Then I have to deal with it. But not till then.
Nah, man. He
got to drop a single tomorrow, right?
I think he probably stay away from Breezy's
he dropped a single, no? All right.
I might do it like on Tuesday if I was him or something like that. I'm gonna stay out the way for Breezy's weekend. I'm gonna stay out the way. But yeah, that's this guy, man. This guy's something else, man. The funny thing about it too was, the funny thing about it with the whole Austin Rivers thing is I saw a lot of Warriors fans, the dude, I don't even know his name, my bad, no disrespect, but the guy who does the Light Years podcast out there defending Draymond Green in this argument, saying Austin Rivers was looking crazy. What?
No.
What? Hey, how can you defend? First of all, Draymond started all this. Austin Rivers literally just said, like, yeah, I'm bewildered.
Austin Rivers had a way better day than Austin Reeves had.
He absolutely did. Stone Cold Steve Austin had a better day than Austin Reeves. But Draymond was the one that got crazy and was talking about high school and all this other stuff. And Austin just kind of set the record straight. How you can defend Draymond and be like, nah, actually Draymond was right and Austin Rivers was wrong. I have no idea. This is what I'm like talking about. This is the cousin of this conversation that we had last week with Zach LaVine and Derek White. Derek White is a better team player. He's better for your team. He's probably what you want. He is not a better basketball player than Zach LaVine. He's not. And this is the thing, Austin Rivers and Draymond Green. Draymond Green is better for your team and a specific team, and he does these little things. Not at one point in his life was he a better basketball player than Austin Rivers. More accomplished. He does the little things that, helps teams win at Michigan State, high school, and the NBA. That's great. Never at any point was Draymond Green a better basketball player than Austin Rivers. That doesn't mean I would sign Austin Rivers as opposed to Draymond or whatever, but he was never that. Austin Rivers was number one player in the country. He was a projected top 10 pick out of college after dominating for a year in college.
This is the distant cousin of our conversation because I still don't like the Zach LaVine, Derek White thing. But that's not the point.
Through marriage.
That's not your point. There you go. Third remove don't count. Since the shit.
What is that from?
It's lucky. It's poetic justice. I had to bring it back. I'm bringing the show full circle.
A little lucky.
Yeah. Oh, it's Cutting Pete. That's who it was. Cutting Pete. I'm gonna go play some cards myself. Let's talk to Chris here at 916-909-1320. It's the Mojo's.
Gone now.
Oh,
Chris, call back. Chris, call back.
Chris.
Much like Draymond's point, he couldn't make it. He just hung up. Sorry, Chris. You can call back anytime you want to.
Oh, man.
There was a time, though, that the Lakers and Warriors were the top of the conference. And it feels like that's changing, right? Oklahoma City is at the top. You've got, San Antonio. We wondered at the beginning of the year, is their time coming? Well, like John Cena, their time is now. And, like Denver, where is Denver at moving forward? The Los Angeles Clippers, they were another team that we were constantly seeing in the top 2, top 3, top 4. They might be out of this. The Jump was talking about a changing in the guard as it pertains to, teams with like longevity at the top of the conferences. And it feels like that's happening. And I mentioned that there was something that stuck to me about the Los Angeles Lakers last night. And I feel like this is the time to bring it up. Because I can absolutely see a world where the Los Angeles Lakers don't make the playoffs next year. I can absolutely see a world where the Los Angeles Lakers are a bad basketball team next year.
What's the world is when Austin Reeves and LeBron aren't there?
No. When LeBron isn't there. LeBron is the only one. Luka and Austin Reeves don't do it for me. Luka has never been on a truly dominant team. Now, stop. You don't have to scream at me that they went to the finals.
Mhm.
Yes, they did. That was a 50-win team that went to the NBA finals. That was a 50-win team that got white hot in February at the trade deadline. That was
What happened at the trade deadline?
PJ Washington, Daniel Gafford. Am I missing someone?
I thought that was Kyrie. I think we've had this conversation before, though.
I
Did they have
don't know. That
Kyrie the
was
year
not
before?
Kyrie. That was Kyrie the year before. Because remember, Kyrie destroyed the Sacramento Kings and then stopped playing.
That's right.
Because
That
they
was
were
yeah.
like tanking or whatever they were doing, but they beat the Kings before
Yeah.
before they were tanking. But that was a 50-win team. Again, they got white out. He has like some 43-win teams that he has teams that went to the playoffs.
Mhm.
I could absolutely see a Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves team next year failing them. Now, maybe they make the play-in. Maybe they get to the 8 seed through the play-in. But once you get there, to me, it's a coin flip whether you make the playoffs or not. And I could absolutely see the Los Angeles Lakers not being a playoff team next season. Because I do not, and for those who missed this part, I do not think LeBron James is playing there next year.
I could see that happening. Who would just, we obviously there's a whole offseason to be had, but who's taking his spot? Taking their spot? Like Phoenix, Portland.
The play. I mean, there's a lot there. What does Phoenix do next? Like Phoenix, did they overachieve or are they building? Which is it? Portland, same thing. Are they building or did they overachieve? I think they're building. I don't know what the step is for next year because I think they were 42-40. I think
that sounds
around. If that's not exactly what they were, that's what they were around. So what's the next step for them? Where do they go next? I could see them ascending.
Mhm.
Those are the two teams I would start with. I'm not ruling the Clippers out yet. Again, I'm not talking about a contender. I'm talking about being in that top 4, 5, 6. I'm curious to see what they wind up doing. What winds up happening with, if anything, with Kawhi Leonard and this aspiration thing. Are there any penalties? No. What winds up happening with this draft pick? They could be drafting 5th.
Mhm.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I don't know.
It's not the craziest take. I still would I'd be pretty shocked if, even though we've seen it in the past, if Austin Rivers is there and him and Luka don't make the playoffs.
Austin Reeves. It's fine.
Austin Reeves is there.
I know you love Austin Rivers, but that man's podding right now. And
Austin Rivers is there.
Yeah.
Austin Reeves is there. And him and Luka don't make the playoffs. I'd be a little
really?
surprised. Yeah.
Why?
Because
what is it about Austin? Is it Austin Reeves or Luka?
Luka first and foremost, but having a guy like Reeves there with him in the regular season, like Austin Reeves off the top of my head, we put up probably about 22 points a night this year. He's kind of a bona fide scorer at this point. I think he's legit. So you got that 1-2 punch. LeBron not being there, they'd fill that spot on the roster with something, I'd be a little surprised if they didn't make the playoffs with those two. I would. I see you, though. I see you.
Okay. We got Chris back. Let's see what Chris is talking about here at 916-909-1320. What's up, Chris? Thanks for calling back, man.
Oh, yeah, no problem. I just got a couple of things I got to say. We got to stop the Draymond Green disrespect.
We don't.
Yes, we do. Listen, he is a role player, right? But he's one of the greatest role players that we've ever seen. We can't act like defense don't matter.
No,
it's about getting buckets. I know.
I'll give you that. I don't mind that.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. But Draymond, we're not gonna act like Draymond for 5 years. People weren't looking for Draymonds in the league. We're trying to draft the next Draymond. We need somebody who could switch 1 through 5. Draymond was just as big of a key factor, not as big as Curry, But anybody else on that team, he was just as big of a key factor
He wasn't
in
a
the
big.
Warriors' run.
That's false.
Yes,
He was not.
was.
He was not a big a factor as Klay Thompson.
Chris.
Like he's not. He's
Okay,
not, and he
let me
wasn't
tell
a
you-
big
let
a
me tell you-
factor
let me tell you why.
as Kevin Durant. Like he wasn't.
Okay, let me tell you why. Listen, I'm a Warriors fan, diehard Warriors fan for a long time. Steph, we already know what Steph is. Draymond gave us the ability to run the bigs off the court. There used to be two bigs. There used to be a power forward in the center. We start running the bigs off the court because Draymond Green would take the ball off the board and dribble up and could go for a fast break and pass it. So they have to start benching the bigs. That's why people start looking for tweeners, power forward center tweeners in Draymond Green positionless basketball, because we was running people off the court. Klay, of course, sniper, top 5 shooter all time. Steph is Steph. Kevin Durant, I love Kevin Durant, but if we would have upgraded from Harrison Barnes, if we would have got just say Paul George, we would have still won them chips. Kevin Durant, we just needed to upgrade Harrison Barnes, and we would have still won the same amount of chips.
Let me ask you a question. When they played the Cavs, did they run the Cavs off the court? When it was just Draymond and Steph? When it was just Draymond and Steph, because KD obviously wasn't a game changer in your eyes. And when it was just Draymond and Steph, did they run the Cavs off the court?
We was up 3-1 on the Cavs. Yeah.
Did you win the series? Did you win that series?
No, we didn't win the series.
Okay. When KD went down against Toronto, did you run them off the court with Draymond Green?
No.
Okay. So there's
but
only one instance, I guess, where you ran somebody off the court, and then if we want to talk about like who was there, like it was no Kyrie, no Kevin Love when you quote unquote ran somebody off the court, and you were down 2-1 in that series, by the way.
When we ran LeBron and them off the court, right? We won the series 2015. Butler was our center, but the Def 5 lineup was Steph, Klay, Harrison Barnes, Iguodala, Draymond Green. Well, we had the best plus minus damn near ever. Excuse my language. We had the best plus minus ever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That next year we go 73-9. With that Def lineup closing games, sitting out fourth quarters. We were running people off the court. That's what I mean. We were running people off the court with Draymond at center. People couldn't play two bigs.
The
People couldn't play power
Cavs
forward.
didn't get ran off the court.
The Cavs
didn't have a problem with it.
They had Draymond. They had LeBron James. Okay, you don't get ran off the court with LeBron James. Whoopie doo. But
okay, wait a minute. All right, Chris, you got maybe the longest role play history of this
Since
show.
Lewis.
We appreciate you. Well, that Lewis was a joke. Like Chris, we was actually trying to
shout out Chris.
Trying to hear.
We appreciate you, Chris. We just
we
having a
do.
conversation.
Like always,
We just having
yeah.
a convo.
Hey, fight for what you believe in. Kevin Durant was on those basketball teams. The idea that they don't win championships without Draymond Green is insane when Kevin Durant is on those basketball teams with Steph Curry. But, all right, man.
I
appreciate Chris because he heard something and he wanted to fight about it and he fought. Now, I don't agree with the thing that he said. And he said the Draymond Green disrespect's got to stop. And no, it doesn't. And he's right. Draymond Green is a fantastic role player, maybe one of the greatest of all time. What Charles Barkley is not, nor has he ever been, is a role player.
Right.
Charles Barkley, never discussed because who cares, was the best player on the 1992 Olympic team. Ask Mike, ask Scotty, ask Irvin, ask John Stockton, ask Larry Bird, David Robinson, Patrick Ewing, and the rest of them. Who was the best player on that basketball team? And they all say the same thing. It was Charles Barkley. This like open disrespect of Charles Barkley's career out of the sake of getting a cheap ass laugh on television is played. And you were right. Coming from Shaq, it can be like, it can be a little fun. Like Nas said, not you. You?
Like LeBron said,
Bro.
You can't talk.
Yeah.
You can't talk.
Alperen Sengun, Draymond Green, sit your ass down.
And to clear it up, like I said, maybe Chris doesn't always listen or whatever. I can't assume he's a long-time listener, but
we assume everybody listens every day for 4 hours.
Should. We've said a number of different times, Draymond Green is essential to winning and really good at what he does. That's how all of this started, right? Danny in San Francisco with the Daily,
man,
and we'd be like, Danny,
every
bro,
day.
He's good. I just don't understand why we got to jump out the window when we talk about Draymond. Why can't he just be good?
You know how Jesse looked with PDX because we could actually see him on. That's how I felt every time Danny in San Francisco brought up Draymond Green. I'd just be sitting there like Jesse, like
he's good. He, for a lot of the time, was like the fourth best player on the team. The Warriors won because of the Splash Brothers, and then when KD got there, it got really unfair. But that's why they won. That doesn't mean Draymond didn't play a role. But you take Clay or Steph off of there and you leave Draymond, they're not winning. He used this example. I know we got to shake it about Harrison Barnes. I'm of the firm belief, and people think I'm crazy. We go back and forth about it all the time. With KD on the squad, you switch Draymond for Al Horford, they're still winning 2 championships. They're still winning 2. And people are like, they don't win 4 without Draymond. All right, well, he didn't do anything against the damn Celtics in 2022. He was crying about, man, they're gone too far. The crowd's gone too far. He didn't do anything there. He was too busy crying, couldn't even get playing.
Wasn't his own mama talking about him?
Yeah.
I don't know. You said
like, I don't know what's wrong with Day. Yeah, because he's looking like a bum out there. Was getting benched in the 4th quarter.
You said we got to shake it. I don't even know what that means, but we'll be back. We've got the Tankathon spin coming up at the top of the hour. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That was Sonny Lee at first. Drew down. My wallet says Knicks and Timberwolves, but my mind says Knicks and Spurs. The odds are pretty good, though. I said, let me put $5 down on what the Timberwolves talking about real quick. If it's just win or loss, like let me put $5 real quick. Fictitiously, of course. Charles Barkley started it with Draymond Green. Who would you rather be, the ultra-talented guy who never won anything, or the guy that got 4 rings and a Hall of Fame jacket with role players' talent? I'd probably rather be Charles Barkley. I think I'd love to be great at something. I think This question was asked to like Robert Horry years ago. Yeah, I'd rather be Charles Barkley. I'd rather be an all-time great. Obviously, that his situation came with money attached too. Like Robert was like, "Yeah, I would have made more money if I was Charles Barkley." Draymond doesn't have to worry.
Charles
about
Barkley
that.
will also go down as maybe inarguably the greatest studio announcer of all time. Like every show tries to mimic him, and they can't.
At the very least, maybe the most influential. Like I think he's the best too, but like he changed the game. Charles Barkley absolutely changed the game.
Got a ball game here at the Garden, man. First quarter. Still lots of time left in the first quarter, by the way. Still 5 minutes left. It's 18-17. Knicks up by 1. Paul George leading the way right now. Yo, boy.
Oh, man, let him cook.
Someone
Let him
has
cook.
to.
Yeah.
Someone has to.
Yeah,
Here's
real
Paul
quick,
George.
because we talking hoop, we talking ball right now. Can I give a quick shout out to our company Odyssey? You know what I mean?
I didn't mean to hit the heel turn, meant to hit the air horn.
I want to give a shout out to Odyssey because yesterday was Cinco de Mayo, and at about 10 o'clock or so, they were like, "Hey, join us at 4:30 for a Cinco de Mayo celebration here in the lobby. Let's go!" And then at 12, they canceled and said, "No, we're not having one."
What are we shouting out Odyssey for?
That's the way we move. That's it's just how we move out here.
I guess so.
Did you see that chain of?
I saw the invite go out, and I'm like, bro, decline. Like, thanks, man. I'm not doing this.
That wasn't our party either. It was to meet to go to someone else's party.
Well, that's when it changed too.
Mhm.
It was supposed to be here,
Oh, it was.
and then it changed to like, nah, we'll just go out somewhere. I don't know if they
Can you
eventually
imagine we
did.
got
but-
uninvited? Like our company got uninvited to their party, and it's like, yeah, don't invite the Odyssey.
Nah,
people.
it's
They can't
everyone in the building
Yeah, that's what I'm
except
saying.
for
Yeah.
Suite 220.
They had it popping downstairs.
Yeah,
That thing was popping.
I did when I walked in. I was like, "What the hell is going on in there?"
I have no clue what that company does.
So next door is like an insurance company, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
All
one of our co-working companies said, "We're out of here."
Oh yeah, that was Wells Fargo.
Shout out to Wells Fargo. They
Yeah.
got out of there quick.
Yeah.
They
They
said,
got-
"You know what? Odyssey's here.
I've had
gone."
I've had
they got
enough
out
of
of there like the
these.
Baltimore Colts. That was fast.
I've had enough of these sound stages with this alt audience. I'm out of here. I have no clue who's walking through this
Tired of
building.
this
On
damn
the-
alternative rock.
Oh
Goodness
man! But
gracious.
no, I just thought that was great. Like, hey guys, we're having a party. 2 hours later, no, we're not.
No, I guess not. Hey, I think that's Cole. I want to know what Cole's calling about.
Oh, I know what he's calling
Hey,
about.
really?
Yeah, man.
I know he ain't calling to brag about a game 1 win. First of all,
You know
Cole,
that's what he's doing.
Nah, I don't think so. I think he called because he wanted us to wish him happy birthday. Cole, happy birthday, baby. It's a day or two late, but still happy birthday, Brody.
Hey, what up, fellas? Okay, I appreciate that. So I'm gonna just say what I was calling for. I'm gonna say D-Lo and KC hate me. They ain't wish their boy a happy birthday. Y'all ain't giving my OKC no love for smacking LeBron and the Lakers when we was off for a whole week, basically. You know what I'm saying? So what's up with that? Why y'all
Okay,
ain't showing
First
us
of all,
no love?
Okay.
once again, happy birthday to our guy Cole.
First
Shout
of
out to
all-
my boy Cole.
No, there's a couple. No, there's a couple of things here. One, you're the favorites. You don't get any. You're the favorites, and you're boring, and everybody expects you to win. So you don't get anything until it gets a little challenging. Two, I'm not the guy who sends the text and the call and in the 50 different things. I was on IG. I knew it was my man Cole's birthday. The candle popped up with the balloon and the babies and the whole thing.
Yeah.
And go check your messages. I said happy birthday, Cole, right there on the post.
Okay, yeah, you did. I responded. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
But favorites or not, we're champs. We're
Let's-
champs.
okay.
We're trying to get back to back. Please show us some love.
What would you want us to say? We said this shouldn't even be a series. We said Thunder in 3. Like, what do you want us to say, Cole?
I want y'all to say, look how great they look, even though they was off for a week. You know what I'm saying? And then I want y'all to say what I said. We gonna beat y'all Spurs. Holla.
Dummy. Get out of here, man. Did I tell you something, too? I don't think they looked great. That was the most annoying part. They looked fine. Like, they were just fine. They didn't even have to be great yesterday.
Yeah.
They're probably not even going to have to be great in this series. They might have to have a great moment here or there, but they're not going to have to be great in this series. I don't know. They're going to have to be great next series, whether it's Minnesota or San Antonio. They're going to have to be great in that series. I just don't think they're going to have to be.
Check this out. I heard this on the way in. Nick Wright was on somebody's podcast. I won't say who.
We know you don't have to say who. Bro, you don't have to say who. We know who.
He said he was in Vegas over the weekend.
Okay.
And he was about to make a bet on the boxing match on David Benavidez, and he looked and he saw the Timberwolves were plus, I think 200. Let's just say 200 to win the NBA Finals. He's like, damn, 200. I think Orlando had better odds. Cleveland, like all these kind of random teams. I think the Lakers had better odds or whatever. Their numbers. Orlando was like plus 125. The Lakers was like 28 to 1 to win. Right. The Timberwolves were 200. He said, I'll put like 1,000 on that. Call some other people. Ended up being $10,000. $10,000 to win like $2.1 million on Minnesota winning the title.
Mm-hmm.
They win game 1. The odds are down to 25 to 1. And it's like, yo, can the Timberwolves really do this? I don't think they can, because I just don't know if they have
win the title or the series.
Win both. First of all, the title, maybe they found something in Terrence Shannon.
I think depth will matter most in the conference finals. That's why you go back and you listen to last year, we're adamant that Indiana can compete with Oklahoma City, but that was the lone reason why. That's it. To me, that if you have the depth that can survive what Oklahoma City can do when throwing fresh bodies at you over and over again, sure they can.
With 8 teams left, they should have the 4th best odds. The 4th best odds for sure.
OKC, San Antonio, New York.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they can get San Antonio. I obviously picked them to beat San Antonio. If you, man, I hesitated because Dante DiVincenzo went down. But if the combination of Io, if he comes back, and TJ, if that combination gives you like what you're missing in Dante, Jaden continues to ascend, and Ant doesn't, have any other setbacks, I don't think it's crazy to think they could beat OKC. They can win the title. I don't know if the TJ Io thing is real yet. That's one of my reservations. I don't know if that's real.
It looks a lot better if Dante's still playing. Like asking a collection of them when you need depth to take the place of what Dante was able to do on both sides of the floor is tough. Obviously, Dante wasn't a 25 point per game scorer, but he was super influential on the defensive end. I feel like when you lose guys like that, when you lose a guy like that, it kind of throws off the rhythm of what you're doing defensively. Now, what they did on the other night against San Antonio, they looked in sync. They looked fantastic. I think they could beat San Antonio. I don't think they will, but I think they can beat San Antonio. OKC just did that. That's a taller ask for a lot of different reasons, but you laid out how. No, you didn't. You laid out who. And if you can find what it is exactly that those guys need to do on a night-to-night basis. Of course, they've got to produce on the offensive end. They can't be lost cause. They can't be guys that you leave. Like, they've got to make the defense work. I don't think it's crazy. It feels crazier now because I'm just Ant's knee is going to be in the back of my head every game moving forward with San Antonio. And if they continue, every game moving forward with Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
And then, hey, do you believe in miracles? It'll happen again with New York. Like,
right.
it'll happen until Anthony Edwards is up there holding the trophy.
Mm-hmm.
And then being announced to go in for surgery the next day. Like, until then. But yeah, it's not the craziest. They're a really good defensive team. And I think that's what this conversation, particularly in the Western Conference, boils down to, is how good are you defensively? And the Lakers are the worst defensive team left, and they got much better from the second part of the season on. But they do feel like the third best defensive team left. So
yeah, I'm intrigued by Minnesota, man. I
got
am.
you. I understand why.
I really am.
I understand why. Quick mention, I saw Ernie did this a few minutes ago. We got the 5 p.m. Tankathon spin. I did through our ESPN Analytics Draft Simulator. I did go through picks 14, 13, 12, 11, and 10. And unlike yesterday, chalk all the way through. Hornets are at 14 where they're supposed to be. The Heat are at 13 where they're supposed to be. By way of the Los Angeles Clippers, the Oklahoma City Thunder are at 12. Unlike yesterday, the Golden State Warriors stay right where they belong at 11. And the Milwaukee Bucks are at 10. So we're at 9. That is the worst place that the Sacramento Kings can finish. So we'll do our ESPN Analytics Draft Simulator coming up at the top of the 5 o'clock hour, just after the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Ted Turner passed away, former owner of the Atlanta Braves, the Atlanta Hawks, and, of course, many know he was the former owner of WCW World Championship Wrestling. He was the first person, and this is like Ted Turner is he's a lot like I thought about this when Steve Jobs passed away. There are few people in the world who can say, like, I changed the world. Like, I literally changed the day-to-day function of the world. Steve Jobs obviously did that, probably on a multitude of different levels. He did that. He changed the way that people in society function on a day-to-day basis. And people may not realize, and I actually think most people knew this prior to today, Ted Turner did the same thing, not just with the advent of CNN and 24/7 news and that whole thing, but many wrestling fans are familiar with WTBS, TBS. It's you often hear guys like Dusty Rhodes and wrestlers from Georgia Championship Wrestling call it the Superstation. The Superstation. It was the first local television station that was broadcast via satellite all over America. Ted Turner did that. Like, it was basically the first, like, real cable station. And, like, there was a time, and, you know, we always joke, Jesse, you weren't around for this. Jesse, you really might not have been around for this. You didn't need MLB Pass. You didn't need League Pass. You didn't need any sort of subscription other than cable to watch the Atlanta Braves, to watch the Atlanta Hawks. WGN follows suit in Chicago, and at the most perfect time ever. If you had cable television, you could watch Michael Jordan. And you talk about a lasting legacy. Like, Ted Turner changed the way that people function on a day-to-day basis. Of course, like, wrestling fans will always remember him as the owner of WCW. While Vince McMahon desperately tried to paint the Monday Night Wars and WCW being the number one wrestling company for a couple of years, as much as he tried to paint that as big bad billionaire Ted Turner going against little family-owned Vince McMahon in the WWF, Ted Turner did not think twice about Vince McMahon. For as many times as Vince McMahon said Ted Turner's name, Ted Turner never thought of Vince McMahon. He rarely thought of the WWF outside of one particular thing. He loved wrestling because he believed wrestling was the reason that TBS became a hit. Wrestling was the number one rated show in multiple, and we're talking numbers where you see ratings and shares in like the 5s and the 6s, and then the real big shows will get 10s. Football will get 20, 30s. You saw 30s, 40s, and 50s in local markets on WTBS for things like Georgia Championship Wrestling. And when he became when TBS and CNN became Turner Network Television, right? When all of that happened, every single CEO, CFO, president of operations, every single person he put in charge, all went to him and said, dog, you've got to get rid of WCW. You've got to get rid of, before he called it WCW, it was Jim Crockett. You've got to get this stuff off of the network. It's hard to sell, and it's lowbrow. When he purchased Crockett Promotions and it became WCW, like, Ted, this is a money loser. We do not need this. Ted said, no, we're not getting rid of it because TBS wouldn't exist without wrestling and CNN wouldn't exist without TBS. And you can draw the dots from there. Ted, it's a bad financial decision. I don't care. I'm staying with it. The one time he thought about WWF was after a particularly contentious board meeting where the head of programming for all of Turner's networks came to him and said, can we please get rid of WCW? And Ted looked right at him and said, no, that's not even your problem. You are in charge of programming. But guess what? It's your problem now. And he left the office. And Eric Bischoff tells this story about how Nitro was created. That's how Nitro was created. The executive who was in charge of programming was pushing Ted to dump WCW. And to be spiteful, because he was pissed that it kept getting brought up, Ted said, nope, but I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to put wrestling on TNT. And then I'm going to go to my WCW executive, and we're going to figure out how to make this show the number one wrestling show, the number one show on cable television, which he ultimately did. Credit to Ted Turner, credit to Eric Bischoff. It ultimately became the number one wrestling show for a handful of years. It became the number one cable show. And from that point, after that meeting, after that singular meeting, Ted never thought about WCW again. All of everything that went on with the Time Warner merger, which Kenny and I were talking about and Jesse were talking about, was just a disastrous failure. Easily the biggest failure of Ted Turner's career. All of that was happening during the WCW downfall, so to speak, and ultimately led to their sale to Vince McMahon and WWE. But Ted has such a lasting legacy in television. He has such a lasting legacy in professional wrestling. There's an argument that AEW doesn't exist in its current form on TNT and TBS if it wasn't for Ted Turner's love of professional wrestling. Even though he had nothing to do with those networks in recent years, they just bear his name. He has nothing to do with them anymore. It was his love of professional wrestling that got it a home on those two networks. So amazing stuff from Ted Turner for sure.
Man, absolute icon in the game. And man, tell me,
a billionaire who gave away most of his money, by the way.
Tell me if I'm wrong with this, but I mean, there was nothing like CNN before he created.
No, it was the very first. It was the first 24/7 cable news network, and it wasn't a. People look at CNN as something now, and they look at Fox News as something now, to where news isn't news anymore. There's news for this group, and then there's news for that group. That's not news anymore. That's something else. CNN was news. And you could make an argument it still is. Some of their opinion shows might lean a certain way, but that's what it was. And it didn't there was never any perception of it changing until Rupert Murdoch came along. That's when the perception of what CNN was changed.
And
yes, it was the very first.
I was trying to think. I think it is after ESPN, because in my head, ESPN
was 79, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And I think I read this morning CNN was like 80 or 81 or something like that. But it just, it changed the game, the television game, the reporting game. And
CNN went live June 1st, 1980.
Okay. Yeah. I thought I read it was when I saw it was in the 80s somewhere. I was like, I know
This
it was in the 70s.
is CNN.
Moment. Iconic, man. And Ted Turner doing what he did for wrestling the way you laid it out. But, the Atlanta Braves, at 4:05, every
I learned this
day.
today. Do you know what that is? That was called Turner time. The 05 starts. It was Turner time. That was something he created. It wasn't a normal thing on television at all, and it always stood out to wrestling fans. Good, 3:05, 6:05. Why did it always start at 05? Ted Turner thought it would be a way to, if you ever there's two philosophies when it comes to commercial breaks: break at a completely different time or break at the same exact time. Ted thought we're going to do something totally different to bring people in. If we have the Andy Griffith show, which was something that aired like crazy on there, and it stayed, and the people who were watching the Andy Griffith show stayed past the top of the hour into the 05 and stick around, they get credit for another ratings quarter hour.
Yeah.
And that was his philosophy. And it didn't disappear until 2000, I think.
Oh, I could believe it, because it was a staple.
I always found that incredible, the 05 start.
The 05, the 35 start, because I was big Saved by the Bell. Saved by the Bell came on starting at 2:05 all the way to 3:05. In some cases, it will lead into Braves baseball.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, I think WGN might have been at 2:00, and the TBS was 3:05 and 3:35, and then led into a baseball game.
That
was my summer. There
might not be a baseball player whose career I got to watch more, because we didn't have cable, but my grandparents did, and we lived next door to them. Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders in that Atlanta Braves uniform. I was locked in to TBS when the Atlanta Braves were playing.
I think obviously TBS was first. I think WGN was second. I know that for sure. I think New York did one for a little while. WOR or something like that, because the Mets were on cable.
Okay.
For not as long as the other two. That's why they don't get remembered. But they were on cable for a couple years, and I remember Tim McCarver was their guy. That's why I used to always
really
watching.
I did
Mets
not
games.
know that.
I want to say it might have been like
WPIX Channel 11, the primary television station in New York City, recognized as a national. This is according to Miss Artificial Intelligence.
Shout out to her.
They're recognized as a historic national superstation. Beginning in 1978, its signal was broadcast via satellite. The Superstar Superstation, I want to make sure I got this, because this is how I searched it, trying to see if they were the home of the Mets.
It was always I was just a nerd for this, right? Like a sports nerd. But whenever the Braves and the Cubs would play, I would go back and forth between the stations. And I remember that would happen with the Mets and Cubs for sure. Mets and Braves. I remember it wasn't long though. Like those other two did it like my whole childhood. The Mets, the New York station might have been like a handful of years.
One of my favorite baseball moments was Bo Jackson's hip had ripped out. His football career was over. His career as a Raider was over. His career as a Kansas City Royal was over. But he lands on Chicago. I got the hat. I got the jersey. I had because the hat was the thing at that time.
Yeah.
You remember his first game back?
Yeah, he hit the home run, right? Yeah.
First game back, first swing of the bat, live on WGN. Yeah, man.
Steve Stone on the
man.
color on that one. I forgot who the play-by-play guys, but Steve Stone. No, he might have still been with the Cubs at that point because he went to the White Sox later. WWOR Channel 9 was the New York station.
Oh, okay. So I came up with that one. I actually thought that might have been the radio station. So I went to something.
No.
I don't remember that station at all.
Yeah, they were on Sacramento cable.
Okay.
For a few years.
Okay.
I meant to tell you this too. Did you know that Ohio State football, some call them Ohio, like myself.
Some call them the Ohio State University.
Those people are obnoxious. They have a running back by the name of Bo Jackson that is a potential Heisman candidate this year. I was reading that the other day.
Huh.
No idea.
Well, how about that?
Dark horse in Heisman.
I mean, there's a
running back Bo Jackson.
There's a linebacker named Kobe Bryant. Like it is what it is. Like I guess we just riding at this point.
A running back by the name of Bo Jackson. Oh, you better be good.
Oh man, you better be great. You better, because it looks like his name is Lamar. Sir, your name will become Lamar real quick, because no one ever called Bo Vincent. I'll tell you that. We'll come back. It's 5 p.m., man.
Oh, yeah.
Tankathon spin is ready. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Four-star recruit. Where's he from? He chose, he chose OSU over schools like Alabama and Georgia. Buddy, you could not go to Alabama named Bo Jackson.
Get out of
you
the South.
Could not. Absolutely not. Where is this young man from? Cleveland. From Cleveland, Ohio.
This is for you.
Start calling that man Lamar when he has a bad game. California Dreams. That's funny.
California Dreams.
That is funny. I was at an Alabama graduation last week, and I threatened to wear my Bo Jackson Auburn jersey. That's great.
Would have got jumped. They don't play down there.
Watching Bo Jackson highlights is a lot like watching Michael Jordan highlights.
Mm.
You just like marvel, like, oh my God, look at what he did. Man, Nick Nurse got that team he got that rotation pretty snug right now.
That's an offensive foul. Come on now. Sometimes these people be setting these screens, these illegal screens. Like, what did you think was going to happen? There's no way that was a legal screen.
Yeah, to me it's Kada.
Hmm. They got all the legends down front. You, WCW, and Kyle Madson. Love some Saved by. I don't know what. I'll put it in the chat.
You know, for the longest time, I think I know now, but for the longest time, I didn't know how to get to Arco 1.
Really?
Yeah. The other day I went by there. I was like, oh, yeah, all right, yeah, that's right. Because I had Reese with me. I said, Reese, I think we're by where
the big Coke
Arco
bottle
was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked and I said, I think that's it right there. I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that building.
Yeah. Isn't that where Wells Fargo moved to? Wells Fargo Mortgage moved there.
Oh, so if there is, I need to listen to it. They need to
I
do.
think him and Kyle did it. I think.
Wait, really?
I'm serious.
Oh yeah, I need to.
That's why I asked.
I need to hear that.
Maybe that's what I gotta imagine. That's what it was called.
That's funny.
Yeah, hey, I remember a young Kyle Madson and our WCW friend would be in the production studio, be like, "Yo, what are you doing?" And maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but I swear that they recorded a Saved by the Bell podcast that, like, I think it went episode by episode.
See, come on now.
And I don't think they recorded like one. Like there's somewhere.
Hopefully they didn't start with the Miss Bliss years.
Yeah. Hopefully
which
not.
was supposed to be called
I
Good Morning, Miss
believe
Bliss.
I believe there's, and I know this particular individual deletes nothing. if my thought process on how this went down, if that happened,
yeah,
he still
it's
has
still
them.
there.
He still has them.
Yeah, I need to hear it if it is. I need to hear it. That's I think I've told this story before on air, but I'll say it again. I loved that show. And I was like, I'm gonna be the black Zach Morris, bro. When I get to high school, that's my guy. And when I found out there was a Valley High School in Sacramento, I said, oh, well, if there's a Valley, because that was a rival school on Saved by the Bell, there's got to be a Bayside. I'm going to Bayside. No,
Go to Bayside Church. There's like 80 of those.
McClatchy's colors were maroon.
True.
So,
Yep.
you know, kind of worked out there. And I was the Zach
Remember when
Morris
Kelly's face turned maroon and she had to make it seem like she was doing it for homecoming?
It was because Zach had a pimple cream
yep,
called
right.
Zidoff.
Zidoff.
And
and to be like, we're being honest, that's the most relatable thing you could show. Like someone like, oh, how do you get a zit off your face real quick? You put some cream on that turns your face maroon.
And they all chanted, it was a beep, 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 go Bayside. That was the show, man. That was the show.
Was there ever a second black person on that show?
Lisa's mom.
I do not remember Lisa's mom at all.
Yeah, Lisa's mom was on there a couple times.
Do not remember her at all.
She was the doctor that operated on Zach when he tore his ACL before the big basketball game.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Look at Saved by the Bell portraying black moms as doctors. I see ya.
They were the mainstream Cosby's there.
That's what it was.
They said the rumor has that Zach and Lisa really dated.
Isn't the rumor that they always didn't?
Yeah, they
were all
swapping,
in entanglements.
Zach and story went Zach and Lisa really, really did love each other, but they just didn't think it'd be, accepted or whatever. I don't know. They didn't really pursue it, but that was the love right there. I don't think Zach ever dated Kelly though, or Mark ever dated Tiffany. Yeah.
Mark Paul Gosselaar looks spectacular.
Yeah, he looks great.
He looks like Zach Morris. Like, except
does.
his hair is a different color. When he played Rainbow's dad on Mixed Dish, I was so offended. I was like, Mark, this is not the role for you.
Him and Tinka.
I do not like this. I thought he did well. Like I do not like this. I do not like this at all.
Nobody's dad yet, big dog.
No, and you're not going to be.
Morris.
Listen, in my mind, you're Tracy Ellis Ross. I don't like this. Like, stop.
That's the new wave, though.
That was the only of the shows, by the way, that was bad. I thought Mixed Dish was terrible.
I wasn't a big fan of it.
Grownish was fine.
I like.
I thought Mixed Dish was terrible.
Hey, you got introduced to Chloe and Hallie.
Absolutely.
That's kind of the wave. They should, if they did do that, they need to bring that back because that's the wave. Because a couple shows do
what's the wave?
The podcast of each episode type thing.
Yeah,
they do that with Living Single. Eric Alexander and I forgot. Sinclair's characters.
I forgot their real names. Pam and Angela from The Office. They did The Office Girls. Right. It's one of our podcasts. It's an Odyssey podcast.
I'll be damned.
It gets like 1 trillion views or something like that. It's like absurd.
I need to add to that too.
And you know what the crazy part about that podcast is I listened to it when you could hear them. Like I gave up because it was like two friends who were trying to host a podcast but didn't know how. And obviously I think I listened with a really hypercritical ear to that stuff.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, it's okay. Like, it's fine. It's still, you find out like some cool little nuggets to like different things that happened in the show, different scenes that actually made it on the air that weren't supposed to make it on the air, different things that were improvised.
Like.
You learn a lot, but it got to a point where it's like, this is just too hard for me to listen to. But they got better and better and better and better and better. And they have found a way to keep that thing going and make it like a insanely profitable podcast.
Get all the way through the series, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whatchamacallit was doing that for The Wire, too. Van Lathan and Jamil Hill. They did that. I didn't finish that, but it was pretty good. I got to like season 2 somewhere.
Yeah, season 2, it's always tough. You just don't got to know what you're walking into. Season 2.
That Office one, though, I got to tap into that one because I need to know the backstory to a lot of these episodes.
Yeah, like which one?
The one where
don't say sexual harassment because that's literally the only one you said.
No, they went to the field trip to the jelly bean factory because it was for team.
Jesse, you remember the episode where The Office went to the jelly bean factory?
I'm gonna keep it real, Damien. I don't know if there's ever been an episode in the history of TV where they ever went to a jelly bean factory.
I don't think that's. I don't think that happened. Even Drew Down is more locked in than you are. He says, "I want to get ethical. You don't even get it. Sit down. Stop. Crazy. Let's get to the 5 p.m.
Oh yeah, come on. We need a better day than we had yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday from a radio standpoint was a disaster. So we've gone through. I figured I would just get us to 10. Because the Kings can't finish worse than 9, and there were no jumps like there were yesterday. Yesterday, the Warriors moved all the way up to the top 4. They wound up finishing at 2, but here we are 14 through 10. Everything is chalk at this point with the Hornets at 14, the Heat at 13, the Thunder by the way of the Clippers, right? Yeah, yes. By way of the Clippers at 12, Warriors at 11, the Milwaukee Bucks at 10. And now with the number 9 pick, the Chicago Bulls, we're staying chalk so far. At this point, we're at number 8 with the Dallas Mavericks having the best odds. We're staying chalk here at this point. The Dallas Mavericks drafted number 8. Now the Atlanta Hawks have the best shot at number 7, and it's the Atlanta Hawks.
Okay. So hold on.
I'm hoping I didn't hit the wrong button because I've never seen this happen.
We would want, in this case, the Jazz, Nets, or Pacers to come up right here, right?
Wouldn't that mean the Grizzlies moved up?
That's a good point. Now you'll just stay chalk.
Well, let's just hit.
We don't want nothing to happen
and see what happens. It's the Memphis Grizzlies. So here we are. The Sacramento Kings are slotted at 5. They have a 23.1% chance to land at 5. The Jazz, who are slotted at 4, also have a 23.1% chance to land at number 5.
I feel like when it's this close, like this close to the top, it feels like if they jump up, they jump up to like 2, like top 2.
The Kings have a 76.9% chance to land in the top 4. And here we go. It's the Brooklyn Nets. So the Sacramento Kings, the Utah Jazz, the Indiana Pacers, and the Wizards are here in the top 4. All right.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
The Nets fall down 2 spots.
We only guaranteed we're in the top 4.
We're in the top 4, but that's all right.
That's all right.
That's all right. That's where we want to be. And at number 4 is the Sacramento Kings. Okay, we could have drawn this out a little bit longer, but God damn it. It's fine. I'll take it. We got to the top 4. I'll take it. Let's see who drafts at number 3. It's the Indiana Pacers. Okay. They keep their pick at number 3. Drafting at number 2 will be the Utah Jazz, which means the team with the worst record, the Washington Wizards, will draft at number 1. So the only change here, obviously the Jazz moved up, but they were a top 4 team to begin with. The Pacers moved down, but just 1. The Wizards, they were slotted to have the best odds. They got that. The Kings moved up. The Jazz moved up. And that's it.
Yeah.
Brooklyn Nets moved back, and the Pacers moved back.
Yep. Nothing too drastic here. Nothing too drastic. I think at 4, the Kings would probably take Caleb Wilson. That's my guess. Kings at 4, go Caleb.
Let's see what happens here when we hit the draft for all teams. What do we have here? We've got Washington.
See, no, you did it wrong.
I did it wrong again?
Be somebody like the Spurs, because then it'll sim the draft till it gets the Spurs pick.
Okay. Start draft simulator, right?
Yep.
And then
click like the Spurs. Someone way down.
Spurs. Yeah. All right. AJ. Darren. Cam and the Kings take.
Yeah.
Caleb Wilson.
Let's go.
Kings take Caleb Wilson, and it looks like Atlanta takes Darius Acuff at 7. Oh, look at that. Mikael Brown moved all the way up to 8. I haven't seen Mikael that high on Tankathon.
He went in front of Kingston?
He went. I can't.
You can
I
pause
can't.
it now, yeah.
Can I?
Yeah.
Pause. Oh, I can offer a trade.
Kingston.
Kingston went 5. Kingston went 5.
Man,
I haven't seen.
I'd be disappointed if I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. It's not like he's a bad player, but I'd be disappointed if we came out of this with Cam Boozer.
Bro, man, you really do not like that young man. You think he's going to be a bad basketball player?
No, but he's not going to change your fortunes. That's what I'm looking for.
Caleb Wilson change your fortunes?
He has a better opportunity too, and so does Darius Acuff. I don't feel like Cam changes your fortunes. I think he's a good basketball player.
You would take Darius Acuff at 3.
Yes. I think Cam Boozer is a good basketball player. I think he's a better, not like they play the same position or something like that, but like the impact is a little bit more than like Keegan Murray.
Okay.
Which is how many times do we say all the time? I like Keegan. I want him on the team. You need guys like that. So if Cam got here, I'd want him on the team. I like that he's on the team, but we got so much more work to do as far as finding franchise level guys.
What about Kingston, Keaton Wagler, guys that are often slotted, big board slotted above Darius Acuff?
I think those guys are good. I really love Kingston Flemings.
That was a James Ham guy. That's a 6'4" guard.
Yeah, I really, really like him. I think he's a culture type guy for sure. What he's able to do on the court is he's going to need some time to get better, some time to work. I think he understands the point guard position and being a leader as well as anybody in this draft. So I think those are areas where where he's going to excel. But his game, I need the shot to be a certain way, at that point guard position. That's going to take a little time, I think, for him. I think he's good, but I think that's going to take a little time for him to consistently be able to hit that shot off the bounce from beyond the arc. And Keaton, I got to deep dive into his game a little bit more. I like his game. I like him. I don't know if I like him the way a lot of people do. I don't like him better than Michael, Kingston, or Darius. But to be fair to him, I probably should dive a little bit more into
one thing that I'm worried about selfishly, very, very selfishly, on Sunday afternoon, or it won't be Sunday afternoon because I will be celebrating my mother.
That's right.
And I will be cooking for my mother and for Katie, my fiance, Katie from the Wake Up Call. But when things settle down that night before we do Sports Sunday, 4 feels like, all right, I think we can live with a certain, like, we'll be responsible. We can live with, whether you like it or not, we're going to have to talk about Cam Boozer. We'll talk about Caleb Wilson. We'll talk about Kingston Fleming. We'll talk about Darius Acuff. Maybe we talk about Keaton Wagner. We'll be responsible. We got a month and some change. We'll be responsible. I feel like you get to 7, 8, 9. Well, tune in tomorrow because Nate Emmett, we got a profile breakdown on Yaxel Landenberg from Michigan.
Go Blue.
Could he move up? Did the Kings finally find their power forward? And it's like, oh, God, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And part of it is the game-changing, and we can argue we could argue the validity to this stuff. It just kind of comes with draft season. But the ones that people really are excited about, I feel like it's top 7, maybe top 8. And you have found Mikel Brown. I don't know, like, as we get past the 10th, if he's going to be another guy, because I told you, I think Darius Acuff, like, if the Kings land at 4, I think we're going to see Acuff rise. If the Kings land at 3, we might see Darius Acuff rise. I think people will find a way to link Darius Acuff to Sacramento. They'll find a way to link one of the special guards to Sacramento, obviously because of the need. That's not like, shady business. That's the need that the Kings have. And, I think you'll see guys like Mikel Brown Jr. that you just mentioned right there. I think you'll see him rise too, depending on how this lottery shakes out. And depending on, like, the Pacers drafting isn't the same as the Clippers drafting. And that could potentially be like a difference of 4 and 5. If the Pacers draft at 4, it's like, all right, what's that look like? Wait a minute. The Clippers, they're drafting at 5. Pacers are out. That looks very different. Yeah. And I think by Monday morning, might be by Sunday night, where a lot of these draft boards we've seen, a lot of these big boards I think they're going to change.
I'm with you, and I also think that
unless it goes as chalk as that one we just did, courtesy of the ESPN Analytics Draft Simulator.
And I also think, once these guys get into the building for workouts and interviews, I think a guy like Mikel Brown Jr. might go up on some people's list when they figure out what's going on. And I'm going to assume and hope that for his sake, that it's something, not anything you have to worry about when you talk about his back. So once they get the medicals and they talk to him and they know, like, it was just a bad couple months, but he's good to go. And you see him in a workout, you see the way he's able to shoot the ball, the way he's able to move, handle the rock. He might go up on a lot of people's draft boards at that point. Ellis 014, I almost said 04. He, oh no, not him. Sorry, Ellis. Oh, no, it is Ellis, but it was a different comment. He said in the chatty house, if Cam Boozer turned out to be his dad, Carlos, where should he be picked in the draft? This is an interesting question and not a bad question. I went back to Carlos Boozer's 2002 draft.
Mm-hmm.
He was drafted in the second round, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So
Carlos grew into the player that he was. He was not that player coming out of college.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this draft. You got Yao Ming 1, Jay Williams 2. You go down a little bit further down. I think Nene is in this conversation. Stoudemire at 9, Caron Butler at 10. There's one other person, Tayshaun Prince at 23. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would say like Carlos Boozer probably should have went like 5, 6, 7 in that draft. And
am I misunderstanding the question?
If he turns out to be as good as his dad.
Yeah.
So I'm saying at that time,
okay, I got
Carlos was like, 5, 6, 7. I think there might be about 4 or 5 guys better than Cam in this draft. So to answer that question, probably around 6 or 7.
One more time.
Do
you still have him? in front of you?
Yao, Jay Williams, 1 and 2. Now we know
So Jay's out.
No, Jay's in there. Like Jay, like he's in there. Like he had a car accident, but like drafting him at that time.
Like if you're he's out. No, he is out.
Well, if you're redrafted, and
Well, isn't that what you're talking? I'm sorry, isn't that what we're doing?
We are, but I'm being a little fair to the process. Like there's no world where he should have been drafted. Like for instance,
yes, in the redraft process, that's the world.
And for instance, I could have. It feels like at the time I could have made a argument. Drew Gordon was just as good as Carlos Boozer in real time. But I hear you. Redraft, we can get Jay out.
I'm sorry. I thought that's what you were doing.
No, we can. No, you're right.
Yeah,
I was just
with all due
I was
respect.
being fair to Jay because
you don't have to be.
It wasn't like he wasn't bad or he wasn't good.
No.
It was he got an accident.
No. He can go. He does it for the purpose. It doesn't make sense.
DeJuan Wagner just wasn't good. He didn't.
Right.
So that's why
I got you.
that.
Right.
But say Yao.
Yeah, that's undeniable.
I think Nene is in the conversation. He was
not for me. He was very good. Carlos Boozer was better. Carlos
Amari
Boozer is an
Stoudemire.
Olympic. Amari.
Caron Butler.
I go Boozer.
Tayshaun Prince.
Push. I go worse. 4th. Wow. Come on, man. I told you. This is what we talked about. This is what we talked about this whole time. He's at 4 because people are looking at him. They're looking at what his dad became, not what his dad was. We just ran a scenario where Carlos Boozer wound up the 4th best player in that draft.
And in this draft,
and we're pushing with Tayshaun right there, so it's 3 or 4. That's like the Caleb Cam conversation.
Yeah.
That's
I would
literally
say,
what we've been talking about for a month.
And that's where I have him. I don't have him at 3 though. I don't have him at 3. And I have,
but you don't have him at 4 if Sacramento was there.
Yeah, I'd get Acuff. Or if Acuff is gone, I get Caleb Wilson. But I think into what we had just talked about, Cam is probably in that 5-6 range. We could say 4 just to split hair. 4, 5, 6 range. But he's not top 3 in my opinion. If I got the 3rd pick, I'm taking somebody else. Good ball player. But I think there's about a handful of better players than him, better NBA prospects.
Is it that he doesn't look like the prototypical basketball player today?
I think that has something to do with it.
Like in terms of like his move, he can be clunky. Like
he can be a little
plotting.
Clunky, little feels non-athletic with his jumping ability and the way he was able to go to work in college. A lot of the times it's like, all right, we need a bucket. Let me just post this guy up from 17 feet down to 2 feet and then get a jump hook. That's not going to happen in the NBA. So do you have something else that you can go to? And he might. Maybe he just did what he had to do to win games at Duke, and there's more that he has in his bag.
Okay.
But I don't know. He's a good rebounder, good passer for that position. Those are pluses. But yeah, like I said, there's about 4 or 5 guys I'd take over him.
I have a follow-up question. As it pertains to the draft. Plus, The Athletic posted their anonymous player survey that they do every year, and the Kings made a couple of appearances. We'll talk about that in the Victory Lap next on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I'm gonna kill the mics real quick, guys, because I think someone was trying to get our attention. Hang on one second. My bad, guys. Sorry. Awful Announcing posted a longer version of the clip of Draymond Green talking stupid about Charles Barkley. And talking about, we try to win championships because that's what we do. You know what Charles did? Nothing. And what I love so much about that is that Draymond thought he was getting a joke off on Charles's expense and everyone was going to laugh, and no one did. And Chuck just ignored him and made him bumble through the rest of his statement about the Golden State Warriors and winning championships and the whole point he was trying to make with completely no selling it.
Hove once said,
I love that.
Hove once said, wise man told me don't argue with fools because people from a distance can't tell who was who. Charles,
I can tell.
to that.
I know which one's which. I know exactly which one is which. One more thing on the draft, and don't get it twisted. We'll talk about the draft tomorrow.
Yes.
We'll talk about the draft the next day, and the day after that, and the day after that, and so on and so forth. Do you think the mindset of the Kings? Do you think their approach to the offseason changes if they land 1 through 4 versus 5 through 9? Meaning, does the idea of 1 through 4, hey, we've gotten a couple calls here that we could get a little bit more aggressive to try to clear some of this out with Keegan coming back now, Domantas Sabonis coming back, and then we insert for Darius Acuff, whatever player we want. Maybe we should, hey, get Toronto back on the phone, get Chicago back on get whoever called us back on the phone. Is there a reason to get more aggressive versus you land at 8, you land at 9? It's like, hey, we can land a fine player. We might land a player that we really like. Probably not going to be quite where the player that we wanted at 1, 2, 3, or 4 is, or whatever their designated number is. I'm just using those as an example. It's not going to be quite as ready as 1, 2, 3, or 4, but we did land a really good player. All right, let's keep working. Let's see what we could do. We won't force anything. Not going to put ourselves in any bad position. See what happens. But is there a scenario where, or is there a reason for Scott Perry to get more aggressive, this front office to get more aggressive, if the pick lands in the top 4 versus outside of that?
Can I maneuver the cutoff point a little bit?
You're KC, Adilo and KC. That's the show. You can do whatever you want.
I'll say it changes 7 to 9. I think when you get to 6,
well, that's encouraging.
If they were 5 or 6, I think they still would feel like good. we can get somebody that we can build with. We're not taking the same type of calls anymore.
They might get the player they want. What's the old Boston Celtics line in the Markelle Fultz draft? We were going to draft the same player at 1 that we did at 3.
Right. So I think that cutoff is probably 6. Okay. 1 to 6.
Good.
7 to 9. Yeah, they might start. What's Memphis talking about? What's Memphis talking about with Ja? Because we could probably get this guy, Emmett, here. He's a little bit of a project, but we can get him.
Wait, where's Emmett?
Ja.
At what pick?
8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Well, that's the pick we're gonna go with at 8, and we could get Ja now at this point. If it's in the top, it depends, Caleb Wilson and stuff. But I think if they're in the top 4 or 5 and Darius Acuff is there, I think they're getting Darius Acuff.
So so if they land Darius Acuff, let's say Darius Acuff is the player they want. Like, let's say we get 5 on that's what we're slotted at, right? 5. Let's just say that's what it is. We land at 5. And they look and they assess and they call and they talk, and man, I really like this Darius Acuff kid. 2, all the signs are pointing to him being available for us.
Mm.
This might be our guy.
Mm-hmm.
You land the player that you want. Do you get more aggressive or less aggressive? Because you had them getting aggressive at 7 or 8 or whatever. Do you get more or less aggressive if you land the player you want?
To me, it depends on the position you're talking about. I think they look at the biggest need they have is a point guard, and they want a franchise point guard. And maybe this isn't really fair, but I'll say it anyway, the position that's most available to them might be point guard in the trade market, excuse me. So if you land your young point guard in the draft, I think you get less aggressive in trade talks. If you say you look at it like this, say you're 4, Caleb Wilson is there, and you feel like you can get Ja Morant. Maybe you're 4, like Caleb's going to be there. I know we like A-Cuff a lot, but we could get Caleb Wilson and we could start these talks for Ja Morant. Maybe we get more aggressive for the talks and pairing the talks with Ja Morant and pairing him up with Sabonis, Wilson, and Keegan Murray and stuff like that. So I think it kind of depends on the player that's available. If Caleb Wilson, is off the board, I'd take A-Cuff 3. But if those guys are off the board, then you're looking at Flemings or A-Cuff, I think the trade talks for a point guard die down. If you see a scenario where you take Caleb Wilson, 3, 4, something like that, you might have that scenario where, like, we could take Caleb and go get Ja. But that's just a scenario. I think I'd be surprised if they went Caleb Wilson over Darius A-Cuff. I know I'm locked in on A-Cuff. I think they are too.
I feel like this is the proper time to remind everyone I am not in on the Ja Morant idea. That is the opinion of Kenny Caraway and Kenny Caraway alone. I can't be. Let me not say I can't. I just have not been swayed on that discussion yet. I feel like I did the first time the conversation came up. However,
understandable.
However, your scenario there is a little intriguing. I think it requires a lot to happen, though, because it's not just a trade. It's not just Zach LaVine's expiring contract or whatever. You've got to figure out, in terms of finances, there's more you have to figure out. And I feel like it's DeAndre Hunter. Unless there's a realistic,
forgetting all about DeAndre.
Unless there's a realistic deal out there for Domantas Sabonis that doesn't net you multiple bad contracts in return and even sheds you some salary this year, you've got to figure out. I believe one of the important components to their offseason is not being an absurdly expensive bad basketball team. And that's what they are right now. They are an absurdly expensive bad basketball team that will get more expensive if that 5th pick becomes the 4th or the 3rd or the 2nd or the 1st. Like, it gets more expensive the further you go up, and it starts to create, well, all right, even if there is a deal out there for Zach LaVine's not the only deal that they can make, or it's probably not the only deal that they need to make. Again, money's going to come back with that in some sort of way. So it's either DeAndre or it's you feel good about having another deal lined up in place for your other big money guy, which is almost certainly Domantas Sabonis. Of course, you have the $18 million of Malik Monk that's out there too, which I think is about, I can't remember what DeAndre Hunter's contract is. I think it's 20, but it might be more. Yeah,
23 for DeAndre Hunter.
It has to be LaVine and another big contract, which is probably DeAndre or Malik, unless there's a completely different deal involving Domantas Sabonis. You're looking at something.
I'm just doing the trade machine for if it contractually can happen, if it can actually happen. And what would it? Is there a possibility of DeRozan and Hunter going, and DeRozan, because right now obviously they have him at 24 million, DeMar DeRozan. I know that goes to like 10 next year, right?
Yeah.
So that's not updated on here on this trade machine.
The 10 is guaranteed.
But I wonder if, man, would Memphis be able to get Hunter as an expiring, get DeMar DeRozan and move on from him? And they're essentially they're essentially just getting rid of Ja Morant's contract. I know they probably would want something back in return for that, but it'd be a straight salary dump.
Are you trying to keep Zach LaVine on the team?
No.
I feel like you are.
No,
and
I'm not.
everybody
No.
feels like you are.
I'm
Just
actually,
get a Zach LaVine jersey already and call it a day.
I'm actually hoping he declines his option. That's what I'm hoping. Because I don't think you can, as much as like I see the virtue in it and I see the possibility, I think it's a hard sell to move on from Zach LaVine in the trade. Like I can't find the team that would do that right now.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm almost operating as if you can't trade him. So my hope is that he sees how this might go and might go bad, and he opts out and Rich gets him a deal too for 60. So that's
you
kind
think
of
he's more likely to opt out and sign a deal separately, or opt out, sign a new deal with Sacramento and get traded? Like as part of the process, a sign and trade, not sign a new deal, get traded next year. I mean, sign a new deal and immediately get traded.
More like, I think that's more likely.
It feels like, yeah, I don't know. I think there's probably more options with Zach LaVine available than we realize. Everyone listening and watching thinks he stinks and is untradeable, except for Kenny.
Yeah.
And maybe at 50 million, there's some truth to that. But I think with the proper terminology and the proper conversations between general manager and agent, you could facilitate a process that gets Zach LaVine a new contract.
Yeah.
And off of the Sacramento Kings. Who is that with, you ask? I don't know.
I don't know.
I'd be a very highly paid agent in the National Basketball Association if I had the answer to that.
I think you can get, I think Zach LaVine can get a 2-year 60, maybe a 2-year 50. 2-year 50. I think he can get that. I think he's worth that in this league. Like I said, you just laid it out. I think a lot of people think he's like some kind of bum. He's not a bum. He's not worth $50 million a year. But if you got him at 25, 27, $30 million for the next 2 years, those numbers per year for the next 2 years, I think he could help somebody out for sure with what he does. So I think he can get that around the league. But to your point about how that would go down, I think a trade will work for everybody involved. You know what I mean? Like they maybe whoever is making the deal for him, they can offload some salary, in that case, as opposed to just adding Zach LaVine's $25 or $30 million a year to the roster that, has a player on there. I'm not saying this guy specifically, but like if Andrew Wiggins opted in, like instead of having him and Zach LaVine's contract on there, you can move on from Andrew Wiggins if you're the Miami Heat. So I think a trade works best for everybody.
I agree. Probably with some parameters to it from everyone involved, and also some pre-trade conversations about why Zach LaVine being in Sacramento does not make sense for anyone. It doesn't make sense for Sacramento. It doesn't make sense for Zach LaVine. And perhaps, most importantly in this conversation, it doesn't make sense for Rich Paul.
No. Well,
who already did a podcast following the Lakers' loss last night.
Let me ask you a quick
He said
question.
NBA players and former NBA players are really happy when LeBron James loses.
I never listen to that podcast, and I always say I gotta listen to that podcast.
He's 100% right, by the way.
Say that one more time. Former NBA players.
NBA players and former NBA players are very happy when LeBron James loses.
Why would that be? Like they hating on
Because he
Bron?
beat their ass for 23 years. Because when you're the best, you're hated.
I honestly don't think anybody's.
I think
about
Dwayne
LeBron.
Casey celebrates every time LeBron James loses.
I see, and this is where I disagree a little bit with Rich on that. I don't think anybody think about LeBron James right now.
Oh, I think you're crazy.
Ain't
You
nobody
are
worried
crazy.
about LeBron James.
You are crazy.
Like the one time we were thinking about it was when it was like history was on the line. Like he might blow a 0-3 lead or 3.
No, to be clear, we're not thinking about it. We is Kenny and Jesse. We is not this show. We is the two of you. You guys wanted it to happen so bad.
No. Wanted it to happen?
Yes,
Absolutely not. No. I wouldn't say I wanted to. I was aware that it could happen.
It was 3-1.
I was aware that it could happen.
You guys are sick.
We're just trying to be good broadcast journalists.
Oh, don't do that.
As I've learned on the Jump Monday through Friday, 7 to 9.
Wow. Wow.
Right now, though, this Thunder series, nobody care, man. Just get this over with. Like,
LeBron had like 27 and 8 last night.
Good for him.
LeBron was arguably the best player on the floor last night.
Good for him. Once again, no feelings whatsoever. Not even thinking about LeBron James. We just want this to be over. And
I don't disagree.
I say that
with
as a basketball community. Ain't nobody think about LeBron being happy that LeBron James is losing in this series.
Oh no, they're thrilled. There were a lot more people like you and your cohort in there. At the idea of LeBron James again, it's 3-1.
No, that's different.
And the conversation about LeBron James losing a 3-0 lead.
That's different. That is different. That is losing a specific way.
It didn't even go to game 7, and they won game 6 like it was the Knicks versus the Hawks.
No, look, if you're saying there was a lot of people that wanted him to lose that way and lose in that fashion, I'd agree with you. Losing in general, ain't nobody thinking about LeBron right now. And when we thought they were going to lose to the Rockets at the start of the playoffs, well, nobody thinking about that either. Nobody worried about LeBron James winning or losing.
All right.
Now that 3-0 lead, Sharks were in the water for that. I'll tell you that. I'll concede to that. Sharks were in the water, but just
I think
in general,
he's talking about LeBron losing in general, not specifically that. No, he's 100% right. He is 100% accurate. The only thing people would love more is LeBron to get to the finals and lose again, so you can be like Gregory in the chat and be like, "Oh, now he's 4-11."
I'll tell you like this. Now I'm trying to figure out, and they can't get this ball out of from behind the backboard. Andre Drummond, the biggest person on the court.
Andre Drummond, the biggest person on the planet. Every time I see him, it's like, God, he's just a monster.
It was stuck on the backboard, and they use the broom sometimes. Mm-hmm. And Andre Drummond tried 3 times and couldn't.
Andre Drummond wasn't even expecting to be out there today. Hey, what you mean Joel ain't playing?
I think.
Did you see that?
What happened? Look, here he goes.
No.
He's trying. No.
Oh no.
You're trying. And Cat
had to come do it. Come on. Did he? Okay. Hey, Drummond's next to, I think that's Tony Brothers.
Uh-huh.
Drummond's down there at the bottom of the block next to Tony Brothers. Andre Drummond goes to step into the key as the free throw's going up, and Tony Brothers grabs him and holds him back so he doesn't commit a lane violation.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
That's hella funny.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
He literally, you got to see it. He literally grabs his wrist and is like, hold on, big fella. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, why won't the ESPN app let me go backwards? Oh, well.
That's funny.
We're talking about LeBron.
No, it wasn't. Rich Paul. Oh, we were talking about Zach LaVine because Rich Paul's name came up.
That might be a 2 for 50. The Lakers. If they lose LeBron.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I suppose.
I don't know if that would really help them. They'd have enough offense. They'd have a lot of offense already with Luka and Austin Reeves. But I don't know if you feel like you need a third scorer.
That is a horrible defensive team.
Mm.
Like, that is a terrible defensive basketball team.
What?
I know Zach isn't a disaster.
Yeah.
But you put him out there with Luka and Austin Reeves, he might be one.
What if the Lakers lost Austin Reeves? and Zach
and then Zach LaVine there?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Sure,
And then you
absolutely.
lose a little bit more of that money. to
Absolutely.
go get a defender.
Absolutely. Makes complete sense.
Hmm.
I'd be surprised if they lost Austin Reeves.
I do too. I think he's staying.
But yeah, absolutely.
I think they'll find a way to make that work.
I'm trying not to lean into it because it's not. There's no point in it. Sometimes I like think about something and like I can't get it out of my head, whether it's a purchase, whether it's whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Lakers missing the playoffs next year right now. I cannot get that out of my head.
And if they sign Zach LaVine and miss the playoffs, boy, oh boy. They never beat the allegations in that situation.
Never.
Low key, look, the way we kind of broke it down, low key, not even his fault. They were already going to miss the playoffs.
Yeah, right?
But the allegations, non-winning player would never change.
The Athletic put out their anonymous player survey. I never paid too much attention to this because there's rarely any votes. But this one, it looked like there were more votes cast than last year. Like, I'm looking at who is the league's most overrated player. 81 votes were cast for this. Again, this is the NBA players that they polled for this. Alperen Sengun got 12% of the vote. And Domantas Sabonis got 2.5% of the vote, which leads me to believe I'm not good at math. I think he just got one vote. Which current coach do you find the most impressive? 146 votes. Joe Mazzola got 17.8% of the votes, followed by Mark Dagnall, JB Bickerstaff, Eric Spoelstra. And then if you scroll down a little bit further, which current coach, aside from your own, do you find the least impressive?
Oh, no.
100 votes were cast.
So it feels mean.
Yeah, this is uncalled for.
22% said Brian Keefe. That's the head coach of the Washington Wizards. 14% said Doc Rivers.
All right, that's like show some respect. Yeah. Damn kids.
10%.
Google him.
Which I believe is 10 votes, said Doug Christie. 6 said Steve Kerr. Brian Keefe, Doc Rivers, Doug Christie, and Steve Kerr.
I bet you Draymond voted for Steve Kerr.
Damn.
Can't vote for your own coach. Can't vote for your own coach. He found
somebody else to vote.
Yeah, he did. He rallied all of his friends.
You know who's well, he might be on the list, but who right now might be the most impressive coach to me?
Ooh.
Chris Finch.
Great. You could tell us why tomorrow.
Damn, it's already 55.
The jump starts at 7 a.m. We'll see you then here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, LeBron.
I take it the Giants lost.
Oh, yeah.
Did the A's lose? Didn't their game start early?
They're going on right now.
Okay.
They started at like 3:45.
Oh, I thought it was much earlier.
They must be playing a 4-game set because usually the getaway game is that Tatum and LMA's son? It's not Deuce, so I'm assuming it is.
Oh, boy, it'd be a nice game to watch right now, too. Guess I won't, though. Guess I won't. All right, so I don't think we have any post-show work, so we're leaving. Enjoy your day. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, guys.